You got a guy out here named Dietrich. He says he owns Red Bull. He wants to meet with you. I can sell this machine in my sleep, making about $500,000 a week. Oh, and here's Deirdre. Can we talk? And where's your address? And we send a machine. The second thing he says, watch out for these guys. They come with the FBI, the Secret Service, and then I went to the low and met you.
I said, I'm the one that cooperated against Ron Wilson. And he goes, holy shit.
You're saying anybody in that prison that tells you something to get your time off, you would have done it.
Yeah, but
what?
It's between you and me. It's going to be you.
That's where's the line drawn. I'm not uncle. Terry, that's flawed, man. No, if something's
scale.
wrong, it's wrong.
You
right?
went to trial.
No, but okay, so what does that have to do
You're
with it?
You're guilty?
Maybe not.
It's the federal government. You're guilty.
My dad, when I was 14, he left, vanished for 2 years. And we found out that he was in the carnival. So, I mean, he wasn't a carnival. He owned like a pizza and fried dough and ice cream, and he owned the food aspect of it.
Yeah.
So we found him at a carnival. Like we hadn't seen him in 2 years. Left my mother with debt, left her with a phone bill. We didn't have a phone for 2 years. Think about that. I'm in a trailer with no phone for 2 years, and he took the car. So my mother is like, and I'm like, where did he go? And then and even like my grandparent would say, did he call you? And they're like, no, we would tell you if he talked to us, no. So it's like, what?
Didn't you? But you went to work for your dad at one point.
I did. I went to Carnival for a summer, and that was, I thought I wasn't white trash, and then I realized maybe I was. So I went. I did the ice cream truck. So, you get to meet a lot of girls. You get to meet a lot of crazy people too, and then you realize the money my father was making. This is what I don't understand. So my father is making hand over fist an ice cream that he charged $3 for. He's making it for 30 cents.
Right.
So he's killing it.
Yeah.
So, Dad, where's the money going? And of course, am I taking $1 at every $5 I take? Yeah, of course. So, instead of him paying me $50 for the day, I'm probably making like $200-300 for the day.
But he has no idea.
He might, with the ice cream count and like the milk they put in, how much maybe he knows, but he probably didn't care. So yeah, that was I got to know my father a little bit, but I got to know my father was a pretty selfish guy that just cared about like his situation, which I was probably guilty of that a little bit when I started making big money and started, hustling on my own with a family, with kids.
So you go to work for your dad.
Yeah.
I always remember you talking about how there was just so much cash that you guys were putting it like in boxes or bags or something. And your dad, you're like, he had no fucking idea how much money was coming in. And then I remember at some point, the IRS came to him.
Yep. So what happened was he invented pizza and a Coke for $1.
Pizza and Coke for $1.
So it's one of those, in school you had those pizzas that are about this big. Yeah. And a Coke was a cup of Coke this big.
Right.
But it was for $1.
Right. But it's at the fair.
You have a fair. You have 3,000 people in line. They like throwing dollars at you. So literally, like he didn't have a cash register. We're putting dollars in trash bags. We're putting dollars in boxes. And when you got $6,000-7,000 in ones. My father has no accounting or anything. He's just trying to hustle and making the money. So he was good at that. Right. And so if you got a trash bag full of 7,000 ones, of course I'm going to get about 500 of those. And so that's really how I that summer I made about 18, 19 grand. And that put me through like summer college.
Okay.
Is just working for my father. But I couldn't work for my father too long because our personalities were so, he had a little RV that he bought with a satellite dish for the carnival stuff. And you'd have to live together close by. And it's tough when we both had the same mentality. But
what happened with the IRS? Because I remember I could fucking tell you the story. Actually,
right. No,
I'll probably tell the story better than he could tell you. Because I remember you had told a story one time in prison. Yep. You told me the story, and then I stopped you and told you, "Hey, tell him the story about such and such." And the second time you told it, you told it the same information, but you didn't. You had the first time you told it, you said something at the very end, and I was like, "Fuck, you fucked it up at the very end." You say that, and you're like, "Oh yeah, no, that happened." I was like, "Fuck." It was such a great
what happened is it's an all cash business in carnivals, right? So they started to investigate people. Yeah, like they see my father throwing these ones in bags, and he's making big money, right? My father didn't pay taxes for like 10, 15 years. Just decided to like not pay. Like, how do you not pay anything? So my father said, "Why?" They never went after me. So what they were doing is they were watching him. Mm-hmm. And they had a guy with a clicker. Came out when they did the case against him, but had a clicker that would count how much dollars he's taken in. And they said, "Hey, you made like 15 grand at this fair. Like, you got to pay taxes on that." "Oh, I'll pay it at the end of the year." And he just never paid taxes. Right. And they said he owed like 400 grand. And like $400,000, he doesn't, he just goes through money like nothing. So yeah, they said, well, you're going to go to jail if you don't get the $400,000. So, he cried to my grandfather, and they worked out. He did time. He did 10 months. But they cried, and my grandfather paid I think the government like $180,000 to get him out. I didn't have that but yeah. So he did about 10 months for tax evasion.
Yeah, I remember the part I remember was you said that he was in court and they were offering him a deal.
Yeah.
Like he had to give up this many of his. I guess they have what are they like little trailers?
Yeah, the trailers are like three-sided. They're like three-sided. They pull up they show. Yeah,
so the food trailers.
Food trailers, right?
And the government was saying, sign over 3 of the trailers, and you can keep 1.
Yes.
Or or something, and you're going to end up going to jail. And he was like, no, I'm not going to do it. And they were like,
he didn't want to give
money. You're going to go to jail.
Right. He didn't want to give up any money.
And then they took everything.
Right. He thought he could keep the money and keep the trucks and do some jail time and come back and go right into the business again.
Right.
And they
were like, no. They're still going to take it. We're still going to take everything then.
That's what they said.
Right.
And my father didn't believe it. Because his lawyer, he had one of those, his name was Paul Carger. It was weird. He was a big-time lawyer in Boston. And why he was friends with my father, I have no idea. And he thought he could get away with it. Carger used to say, play Mickey the Dunce and say you don't know about taxes. That's not the case. You don't pay taxes, it's just stupid.
Yeah.
So, yeah, my father did 10 months for that. But if he paid back everything at that time, he probably would have got, probation.
Right.
He probably
and he still would have had at least something to start with.
Right. They might have left him with 1 to start with, right? It's not his mentality. It was just, he said, I'm going to beat you. But beat you what? You didn't pay anything.
Right.
So, yeah, it was a funny trial. It wasn't really a trial. It was like a hearing. And then he did go to trial, which I didn't see. He didn't want anybody to come by, so we didn't go. But we went to that hearing, though.
Didn't go well for him.
No. Come on. What's your defense?
Right.
Forgot to pay it.
So you end up going you go to college.
Yep.
What was your degree in?
Economics.
Okay.
Which what am I going to get a job for that in? I mean, it was just, I was going to be journalism, like sports journalism. So I went to Emerson, Emerson was really like an acting / journalism school. Jay Leno went there. Henry Winkler went there. So yeah. But I got by college because my grandfather paid for it, paid for my apartment. And as long as I got good grades, would keep that going. I would have never lasted college without that.
Right.
So he paid for everything. So when I got out, he wants me to go make a career. So when I got out, I moved to Florida within 3 months. It started getting cold in October in '92 in Boston. I said, I'm going to Florida. My grandmother had a place down here in Fort Lauderdale, and so I went to Florida with no plan, with no money. And so in early '93, my grandfather comes down for a 6-month thing and says, "What are you going to do with your life?" I paid for college. I don't know. I like going looking for young Latinas, and I'm going to the beach. I'm tanned all the time. I'm good, right? No. So he gets me a job at an insurance company in Miami, a really prestigious job as almost like a junior executive salesperson. I was making like $2,000 a week. But I said, I can't work with somebody, get up at 7 o'clock in the morning and drive into Miami and listen to a boss. I mean, that sounds...
It's a good job.
It was a great job. But I went back to my grandpa and said, I got to quit. He's like, what? He goes, no, you're not quitting. I said, well, I'm going to. Well, you're on your own then. But then he finally looks at me and says, you want to be a businessman like your father? Well, not like my father. I want to be a good one. I want to be a good one. But he goes, you want to be an entrepreneur.
Yeah.
So he said to me, listen, you come back here in a month with a business idea, and if it's good, I'll fund it. And that was my first salvo into business.
What was that?
So I go to him. For 30 days, I have 30 days to think of a business. What am I going to think of? I'm down in South Florida. This is '93. I'm going to convenience stores every day because I'm broke. And in the convenience stores, there's a huge amount of phone cards. Have you ever been to a convenience store were you in Florida in '93?
Yeah.
Okay, phone cards were everywhere.
Yeah.
But they're all international phone cards.
Nobody even knows what those are anymore.
Right, of course not, no. So the phone cards are everywhere, and I'm like, there's no U.S. phone cards, though. There's people, remember long distance charges back then?
Yeah.
So you call New York, you got to pay long distance, right? Yeah. You call Boston when I'm in Florida, it's long distance. Well, what about a phone card
for Mexico or anywhere? Yeah.
No, but most of them were international. I wanted one that's the United States. That would be my angle.
Oh, okay.
My angle would be to say, it was called USA Connect. Okay, so my company was called USA Connect. And so I wanted to get in the phone card business, but how am I going to get in the phone card business? I have no idea. I like the idea. So I go to a guy that has a Kinko's type of place and make a phone card. I said, can you make a phone card with a scratch off in the back? He goes, yeah, make me one. USA flag, USA Connect. What do I know, right? I make the phone card, but now you got to get minutes for the phone card. So I go to AT&T's office in Miami and just say, hey, I want to see the phone card guy. Do you have a meeting? Oh, yeah, I definitely do at 2 o'clock. And the guy comes out and his name is Bill. He says, do I have a meeting with you at 2 o'clock? I said, yeah, absolutely. I called you and here's my card, USA Connect. So he thinks I have a card, so that's why he meets with me.
Right.
So I meet with him. I said, listen, I want this card, USA Connect, because I feel you have there's a place in the marketplace for a United States card. Right. He goes, well, I kind of like the idea. What are you going to do? I'm going to put salespeople out there with all the convenience stores in Florida and sell it and put out posters. And I need minutes from you, though, from the AT&T.
You have no idea that you can do any of this?
None. Okay. I'm just off the whim. I had no meeting either.
Right.
So he looks at me and says, well, you're going to have to buy like $1 million worth of minutes. I said, $1 million? Nah, I'm not a big company or anything. I can buy maybe $30,000 worth of minutes, thinking my grandfather might give me $30,000.
Right.
Or maybe $50,000 for the whole business.
Yeah, the minutes only cost a couple cents.
Well, they do, but they want you to buy huge volume to get the really low rates. So I couldn't get the really low rates at first, but I bought, he let me buy $30,000 worth of minutes. So I bought them, and I got a crew together. I got an office, and my grandfather liked the idea only because of this. And I knew that he was going to love this. I asked the guy, can you write that you'll give me minutes on AT&T letterhead? Mm-hmm. Not saying I have a deal with AT&T, but my grandfather would look at AT&T and go, okay, you're doing something. So he did. He wrote a letter saying that I'll give him minutes for this price, and it has AT&T logo on there. Mm. And my grandfather says, all right, tell me what you're going to do. I'm going to get an office. I'm going to get 10 beautiful girls to go out there and get convenience stores. I'm going to get posters, which I already had the poster, and here's my phone card. So I went out and made like 50,000 phone cards, gave them to these girls to go put out, and within 3 months I had about 800 convenience stores from Monroe to Palm Beach within about 3 months. And
what are you selling?
Listen,
are they selling?
At first, they're selling a little bit. Where I'm making probably in the first month in my pocket about $3-4 grand. The girls are making about $500-600 a piece. So not like a home run, but good. But by the second and third month, I'm selling about 40,000 phone cards a week. And I'm making a month. I make like the third, fourth, fifth month. I'm making about $50-60 grand a month myself.
Just you after paying everybody.
After paying everybody.
This is net.
So I'm like, I'm like, this is craziness. I go get a condo in Hollandale, and I go,
typical.
Come on, man. I go get a Corvette, and I'm going spending money, right?
Yeah.
So this is where I'm a great hustler, but I'm not a good CEO. So this is what I don't see. So within a year, at my height, I made $100,000 one month.
Okay.
So this is 1994 at 24 years old. And I got $100,000 one month.
It's like making $200,000 or $300,000 now.
My bank account had like $300 grand in there at 24, and I don't know what to do. I'm spending money. I want to spend money. I said, you 24 mentality. So what happened was within one day, I went from making $100,000 that month to making hardly anything. What do you think that was?
What they did free long distance? They offered free long distance? What
I kind of probably in the back of my mind I knew what was happening is I showed AT&T what to do.
I was just going to say AT&T. I was just thinking that did someone steal the idea?
No, AT&T just looked at it and said, hey, if he can do it, we're going to put out with AT&T's logo on there. Like I couldn't put AT&T logo, so they put I was USA Connect. They were America Connect, but by AT&T.
Yeah.
So within like 2 months I was done, but now I got $300,000 in the bank.
Right.
So. I became a bum for about a year and a half because $300,000 at 24, that's pretty nice, right? But at the time, I met my wife. We weren't married yet, but I met my wife when I was broke, luckily. Mm-hmm. And then so she's gonna be. Are you gonna stay in the house all the time now? Like I was in the house for a year and a half. Went to the pool every day. It's nice.
Wait. How'd you meet your wife?
Well, I met my wife at the Publix I met my wife at Publix, but then she was taking the bus. I had a car, so I saw her walk to the bus stop, and I've done it to like pretty Latinas went in the buses. Like I'm talking about gorgeous, Ava Mendes before she was Ava Mendes probably took the bus, right?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so I went on the bus. Like
you went on the. I thought you picked her up. You didn't pick her up. You got on the bus.
No, I got on the bus. I got her number, and then met her there the next day, and got her number from the bus, and got off on the bus stop like three blocks down. After talking to her and had a long walk back.
Like we're both schlepping on the bus. We're in this together.
Right, we're in this together. Right. I got a car there. I mean, and then I didn't show the car right away because I said the car was in the shop because I didn't want to look like a total schmuck. But in hindsight, girls would love that. Like you took the bus to meet me. But at the time I don't want to look like, a complete liar, which, obviously with my record now But yeah, that's how I met my wife. So yeah.
You guys got married.
We got married.
So you're hanging out. You've got this money. You're kind of being a bum, hanging out.
Exactly.
But it's going to run out.
Right, it's going to run out. So this is how I get my next debt. We're at Claire's Boutiques. You know what Claire's Boutiques is? It's like a teenage girl's accessory place in the mall. They do the earrings. They sell like tween products. They're still in the malls. It's called Claire's Boutiques. Okay. So we're in there buying something for my niece. And I see these two girls in front of us, and they're buying stickers, like unicorn stickers. And the guy said, that'll be $19.95. And there was like 2 sheets. And I'm like, what? And I tell my wife, I said, I don't want to talk to these girls. 12 years old, just by now. Yeah. I'm like, can I talk to these girls? Yeah, well, about what? I just said to the girls, I said, did you buy those stickers for $19.95? These like sparkling unicorns or something like that. They go, yeah, we buy them all the time. They have different ones that come out for the holiday seasons and stuff. And I'm like, wow. So I started to grind on that. I'm like, and I started asking other little, like, I look like a perv, but I look like other little girls, and they're like, hey, do you buy these stickers? And they're like, yeah, we love stickers. So I'm thinking to myself, what can I do with this? So I spent about a month thinking about that, and I came up with what's called a sticker club machine. You know, photo booths, old photo booths, right? Yeah. Okay. I want to do a photo booth that took your picture, put it onto stickers, but with your face in the middle. Mm-hmm. Like your face in the middle of $1 million bill, a face in the middle of like a Santa Claus theme for Christmas, behind bars and stuff saying that I'm a convict. Well, that kitschy stuff.
Yeah.
So I didn't know if I could make that machine. Who could make that machine? A guy told me, listen, go to Namco. Remember Namco made kind of arcade machines? I think they made like Android, or they made Donkey Kong, I think. But it was like they were a Japanese company.
Right.
So I call them up, I tell them the idea, and everybody says, hey, worry about them stealing it. Right. So what happened was they said, oh, we like this idea. Come to New York and let's talk about it. So I do. I meet them up in New York, and I say, I want a machine to be a photo booth that took your picture and put it onto different stickers. Could you do that? He goes, yeah, we could do that. But you wouldn't want a photo booth. Just have a stand-up machine with like a curtain in the back. Mm-hmm. So they said, we'll make you a prototype as long as you try to sell it. So they made me a prototype. And what the prototype looked like was like an arcade machine, but like with a background and back. And so when they bought it, when they showed it to me, I said, this is beautiful. Can I sell it? And they go, you can sell it for 3 years if you sell at least 150 a month.
150 machines?
Yes.
How much is the machine?
The machine, their price was $4,500. I sold it for $8,500.
Okay.
But I sold 3 of them for $25,000. I sold 3 of them minimum as a business package.
Yeah.
To investors.
But you didn't know you didn't know that you could sell these fucking machines. Like, I mean, and how are you thinking?
This is why I know I could sell machines. It's a good angle of how to get into biz op. Like, because before with the phone cards, I'm not in business opportunities. I'm in just phone cards. Mm-hmm. This is how the business opportunity starts. Like, I'm not going to go around trade shows and sell this machine. I want to sell it like through newspapers. Like back then, there was no internet. I want to sell it to like be your own boss, entrepreneurs So, anyways, I said that one guy told me that would be business opportunity though. You have to be licensed for that.
Yeah. Did you even know what that was?
No.
Yeah, because the first time I ever heard the term
excuse me,
business opportunities was when you had mentioned when you were in Coleman and you were there for a biz. It was a biz ops scam. And I was
but
like,
if you ever look at the newspaper back then, you'd see business opportunities like in the New York Times. Like it would be like business opportunity would be like a cleaning service or like something, just a business. It's just a business opportunity, really. It's another fancy word for a distributorship.
Right.
Like McDonald's sells biz ops. It's a business opportunity, right?
Right.
It's just a fancier word is like I'm going to sell a distributorship. I'm going to sell a franchise.
Right.
Really, you're selling a biz op.
Okay.
You're creating a biz op is a business opportunity. I'm giving you an opportunity to sell it. I have wholesale prices, and that's kind of what I got into. Now with the machine, I said, how am I gonna really push this machine, and where are they gonna put it? Like with that type of machine, you can only put it in malls. You can put it into and here's the irony of what got me started in biz op. I wasn't gonna do it because I thought the machines couldn't go like very many places and do well. Mm-hmm. And I said, what about the Claire's boutiques? Like that's a perfect location. Teenage girls, they're buying stickers anyways, right? So this is the irony of it. Guess where Claire's boutiques in 1996 was in the whole United States was headquartered at?
What? Miami?
Pembroke Pines, Florida. Oh, Pembroke Pines. Right. I'm living in Davie for crying out loud. I mean, the irony is insane. I go to them, they say, yeah, every one of our locations can have a machine. So when I'm selling it to somebody, I'm selling it with the machine and a Claire's Boutiques location. It was a laydown.
Right. How many locations do they have?
I think at the time they had like 700, 800. Yeah.
But you're selling 150. You got to sell 150.
Right, but once you got to realize, Matt, once you start selling something, it doesn't matter.
It just becomes a machine.
It just becomes a machine. Yeah. Like once these people say, "Hey, I do well at Claire's Boutiques," so they're putting the first 500 at Claire's Boutiques. People just it's easier to sell. Put it that way. Once you've done that legwork and you have a nice slick business package. You have sales now. You have people that they can call that have done this before, so it becomes easier.
It's an assembly line.
Right. So
like the YouTube. I mean,
right.
According to Colby, I wouldn't know.
Oh, so okay.
I just walk in at the last minute and say, "Well, who am I interviewing?" It's like, this guy did such and such.
But I'm making it sound very cavalier, like it's easy to do. But you have to be licensed in all 50 states. You have to have what's called a UFOC disclosure statement. You have to have a disclosure statement with every business package you send out. Talk about your history, your company's history. You have to really get, deep, which actually helps sales. People think it will hurt sales. When somebody sees the disclosure in there, they say, "Oh my God, he's transparent." Mm-hmm. But I have to do that.
Right.
Does that make any sense?
Yeah.
Right. So they're seeing all about my history and all that. So that actually helps sales. But to do the business package, to get licensed in all the states, to get a sales crew up, to get the location up. This is the work that is being done, the groundwork to make it look easy.
It takes time, it takes money. You got to rent an office space.
Of course, you got to get people that can actually sell,
right?
Closers and things like that. So that one, I sold a little over 4,000 machines in 3 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
How did that? Did you sell the business or just?
I would sell 3 machines minimum. 3 machines for 25,000. No, it didn't peter out. Remember, they told me to give me 3 years. At 3 years, they said, "Oh, they treated me great now," but at the end of 3 years, they took it over. I knew that.
So at the end of 3 years, we're selling this machine to anybody.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, they told me that.
But can you just keep going, or is it basically?
No, that's it. No, that's it. It's our machine. You got a 3-year run. But
they won't sell it to you anymore?
No. Yeah. Because I showed them it could do it.
Yeah.
Like, think about that. If I wasn't doing that well, they probably would have gave me another year or two.
Yeah.
And I was thinking about maybe I should slow down sales.
Yeah.
No, that's not my mentality. So I knew that at the end of 3 years it was going to be done. So at 96, 97, 98, at the end of 98, I was out of a business.
So you've got, but I'm assuming you put something away, so it's another kind of a.
I have about 800,000 at that time. So it's like 98. I'm buying the pool another 6-7 months.
Okay.
But now I got a better house and a nicer house. Now I got a daughter that's 2 or 3 years old now. And so I'm looking for the next opportunity. So
how long's that gap before your wife starts saying, "Listen,
that
it's enough
is funny.
already"?
That gap was about 5 or 6 months. I had a little honeymoon because I had some money.
Right.
But I start getting on her nerves because I'm like the community father, if that makes any sense. I'm in a gated community where I'm playing stickball with the kids and wiffle ball with the kids. I'm taking them to school. Like, she doesn't like the look. Like, you look
like a bum. Even though you're living in $1 million house, you still look like a fucking bum.
Exactly. I'm living in $1 million house and I'm home all day.
Yeah.
And I'm out with the kids wanting to get a game going on or something. Like, I'm literally I'm by the pool all day. I'm going to Publix saying hi to the managers just to buy scratch tickets, like buy 50 scratch tickets for boredom.
Right.
Going to the sushi place, ordering it's just stupidity. But I did that for about 6 months and then I got on her nerves. So how do you look for something else? I never really grinded looking. It always came up. Like my next one, I'm at Publix and I look at the counter and I say, wait a minute now, why do they have gumball machines? Like, they still have those gumball machines, the turn ones. Do you ever see anybody buy a gumball machine? Have you bought a gumball before? Maybe when you were 5, right?
Yeah, no.
But they were at but back then they were at every Publix, right? So somebody's got to be buying them, right?
I was going to say, they might still be there. I haven't looked lately,
exactly.
No?
Right.
I know. I remember, 7-Eleven, I guess convenience stores and stuff, like for the little kids, like they were everywhere.
Right. But it's not there for just show.
Yeah, they got to be selling something.
Right. So I'm watching these 2 kids come up to it, and they're about 6, 7 years old. The kid grabs it, picks his nose, and puts it in. There's no you don't realize sanitation issue too.
Yeah.
When they put that metal thing in, and so I'm looking at this going, there's got to be a better way. If they're buying gumballs, wouldn't they buy something that's like an adult and a kid product, and it's wrapped that's for sanitation? I don't know what this is going to be, but I'm thinking about there must be a machine that could help, that could go after both markets, right? Not just gumballs. So I don't know what this is going to be, and I walked around the store. This is end of 98. Remember the chocolate nuggets, the Hershey chocolate nuggets? Mm-hmm. Not the Kisses, but the nuggets. They were about that big. They were like bite-sized.
Yeah.
They came out with the almonds and cookies and cream, right? So I said, what if I could make a machine, like a gumball machine, just turned and put a Hershey chocolate in there? And I'm thinking that probably could be easy to make, right? Like, just convert a gumball machine into that. So I go to a place called CDI that made gumball machines in Miami. They made a lot of gumball machines. I said, could you convert this into just making a chocolate, just turn it to that? Oh, yeah, definitely. How many machines could you sell me? How many machines could you make in a month?
Right.
Oh, we could make probably 1,000. Well, could you make 5,000? Oh, I don't know. Could you sell 5,000? I said, maybe. So I started selling that, but now it's the internet. So now we have like spam. So I got in the whole world of the internet, this one, because I'm not doing newspaper ads, I'm not doing magazine ads anymore. I'm doing internet, I'm doing emails. I had this lady that would send out 1 million emails at a time. And, people would get cranky about it and call you and say, I want to kill you or something. But
they can unsubscribe.
Right, but they can unsubscribe, right. But back then they were like violent about it. They'd press like pound all the time. And so, but we get great response. But I would put on the ad, not Hershey, because I know I get sued. I'd put profit on America's #1 selling chocolate. And people would know it's Hershey, right?
Right.
So Hershey had a little problem with that, but I don't use the word Hershey. And so we started killing it. I was selling 30 machines for $10,000. But these people were selling me a machine for $80. They were making that gumball machine converted for $80. And I'm like,
and how many machines are you selling?
I'm selling 30 for 10 grand, but including $500 worth of chocolate.
But they don't have a location.
No, they got to get their own location. Right, exactly. We teach them like where to go, but you're talking about like laundromats, convenience stores, any place that would be a little turn machine with a chocolate.
They don't take up any. Do they pay the person that lets them put it there, or they just
generally with that they don't. With a Coke machine, with a Red Bull, when I got the Red Bull, yes, but not with 25 minutes. It's like a convenience for the people.
Yeah,
like a mint or something, right? So I sold in about a year and a half a little over 13,000 of those.
Is this the one where you went to Hershey?
Yes. Oh, so Hershey has a problem with it. And I said, there's no problem. I'm not using your name.
Right.
And plus, when a machine sees you can see Hershey product in there, I don't have to get that permission. You can sell any public product if you don't put on the side of the machine. You can't advertise with it. Like you can't put Coke on the side of your machine. Right. But you can put like soda. You can put soft drinks and then put Coke in there.
Yeah.
You can use a push button display. You see the can. That's not you don't have to have post permission for that.
Right. As long as it can't you and you had told me this before. I only know any of this because of you. You said you can use an image of it as long as it's the exact size of the image or something like that?
You can't advertise with that, but you can put that on the machine if it's the exact size.
Right. So like if you have the push button, it looks like the soda can.
That's it.
You can walk up and hit that soda can.
Or make it clear and show the soda can.
Okay.
Either one of those is legal, but you can't put Coke on the side.
Right. Unless it's Coke owned by Coke.
Well, it's owned by Coke. Unless it's Coke machine.
Yeah, they do it. Yeah.
They do it. Well, sometimes they let people do it, but I mean that's another story. But yeah, to do that, you can't use their product name on advertising also. Okay. So I go to Hershey and I'm like, they're gonna dig into me, and I'm like, they have no standing.
Yeah.
So I go to Hershey and I sit down and I have literally an office that, think about this. Have you ever seen a boardroom office that's like a joke in a movie that's like 50 people sit at that?
Yeah.
That you can see down the hall? That's what this was. There was like 50 people there. And they're all eating Eggs Benedict, but good Eggs Benedict. Right. Like I'm talking about these people in Hershey live.
But you flew in.
I flew in. Oh, I flew into Hershey, yeah.
Okay.
And I think they're going to chew me out. And they started to chew me out. No, I'm going to sue you. You can't do this. Like, what? You can't sue me. I'm trying to promote your product.
Yeah.
So finally, they're just exasperated, and they're eating their Eggs Benedict, and they say, why should we do this? And I knew I had them then. I'm like, why should you do this? Okay. Well, by the way, I've already sold about 10,000 of these machines.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So
you're welcome.
They're like, big deal. Okay, but then they don't realize, this is like, even an investor is the same as an executive. Like everybody asks me, would you rather sell a smart person or a stupid person? What would your answer be? Like, what would you think I would want to sell, a smart person or a stupid person?
Well, I already know we've had this conversation, so I already know what your answer is. I know that initially but this was also before I really looked into this, is I used to think, well, stupid people fall for things. But the truth is, when you explained it to me, was that's not true at all.
No.
I'd rather be somebody who's smart enough to understand the dynamics of the business and that it is an opportunity and it will work.
A person of lesser intelligence is going to understand the nuances of a sales pitch.
Right.
Or the schematic of it, or the numbers of it, or the quick pace of it, all that. I'd rather have a Mensa student than somebody that dropped out of high school any day to sell. So in the boardroom, they say, well, why do we want this? Why did Hershey? We're Hershey, for crying out loud. Okay. Well, I've sold 10,000 of these. And I said, at a typical, like, say, a laundromat, how many of these chocolates do you think you could sell in a day, I told them? In a 12-hour day. Just be conservative, I told them. They said, oh, at least like 2 an hour, like 30 a day. Okay, let's take the 30 a day like you said. 30 a day times 10,000 machines is 300,000 chocolates a day. That's 2 million chocolates a week. That's 100 million chocolates a year. Mm-hmm. And do you know how much you have to pay for me to get that out for you?
No, nothing.
0. And they were like, oh, let's listen to this guy.
Right.
And they were like, oh, we don't have a problem anymore. So, they didn't. So I went back to sell that. So what's crazy is I had a year and a half run with that and made about $1 million on that. And within one day, I was stopped. See, this is where I'm a great hustler. I'm not a great CEO. And why do you think within a day I was stopped?
Did they steal the idea again, or they stopped the product?
No,
they stopped.
No.
Can you still buy these things?
Yes.
Okay. What
Think
happened?
about this. This is why I didn't see it either. Okay. You can't patent a gumball machine. Do you know how many companies actually make gumball machines in this country? Probably about 10 or 15.
Okay.
Like it's a gumball machine. It's just there's no patent on a gumball machine. So all these other manufacturers that make gumball machines and sell them for like $70, $80, $90, $100, they're looking at me. I'm selling 30 machines for 10 grand. Mm-hmm. And they see me all over the internet. So if you're making gumball machines in Idaho, I'm going to start advertising. Forget about 30 machines for 10 grand. I'll sell you a machine for $200. I'll sell you a machine for $150. Mm-hmm. So they started advertising online, and what can I do about that?
They don't need you anymore. Nobody needs you anymore.
But they're using my coattails because I've already got the excitement about the product out there. So they go make a machine that puts Hershey's in there, and they start advertising that, which is fine. I mean, like maybe I should have saw that, but if I saw it, I would still done the same way. But within like months, I was done. But now I have like $1.5 million in the bank. So my pool days were longer at that point. So I'm back to being the house dad of the neighborhood for about 2 years.
What do you do with the business? Like, I'm assuming you've got a lease on some business. Like,
absolutely.
Do you walk in one day and you got 12 employees and you go, sorry, bro, y'all got it, or just
not that quick. Not that quick. Within probably a month or a month and a half. Yeah.
They're just not selling. They're not making any money anymore. They know what's happened and they're not selling anymore. So they just kind of start.
It's funny. It's funny that you say that because most people, like, I tell somebody, if somebody went in for a job for sales, right? And you said, listen, I'm going to give you 13% of whatever you sell, or I'm going to give you 6% of whatever you sell plus $1,000 cash a week. What would you take?
I think most people would take the $1,000 and the 6% because it's a guarantee.
Those are the idiots.
Yeah.
Those are the idiots. You know why? Those are not closers because if you don't sell, you're not going to be there anyways, right?
Right.
So if you do sell, wouldn't you rather make 13% than 6%?
Yeah, I understand, but I mean, I know the mentality of most people.
The people that told me I want $1,000 salary and 6%, I'd never hire them.
Okay.
Ever. That's not a closer.
Well, you hear the people on the TikTok where they say, would you get would you rather have what is it, like they say, like a penny that doubles every hour? Or would you rather have $1 million? And people are like, oh, I'd rather have the $1 million. It's like, okay, well.
Yeah, you don't even get math or that. But I'm saying the mentality has to be where if I know I can sell your product and you service your product, I believe in your company, I'd rather have the higher percentage.
Yeah.
Like if you said you could sell McDonald's franchises and they said you can make 13% every franchise you sell, or you can make 3%, but I'll pay you $1,000 a week salary. If you said $1,000 a week salary, 3%, you'd be a moron. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because people don't realize in sales, you can make nothing, or you can make great money.
Right.
But if you make nothing, you're not going to be in that sales job very long.
Right.
So
the sales team kind of take the fact that now you're not, these things are everywhere and anybody can buy them directly from the manufacturer. Kind of takes care of the sales team on its own. They start dropping off.
It does. And it's funny because all the sales team, when I did the 6-month hiatus, a year hiatus at home, would be calling me like daily to say, hey, you want to do another one?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like, I'm like, aren't you want another job by now? Like, shouldn't you go work? Oh, no, we like you because I was generous, paid good commission. I had good products that's saleable. So, yeah, they would be bugging me. So, but this one I had some really good money in the bank, like over $1 million, and life was good. And I'm not even looking for anything else. So, but I spent about 2 years at home with that one.
Wow.
Yeah, about 2 years at home. But doing stocks, like thought I could be a stockbroker. No. Come on, I'm not a stockbroker. Yeah. I'm not a daily broker. Day traded.
Yeah.
Bad situation. I mean, you think you're smart until you're like, it's not good. So that one, I'm looking for something else. And the next one was what's called I liked ATM machines. And people don't realize that most ATM machines, even the ones at the bank, are most of the time owned by individuals. Like if you go to one at the bank, say you're at True West Bank, and you go to the ATM machine and you get your $20, it doesn't come out. You go to the teller and you say, listen, the $20 didn't come out. Oh, here's the customer service number. The True West doesn't even own they let somebody use it.
Yeah.
That's an individual with that ATM machine. So 95% of ATM machines are owned by individuals. But here's the thing why most people don't want to do ATM machines. Say you had 10 ATM machines and you're making $2 a transaction. That's good, right? But you have to float like 40 grand a machine.
Right.
You don't lose that, but you never get that. You never get to handle that because it's always working for you. So if you have 10 machines, you better have $500,000 to float out there, to keep the cash going. And the thing, you have to hire a Brinks thing to put the cash in there because you don't want to get robbed. So there's a lot of intricacies to that business. So then I thought to myself, what if we could do an ATM machine there's no cash? And I'm like, I told my friend's like, how would you do that? I'd say, well, a piece of paper you bring up to the register and they give you cash there. Why would a register want to do that? Because you'll buy more there if you get cash there. It's kind of like a buyback with the Publix now, give you $50 back in cash.
Right.
But think about this: you have an ATM machine, and it says on there, "Go get it at the register." So, like we got some McDonald's, to be honest with you, that said yes to that. You go to the McDonald's and they give it to because the McDonald's knows they have algorithms that they know if you get cash, you're more apt to buy one more fillet of fish if you get the cash. So, like when I did that opportunity, there was a lot of McDonald's that let me put that machine in there. It's called a script ATM machine. Okay. So it's an ATM machine that you get $1, $2 a transaction, but you don't have to put the cash in there. You put in a piece of paper. Now there's the McDonald's want a better percentage, yes, but at least you don't have to put cash in there. Mm-hmm. So that's my next one was that. which wasn't a home run. All my other ones were pretty much either home runs or doubles. That was more of a single. Like I made money on that, but I actually got out of that one because I wasn't making the big money that I was used to. And then that's when I got into the inevitable Red Bull because
I thought it started as the energy center. Listen, bro, I know. I could tell.
No, he could tell a story too. Yeah, I could go. Well, it did start
because I liked the energy center. I always liked the evolution of the energy center.
You know what? Me being an idiot, maybe I should have kept with the energy center.
Maybe said that many times.
I wouldn't be right here.
Many times.
But it was 2004, and I kept going to these convenience stores. These damn convenience stores would have an addiction to scratch tickets. I'd buy $100 like $20 tickets at once. I get people addicted to it. I feel bad. I got this one lady. I went to the sushi place. I'd always have scratch tickets like when I'm waiting for my sushi. She got addicted to that and ended up being probably lost her job and being homeless because she doesn't realize that I have the money to actually like lose.
I can lose.
Right, sure. So what happened was,
well, before you get, can I ask a question real quick?
Yeah, sure.
At this point, where were you living?
I'm living in Davie, Florida.
Okay.
My house is about like 1.3. I have my daughter at the time is about 7 or 8. This is 2004. Driving a 7 Series, life is good. Taking her to school now, I have time, and that was probably the best part of my life, really.
Going to Vegas, to vacations.
Yeah, you know, the Vegas stuff really didn't happen until the Red Bull stuff. No, yeah, taking vacations, Atlantis and stuff like that, little small vacations. But really, at that time, I was more of like a homebody with my family. Like, it was probably my best time of me personally, like, to just the staycations, to deal with my family, to take them my daughter to school. I mean, it was Pollyanna for me right then, to be honest with you.
I was going to say, people are always like, yeah, when you had money, like, well, you do this.
Right.
It was like, no, like, I don't.
Oh, when I had the Red Bull money, that was different.
I don't really leave the house much.
No, but the Red Bull money was different. I was making like $500,000 a week.
Right.
So that one, you're forced to do something crazy.
Yeah.
Like when you're making $1 million a year, you're not forced to do something crazy because that's great money.
Yeah.
And that's great money for the average person in the world. It's great money. But when you're making, like, when you see your bank account go $300,000-400,000 a week more, like, you got to do something at that point. So the Red Bull stuff, that's different. So do you act like an idiot with that? It's like, yes.
I still feel like if I was making $5 million a year, I still feel like I would listen. I was upset. I would stay home. Like, I was upset when we moved here.
Yeah.
Because we ran this podcast out of my living room for 3 years. For 3 years. And 2 years ago, or a year into it, I sold my car. Because I was the only time I was using my vehicle, and I had a car payment. It's like $400 plus the tax, plus the insurance. There was no gas because I never drove it. But I remember one time I did something where I called my wife or something, just told her, could you pick something up, and hung up the phone. And I was like, I could go get it. And then I thought, when was the last time I drove my car? And I literally had driven my car like one time in a month, and the month before that, maybe twice. And the only times I'd even left, I realized, was like to go get like creamer.
Right, sure.
And it was like, well, that's stupid. She's coming. I could wait 20 minutes or an hour. She's coming home from work. Could you stop by Publix?
Right.
And so I called her up and I said, I'm going to sell my car. And she's like, well, you never use it. Like, she didn't even question it.
But you're forced to look into that. When you have money, you're not. Like, think about this. When I had money, like, I heat my pool, like, for like, what, 3 days a year in South Florida?
Right.
Like, what am I heating my pool and paying an extra $1,000 a month for, like, electricity? It's like stupid stuff like that. But the Red Bull stuff was funny because I had done my 6-7 months of staying by after the ATM machines. And I was really, at that time, looking for an opportunity. Right. Now I'm looking, though. Like, I got my juices are flowing. I'm 35 years old. I want to do something. So I'm looking at, like, 100 different things. The Red Bull thing, like just came upon me because I see everybody with Red Bull cans. I'm like, what the hell is this energy? I drink it. It tastes like crap. Like I don't know the appeal.
Right.
But I keep going to these stores and ask them, how much Red Bull do you sell? And they roll their eyes. Everybody rolled their eyes like, oh, you don't even know. I'm like, what? But I can't get involved because they have distributors for the cans. I can't go be a bottler. They already have bottlers.
Right.
So I'm thinking to myself, how can I get involved in this energy drink? Because it is a craze at the time. Yeah. Like Coca-Cola was scared because they can't compete against it. Coca-Cola's for refreshment.
Right.
Energy drinks for energy. They were scared.
Yeah.
So in 2004, when they started to really rock, they were a competitor, like a violent competitor. Like Coke can deal with Pepsi. That's easy. We're both the same. Like, I can deal with Pepsi. I don't know about this guy, though. So what happened was, I'm thinking of a way to get in the business. I don't know how to get in the business. But here's what the irony of is that all the cans were different sizes. If you remember, Red Bull was about 8 ounce. Monster was huge, right? Rockstar was big. None of them are 12-ounce traditional cans.
Right.
None of them. So a can of Coke is 12 ounces. Like, the ones that were in just base the can. So all the vending machines couldn't fit this, like little Red Bull, the big thing. None of them could fit it, retrofit all of it. So it was tough for get a machine. So I went to a manufacturer that knew I could sell. I have a history now. And he says, listen, I've been trying to get your business. I'll make a prototype of machine for you. This guy named Sega Manufacturing out of Chicago. He kept going to trade shows saying, please, I'll make anything for you. Okay, you want to make anything? Make me what I said it was an energy center. All the energy drinks. I want Monster, Rockstar, Amp. I want all of them. Crunk, I want, like, you name it, I want it in there. He says, I think I can do that. So he made a machine. It was generic. It wasn't a beautiful machine. It was serviceable. It had the push button display, and it was just a basic machine with 8 selections. But it wasn't fancy looking. It was about like maybe 4 foot tall. It was just, so I started selling that in 2004, and I sold 3 of those machines with no cans. You go to cans yourself, but I would give you like Costco, like had a price. I'll give you the best price in your area, even a distributor maybe that would sell to you. And I would sell 3 of those machines for $10,000. And he was making me those machines for about $2,000, about $1,900. So he was making me for,
So there's like a $4,000.
It's like a $4,000 profit,
okay.
Right?
And can you explain the region or the areas, how you would break up?
Yeah, that was the thing where like the people's the only thing they bucked on, the only thing they really had to be reticent on, you could sell 10 people in my neighborhood. And that's true.
Right.
Like say you bought in Tampa, but you lived in Ybor City. What if I went and hoarded up and sold 50 people in Ybor City? There's probably not room for 50 people.
Right.
With like 10 different machines apiece. So I would say, listen, you're calling from Ybor. I got 3 spots in that area of Tampa, and that's the only time I'm only going to sell 3 people. But I have to tell you with a straight face, if somebody moved from Miami to Tampa, I can't stop them.
Right.
But I'm going to limit the number of people in the area. It gives urgency. Like, hey, I got 2 people already been in that area. You better be the last person.
Right.
So it's a sales tactic too. But I would sell areas, which is legal, but it looks skeevy to a jury if you ever go to a trial. Like, hey, you're telling a guy you only going to sell 3, but you have 5 guys in that area. Yeah, because the guy could have moved. I was literally only selling, like if I ran out of 10 people in L.A., I would only sell 10 people in L.A.
Right.
But if you're in San Diego and move to L.A. and bring a machine, I can't do anything about that.
Yeah, but you're not saying that.
But I'm not saying that. Right.
No,
so
I'm not. It's kind of like the McDonald's kind of like, well, it's not McDonald's, because another McDonald's is not going to move in there.
Right.
But I can't guarantee that they're not going to open up a Burger King across the street.
Right.
But we have a McDonald's in this location, we're not stacking them up.
Yes, exactly.
So,
but I'm going to tell them I'm going to only sell 5 people in Tampa.
Right.
And I would only sell 5 people in Tampa. So I was selling that machine 3. Well, most people would buy 5 because it was a better deal. They buy 3 for $10,000, or they'd buy 5. I think it was like maybe like 14 something or something like that. So I had different price brackets.
Right.
So I sold about 2,000 of those machines in 2004. So I was doing pretty well. I had a sales crew of about 7-8 people, customer service. I was making about $20,000 a week, $30,000 a week. Life was good. No complaints. I mean, the machine was very serviceable. It really worked well. It wasn't gorgeous, like I said, but it was, if there was any problems with it, the guy would fix it. The guy had a warranty. You could send the machine back. He'd give you another one. So it was, he did me well. And I did him dirty when Red Bull came along. So what happened is I'm a year into this. And on a Friday, I'm going to go to South Beach with my wife. And with no notice, my secretary says, hey, you got a guy out here named Dietrich. He says he owns Red Bull. He wants to meet with you. I'm like, what? He didn't call? No, he's out on the couch in the lobby with 2 guys.
Do you even know who he is?
I don't. He says he's named Red Bull. I look him up, and it's Dietrich Warnschitz. Like, he's like a weird last name. And I look him up, and and I look down the hall, and I look to the couch, and it looks like him. And he's from Austria. What is he doing in Sunrise, Florida, in my sales office for?
Right.
He's got him, a lawyer. This is what I know afterwards. A lawyer, and Gary Smith was the head of Red Bull North America. They were out of Santa Monica, California. But he's the founder of Red Bull. Dietrich is. And at the time, he's got a soccer team. He's got a Formula One team. This is like his
commercials are running 50,
yeah,
100.
Cartoon commercials, right? They're starting to really ramp up. He wasn't as big as his height in 2004, but they're ramping. So he's in my office. Like, what? So he comes into my regular office from the lobby. And I'm stupid. I got a big office back then. I got money. I got an office probably the size of your whole office now, my personal office. And so I bring him in, and he sits down. And he says, what's that machine you got in your lobby? Because I have an energy center in my lobby. Mm-hmm. He goes, oh, that's a piece of shit. I'm like, what? Why that's a good machine. I don't even want my product in there. It doesn't matter. You have no say in it. It's a push-button display. Right. I said, why are you here? This is unannounced now. He says, I'm here because of this. And he pulls a briefcase out, and he puts a picture of a Red Bull machine that's 6 foot tall, bubble front, shaped like a Red Bull can. I've never seen this machine. I said, that's gorgeous. I said, there's only 3 people in the world that can make that machine. There's Royal, Dixie Narco, and National. Those are the only 3 I know can make that type of machine. He goes, yeah, Royal makes it. out of West Virginia. I said, I know Royal. I said, this is a gorgeous machine. How many machines have you put out in the last year? He kind of pressed his chest out and he says, 500. I go, 500? I just sold my 3,000th one of the energy center. You call that a piece of shit. Now I know why you're here. You know, Royal's giving you shit. You're supposed to be the next Coca-Cola. You only put out 500 machines? He goes, well, you could sell more? And then here's the stupid part of me. I just see number signs. And I said, I could sell 10,000 of those a week. You name it. Red Bull machine endorsed by Red Bull. So now all of a sudden, you know, I see the number signs, right? Which is what's bad because he's coming to me. I should really negotiate a good contract for me. I should have the upper hand, right? But now it's like a pretty girl. I'm just going to do whatever he wants, right? I mean, it's Red Bull. So he says, how'd you like to sell this machine? I said, I'd love to sell that machine. I want exclusive though. Oh, you'd have to sell at least, and he just comes up with a figure, 75 a week. 75 a week? I'll sell 75 a day. Oh, you know, I said, yeah, and I knew I could because, you know, just people would drool over this. Mm-hmm. So he says, okay, we make a contract, which I ended up suing him for, and he lost, but it went to my restitution. But anyways, he writes a contract down, which doesn't mean anything for him. He could say, no, he's Red Bull. He's in Austria. I'm a little guy.
Yeah.
But it's basically a push-pull contract, 90 days notice if you want to cancel it, and you could buy the machines for this amount. You have to buy. Okay. Here's where I went wrong. I stopped selling the energy center because now he's the redheaded chef's child. This is like J-Lo compared to a girl that's a school teacher or something, right? So the school teacher's nice though, but I told the guy in Chicago, I'm going to sell the Red Bull machine now.
Oh, what'd he say?
He said, let's meet in Miami first. We meet in Brickell, and he says, they're going to shit on you, You're going to sell a certain amount, and they're going to just dispose of you because, they need to get machines out. And I'm like, yeah, sour grapes. And I shouldn't have because this guy, he treated me well. And so I said, nah, I'm just going to go with that. Because I didn't want to sell both because it would be confusing. Say somebody come on, do I buy the energy center or I buy the Red Bull machine? What would you tell them?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, connection with Red Bull exclusivity, of course, it's a better position to be in.
But maybe not. You know why? This is in hindsight. I should have looked at. They're only selling Red Bull. This machine's still selling Red Bull too, but with other products.
Right.
I don't see that. Maybe that's a detriment to me, but maybe not. Okay.
But I can see why you would.
Of course, I'm making this because I can sell this machine in my sleep.
Right.
So I start selling that machine, and literally in the first month we sold about 5,000 machines. And Royal said Royal told me to sell whatever, but they don't believe I'm going to sell that much.
Right.
So I give them a purchase order for 5,000 machines. Oh, we can't make the machines that quick. I mean, maybe we could make 2,000, 3,000, but they say, well, we need this part. We told Red Bull about it, but it's cost like $300,000, and we need this machine to actually retrofit the bubble front. And if I don't have this, I can't make those numbers. I said, ask Red Bull. That's Red Bull's machine.
Right.
So me being stupid and seeing the number signs, I say, listen, I'll give you the 300,000, but you got to put in writing that you can at least make me this amount of machines a month. So I give them the 300,000. And listen to me, I could have sold 10,000 machines a week. They just wouldn't be able to make it. I mean, then the sales went crazy. I mean, it was nuts. I went from making 20,000, 30,000 a week to making about between 400,000 and 500,000 a week. What do you do with that? And what do you do as a CEO? Now I got to hire 35, 40 more salespeople. How do you control that mess? I got to hire 10 more customer service. I have 150 employees at this time. I used to have like 20. I'm not a CEO. I'm a hustler, right? I mean, what do I know?
You went to Austria.
Yes.
Because I just always because the picture
I went to Austria, but I didn't even have to go to Austria, to be honest with you. I went to Austria about 5-6 months in for two reasons.
Right.
One is Dietrich begged me to go because I think he was proud of it. I was like his little puppy selling a lot of machines, and he was shocked I was selling that many machines because he only sold 500. And the second thing is I really wanted to negotiate something different with him. Here's my angle. I'm selling cans, right? There's a bunch of people calling me up that don't want the machines, that want cans.
Right.
Why can't I sell it?
Right.
And he's saying, no way, you got to go to the I understand they have distributors in their area. But if you're directly calling me from my advertising for cans and you want to buy 1,000 cans for an event or something, why can't I sell it to you? He wouldn't let me. So I went for that too. So I go to Austria, and it's weird because, first of all, I don't know why I'm going there. That really, I don't have to go. I could do that over the phone.
Yeah.
Okay. But I go to
cool. You wouldn't want to go? Why would you want to go?
I mean,
I think it'd be cool.
My name's Levinson. I mean, in Austria, you never know. There's some the Nazis
fine.
left or something.
Stop.
I'm being real. I mean, what am I? Because I do go there. The guy that picked me up from the airport. Listen to this. I'm with my sales manager, right? He's in an SUV and he takes us in the woods. All Austria is the woods, right? But we go from the airport to where there's no lights in the streets. And I'm like, the guy could take me anywhere. A guy could be taking me to lynch me. I don't know, right? I don't know.
Selling too many machines for him to lynch anybody.
I mean, who knows, right? I mean, like, so you've seen crazier stuff, right? So I'm going through the woods, and all of a sudden in the clearing of the woods, you can see these red sign. You can't see what it says yet. And you get closer, it says Red Bull. This factory is like Willy Wonka. It's like this 10 blocks long.
Right.
It's massive. And like at one time, he sold all the cans in the world he sold were through that thing. He wouldn't let people make them in the United States. He eventually did.
Yeah.
But there's one time he was so diabolical, I'm going to make every can here. He was making 5.5 million cans in one facility. So, I mean, that's pretty impressive. But eventually he said, this is a pain in the ass. I'm not going to do it. I go into his place, and you think my office was big. I got a personal office that's about 1,000 square feet. I thought I was a king. I could chip golf balls there. I could putt. His personal office was probably, I'm not even going to exaggerate, 5,000 square feet. Right. Like you couldn't even see him at the other side. Like one of those, like it looked like a funny movie set. Like, you know what I mean? Like you see him in a little chair back there. I go in there, and this is what the crazy thing he said to me. He said, listen, he goes, how'd you sell like already 15,000 machines? I go, how? I mean, like you sell yourself. He goes, yeah, but you know, you must be saying some stuff. And I was like, oh, I'm thinking like I'm looking for a wire or something.
Right.
Like I'm like he threw me off with that. And in hindsight, he wasn't. Yet, I don't think.
No, because he's probably already thinking, I at some point, I've got to kick this guy to the curb and take this over.
Well, I think what he's getting is a little feedback from investors and little people shitting on us because they didn't do as well.
Okay.
Like when you first do it, he doesn't know about business opportunity. He doesn't really know how it works. He just wants me to like spell machines.
Yeah.
So the first 2-3 months, people are just getting their machines, and all he sees is me doing crazy numbers. I'm the hero, right? But once they're out there for about 5-6 months, you get feedback on how they're doing, right? So he gets feedback, and like I said, it's not all Pollyanna. People aren't doing some numbers. So now he's kind of getting a temperature of saying like, hey, you're in a skeevy business.
Right.
And that was his perception. So that's the kind of.
Well, you're assuming that he didn't say that.
He did not say that.
Okay.
I'm assuming that he's kind of getting a feel for like an out for me.
Okay.
Like an out.
Yeah.
And that's why, like, I don't want to skip around, but that's why he made that memo in trial saying that he gave me a warning, which he never did.
Right.
A 30-page memo, which he could have made that a day before he went to the trial. Didn't even have to testify against. But yes, he was trying to make. Red Bull knew they were in bed with a skeevy industry, business opportunities.
Right.
Now they want to spin it. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, yeah.
So I make little bad decisions during that time. One is that, when you're selling, like we sold hard. When I say it means sold hard, when you call a broker up, they're going to sell you hard, right? You call a broker in New York, they're not going to be like, oh, I need to talk to my wife. They're going to say, well, your wife is the pants in the family. Like, you know what I'm saying?
This is Joseph Vitale, the hard sell.
The hard sell. There's all kinds. Benjamin Franklin clothes. There's all. But what I'm saying, I guess, is my guys were like some of the guys in New York, Boston guys. They're tough sells.
They're aggressive. Yeah.
They're aggressive. They're not guaranteeing that you'll make it. We're not saying you'll guarantee money, but they're aggressive. So what happened was, we start going crazy. I mean, I make the first month maybe $2 million in my pocket. So, like, where do you go from there? But the thing was, like I said, I needed to get 150 salespeople now, like about a little over 100 at the height, 110 salespeople, like 40 customer service. That's a lot of people. I mean, you got to be a CEO for this, right? I mean, cash coming in is like $10, $15 million a month. Like, just pure not profit, obviously, right?
No, you got to buy the machines, you got to pay the salespeople.
Right, exactly. So, I got to get an operations manager. I got to get a post-sales manager. I got to get a lot of people. And I'm good at selling. Remember, I'm good at hustling. So there's a lot that goes into this.
When people called in, who were these people? Where are they finding you?
Sure.
And when they call in, they're going to a salesperson. What is the salesperson kind of saying? So where are they finding you? What are they saying?
Sure. They're finding me on sites called business opportunity sites. You probably never even heard of some of these, but they're incredible. Like one's called Franchise Gator. One's called Be the Boss. Franchise.com. They're franchise sites.
Right.
I can be next to McDonald's. You know how much credibility that is? If I'm on the front page of a site, there's McDonald's, me, and like Jiffy Lube Auto.
Right.
So I could be on these sites. You pay a lot more for the first page. Like if you're on the first page next to McDonald's, you're gonna pay like $100,000 a month. Yeah, but they're gonna get you leads. So if you put in business opportunity on Google, it'll come up these sites. Like Franchise Gator, it sounds crazy, right? Back then I was getting probably 100 responses a day.
Okay.
And I'm next to McDonald's. So this is where I get my leads. The leads wouldn't call in. I wouldn't even put a number. I'd do an application. I want to know who you are. Then we get the application with a number, and then a salesperson would call them. And then what's a fronter would call them, what's called a fronter. Like, I don't want somebody to be a closer right away. I want somebody just giving them an overview and saying that if they're curious or serious. Like, I mean, I want to know if you have the money. I want to know that if you'd be ready to buy. I want to know if you have any, like, don't answer any questions, really. Like, try to just give them an overview. So those people would call them and then send them out a business package. And then they'd respond to the business package with, like, a number of a closer, like their business card in there. And they would call back and go over the opportunity. And then, like I said, at that time, they'd want to know, like, who are you? Like, what are the sales? You'd have to pitch them.
So, I mean, who are these people? Are these like
these are like be your own boss type of people? Like somebody that's say he's working as a postman. I'm sick of being a postman.
These aren't like millionaires.
No, hell no.
These are guys that are like a step above, like blue collar. These are middle class people that they're tired of working.
Somebody making $50,000 a year, right? And all of a sudden can have 10 vending machines. Maybe can have 100 one day, quit their job and have 100 vending machines and just do vending machines.
Right.
Sounds good, right?
Yeah.
So like these were like average everyday working America, yeah.
Okay.
That would have $50,000 for 10 machines, $50,000 minimum investment. It sounds like a lot, but back in 2004 and 2005, when homes were going up and everything, people have $50,000 like nothing.
Yeah, they could get a home equity line of credit or whatever. Or you just really just go get a personal loan, probably, exactly. If your credit's good enough. Okay, so I remember this was an issue.
Yeah.
That one of the things was you had people would call in and they would say, "Hey, listen, you couldn't give them the exact numbers." Well, here's what I remember.
Yeah, sure.
And I know you've watched the show because I pitched done your pitch, which was the 1 hour pitch. And you kind of went over that because I remember when we were talking about this at Coleman, you were like, well, I got in trouble because, my salespeople would say, because they never had you on a tape ever.
No, ever.
So it was always
No, they did tape me, but they wouldn't put it in trial because it was bad for them because I didn't say anything.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, they never had you really saying anything wrong. That's what I'm saying.
Never.
And that your salespeople would be like, yeah, listen, like how many, if you found a decent location, how many an hour?
Exactly.
Right. And you say how many an hour, and then it'd be how many hours a day.
Right.
And then how many a month. And you explain it. You say, okay, great. Right. You'll have it all. These things will pay for themselves in 8 months.
Well, if you do those numbers, right.
Right.
And sometimes we'd even cut those numbers in half. Like, hey, we'll be real conservative.
That's what it would be like, they go like, like six an hour.
Right,
and you go, no, let's cut that in half.
Right.
And you give it to them and they'd be paid off in 6 months.
Right.
And I remember when you were telling me that, I was like, well, that's perfect. I was like, what's wrong with that? There's nothing. It's their numbers.
I even did beyond that. On their purchase order, I'd have to have them sign saying that we guarantee no specific level of income.
Right.
They have to sign that. Like, I can't guarantee you'll make $1. I don't know where the machines are going to go.
Right.
And in trial, they said, sometimes they would say, oh, I didn't really read that. Well, why'd you sign it?
Right. You sign it. It's not my fault. But
exactly.
That's a common. That's common.
But this isn't even fine print. Right? This is like in the purchase order. The first line, Creative Concepts of America cannot guarantee any specific. It wasn't even in the back. It was in the front of the purchase order to make sure that they see that in bold print. Now, that doesn't give me carte blanche to say anything for the salesperson, just to have that wipe away everything. But they're still signing that.
Well, I remember when because this always got me, is that when you guys would say, how many an hour, and I had said to you, well, what's wrong with that? And you said, well, what's wrong with that is that when we would say one in an hour, they have to say one. Right. It's like nobody says 0. They're going to say at least 1 or 2. And you said some of these guys would say 6 or 8 or 12 and be like, oh,
guys would say 10, 15.
You'd be like, come on, you're getting crazy.
Right.
But and I was like, okay, you said they at least say 1, and I go, okay, well, what's wrong with 1? And you had said, well, because actually the average vending machine sells one drink every like 3.5 hours. And you were like,
that's what ours did. But what's crazy about the government had numbers out for a traditional machine, like a Coke machine or something, that they would do about 1 an hour.
Oh, okay.
Like, I'm talking about, this is the government's average.
Yeah.
Like and we'd show that in our business packet. This is the government saying that.
Right. Which helps you. Only helps you.
Of course it does. But that's a machine that might sell Coke and everything.
Right.
And just like our energy center that sells everything. So in hindsight, and this is complete hindsight, just being Red Bull maybe hurt it, but it's not going to hurt sales because you see what I'm saying? It's a lot sexier, but maybe the dichotomy of it is that specific machine pigeonholed it where it wasn't the best opportunity, but it looks the best opportunity because it's Red Bull.
Right.
So that's where I think it came into. So yes, I was truly shocked. Like you can lie detector test, whatever. I was shocked that they were only doing 3-4 sales a day.
Right.
That's a gorgeous machine. Red Bull selling everywhere. The height of Red Bull. Why is it doing 3-4 a day? It's insanity.
What about the references?
Well, the references were people that own machines.
Right.
Now, here's the thing. Like, I have people that actually bought machines from me that said they'll take calls. Okay. Now,
because people that are interested in buying a business opportunity are saying like, well, okay, and you guys would say,
let me talk to somebody who's done it. No, we wouldn't even pitch it. We'd have it in our bullet, but we wouldn't say, hey, give me 2 people. No, we'd wait for them to ask. If they didn't ask, we wouldn't give it.
Yeah, but if they did, you say, yeah, I'll give you some numbers.
Because first of all, at first I didn't pay for their phone bill, and that I thought it would be skeezy for me paying them anything. And the government made a big deal about me paying for their phone bill. Like, just like, bring me a phone bill and I'll pay for it.
Right.
Like, oh, now they're salespeople. No, they're not salespeople. They bought machines. But here's the human nature of it. Do I know this? Yes. Did I know that then? Yes. Is that if you bought 10 machines from me and you decide to be a reference,
right,
and I'm giving you your phone bill and things like that, you're probably going to say good things, right?
Yeah, of course.
But here's the crazy part. You're probably going to like even lie. I didn't tell you to lie, but I had people like that tape recording guys saying, well, I have one in Disney World. And why are you telling them that? I didn't even tell you to say that. It's not true, but they want to feel bigger than they are.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So like it was crazy, and I'm not listening to every one of the calls they're doing and stuff like that. And also the government made a big deal that they would call me back saying, hey, Williams called and he's hot. Well, I mean, of course they're going to say that, right? I mean, they just talk to the guy, right? So, do I know they're going to say things, and do I know they're even going to probably lie? That's human nature.
Right.
But did I tell them to lie? No. I don't need to tell them to lie. But did these people buy machines? Yes. But inherently, like some of them, like they did tape recording. I was in trial. I was shocked at some of the things they said. It's like, why are you telling them that? You don't need to over-exaggerate it.
Right.
But they do. About 4 or 5% of people come to see you because they want to see you're real.
Right.
And I love that because once they see that you have a nice office, they're going to do business with you. They just want the mindset to know that they're not giving it to a boiler room.
Right.
So out of those
some Indian in India.
So out of like, say in my whole history, out of the 100 people that came to see me, those people were broken up into 3 different types, only 3 types. One, they want to do business. That's all they want to do is see that you're real, do business in your office. Okay, just do business, handshake, let's give you the check, and that's it. 2 is they want to do business and they don't want to eat alone. And I don't want to eat alone either. Like they're traveling by themselves and like, hey, you want to have a bite to eat with me? And maybe not even talk business, but just have a bite to eat. Mm-hmm. And the 3rd want to do debauchery in South Florida. They want me to show them some kind of crazy debauchery.
Yeah, let's some girls. Let's go to
the
strip club.
Right, yeah, you name it, right? Okay, so the guy says, why don't you talk about that? And he says, what would your first story be? I said, well, my first story would be the Mormon. And he goes, what's the Mormon? I said, there's a Mormon guy that called me up and he said, I want to buy 20 machines. But if I'm going to give you like, $97,000, I need to come see that you're a family man, you're religious, and you believe in Jesus and the Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints and all that. And we would need to pray together.
Of course.
So I said, okay, come to my office. Absolutely, right? So he comes in and we talk for about an hour in my office, and all he talks about, he doesn't even talk about the opportunity, the Red Bull opportunity. He talks about family. I see your family. I see your wife. I see your daughter. How you feel about Jesus? You feel about John Smith? John Smith? Yeah, he was a great kicker for the Patriots. I knew John Smith is in the BYU. But anyways, so he's talking about, have you been to Provo and BYU? It's so great. And I said, yeah. So he's talking about family, God, and really like genuine things. So I have to respect that. He's a man of God. So he says, I'm going to do the deal, but I want to pray on this. Let's hold hands. So we hold hands. I pray. All right. And we do the prayer. And he says, I feel good about you. Yeah, I'm going to do the deal. Okay. He gives me the check. He says, but I'm staying at the Atlantic Hotel in Fort Lauderdale Beach. I really don't want to eat alone. I said, fine. There's a restaurant downstairs called Trina at the time. And Trina's was a good restaurant I liked. And I said, meet me there at 7:30. He goes, yeah, I'll go down from my room at 7:30. Okay. I go there at 7:30. We eat. And for about 3.5 hours, all he talks about is Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, Mormons, my family, his family, really genuine stuff, right? So I said, hey, it's about 10:30. I got to go. I don't have to, but, it's kind of, at this point.
It's enough already.
It's been said, right? So he says, hey, listen, it's kind of the night's early. I was thinking about going to one of those clubs. And I'm like, clubs? Like, you don't seem like a, bed and mansion in South Beach, the club, right? I go, well, okay, I can pick you a club. I can get in the door. So we go down to Miami. We're on 95 going down to Miami. And I'm going to go to a club called Bed back then. So halfway down, he says, I think you misunderstood me. I'm like, no, you said you want to go to a club, right? He goes, yeah, I'm talking about one of those gentleman clubs. I'm like, you want to go to a strip club? Man, we had plenty in Fort Lauderdale. I didn't have to go all the way down to Miami. I turned the car around. We go back to Fort Lauderdale. So we go to Pure Platinum. It's not there anymore. It was Pure Platinum was in Fort Lauderdale. And we go in there, and he looks like a 10-year-old that's never seen titties before.
Right.
Like he's looking around like this, right? We sit down, and this girl named Megan that I know there said, hey, Andrew, how you doing? I said, good, Megan. You know,
damn.
Right. You know, I took clients there. I took clients there. Like, and actually at one time, I'm not. I went to bed by myself too, but I was actually at the time kind of bored of strip clubs. It's like the same thing. Like I mean, you know what I mean? Like, just give me a lap dance. Let's go. Like, let's get the grind on or something. So, anyways, we sit down and he points to a guy and a girl over there and he says, "What's that?" And I said, "You mean that?" He goes, "Yeah." I go, "That's a lap dance. You want a lap dance? Hey, Megan, you get a girl to give him a lap dance." So he taps me on the shoulder while she's going to get a girl, and he says, "Can you make it an Asian girl?" I'm like, "I don't know." Like, I asked Megan, "You got an Asian girl here?" And she goes, "Yeah, we do. We have a girl named whatever her name was." She comes over. I give the girl like $200. Just give him like 10 lap dances, blow his mind.
Right.
Okay. I go back and get my lap dances, right? So I come back about an hour later, and he's loving it, right? I said, "Listen, I really do have to go. I'll get you a car, or you can take a car back. Like, I'll get you somebody. You have a great time. The machines are going to be there in about 30 days. Everything's good, right?" And he's like, "No, I'll go back with you." I'm like, "Why? You're having fun, right?" "No, I'll go back with you." I said, "Okay." We start driving back to the hotel in Fort Lauderdale Beach. It's a short drive. He's like, "Listen, the night is young, and like I'm kind of like lonely."
It's not young.
So I'm like, "Yeah, it's not young," and I'm thinking like lonely. I don't know if he wants me to go in with him. I don't even know at this point. He's like, "I'm looking for one of those like companions." I go, "You want a hooker? You want an escort?" Right. He's like, "Yeah, I think that's what they're called." So I know a guy named Joey. He was like a mobbed up guy in New York. I've got girls for him with other clients before. So I called Joey up. "Andrew, what's up? You haven't talked to me in a long time. Like, I got a client here. He's at the Atlantic Hotel. He's at room number, 1024. Can you get a girl to come up?" And he tapped me on the shoulder again.
Asian girl.
He says Asian. So he says, "I have an Asian girl. She can be there like 20 minutes. Great. I'm dropping the guy off. Great. I got to go back to Davie. It's out west. I got to ride back. It's fucking 2:30 in the morning. Excuse my language." So anyways, I leave there, and I'm going back home, and I'm almost 2 minutes from the house, and my phone starts blowing up. And so my phone keeps calling, and I think it's my wife, but she knows I'm doing business at night. She's cool with it, but maybe it's an emergency. I look down, it's not my wife's number. I pick it up, I say, "Hello?" And it's Joey. And Joey says, "You know who I am? I could kill you or kill him, man. What are you doing there? This guy just punched my girl in the back of the head, tried to put it in her butt, and called her a." And I'm like, "What?" I'm like, "Holy God, I don't even know this guy. He's like a Mormon, right?" He goes, "Go back there and handle that." So I go back from Davie, turn around, and had to go all the way back to Fort Lauderdale Beach. I go in the Atlantic Hotel, and she's in the lobby. It's like 3 o'clock in the morning. She's like holding her head. And I'm like, I go, "What's up?" And she goes, "You know that guy?" And she always says the same thing, like a girl gets in trouble. She goes, I know people.
Right.
Like, what happened? Listen to me. I told him everything was good. It was paid for, and we was going to have regular, sex. And he tried to put it in my butt. And I said no, and he donkey punched me in the back of the head and called me a racist name.
Right.
And I'm like, "What?" He goes, "Yeah, I feel it." And I felt her head, and there was a lump on there. And I'm like, I go up to his room, and I'm like, I ring the bell, and he doesn't answer. I'm banging on the door. I don't care. I'll call the cops. You need to answer. He opens it up, and it's like Jekyll and Hyde. He went from like a demure, like talking about Jesus Christ, and he looks at me. I said, "This guy's got mobbed up. It owns the escort." "Oh, I don't care, man. She wouldn't even let me put it in her butt." I'm like, "You're nuts, man. You're nuts." So I go back down. I give the girl like $300 to have her shut up. I go, "You want to ride home?" And I'm not that bad to hit on the girl at that time. I'm almost that bad, but I didn't. And I just drove her back and shipped the machines and never heard from the guy. But I got many more of those.
So he didn't buy any
No,
machines.
he bought. No, he
did
bought.
buy the
I wouldn't have
machines.
went out to eat with him if he didn't buy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, he bought machines. But yeah, that was the Mormon.
That'll be a good TikTok right there.
Right.
There's one better one, but I don't know if you want to hear it. It might hurt me with my wife.
I was
the
going to say
midget one.
No. Oh, Jesus. I don't even know the midget one.
The midget
No,
one.
you know what I was thinking about? I was thinking about the guy. I mean, I'm not going to go. It's a long story.
The midget one is bad.
It's a long story, but at the end of the story, like the guy ends up fucking the head of the brothel, an older chick in her 50s.
And that guy I went to prison with. He was at
Oh, I didn't know that. He went to prison.
You don't remember the whole story.
Oh, I didn't.
That guy. That's my. You want me to tell the midget or that one? The midget one's crazy. The midget one's crazy. I guess I have enough time. I've been here for 5 hours. I'm like, it's like Jesus. I'm like a marathon or something. I'll tell you the midget one. That'll go viral. So the guy comes and his name is Tex. And he's from like Austin, Texas, right? And he says, "Listen, I want to buy 50 machines." And it was like 200. It was like 235,000. He says,
"I've heard this,
but I only want one thing from you." "No, I want 2 things." He said, "I'm going to come on a Friday to do business, but I need you to be at my suite at the Marriott. I have the whole top penthouse suite. I need to be there at 8 o'clock. I go, what's the second thing? He says, don't bring your wife, and you're going to be out till like 8 o'clock in the morning. I'm like, geez, okay, what is she? So I'm like, all right. So he says, listen, I'm a businessman. I'm just going to come in there, and the business is going to be easy. Okay, so he comes into my office, and he's like 6'8", with a bolo tie and like a cowboy hat and boots on. And he shakes my hand, and he almost breaks it, really. You ever had a guy shake your hand and it hurts?
Yeah.
I almost broke my hand. And he gives me a check for $235 before talking, a cashier's check. I'm like, all right. He says, listen, we're going to talk a couple seconds, but basically be at this address, at this penthouse suite at 8 o'clock sharp. I'm like, all right. So I go to the penthouse suite that night, 8 o'clock, and I ring the bell, and nobody answers. And I'm like, what? Finally, I'm thinking Tex is there, right? What I don't realize is that Tex is kind of like deviant, is that he's looked for the best-looking midgets in the world. He scoured the earth for the non-forehead midgets, like the ones that have no, like the good-looking ones. Like if you look at their head, they're not the forehead ones, right? And they're gorgeous, right?
Right.
But he's really scoured the earth.
Yeah.
So he lives with 3 of them. One of them opens the door, and she looks like Pocahontas, but she's 3'10". But she's gorgeous.
Looking up at you.
She's looking up at me, right? She says, come on in. She holds my hands, brings me in the suite's room, and there's 2 other midgets there. But like I said, non-forehead midgets, but they're midgets. So they're partying. They're like already doing drugs and stuff. And I'm like, all right. And they keep wanting me to, like, I'm drinking with them. They keep wanting me to take these pills. And they're not taking them, like horse pills. Like, I don't know what it is. I thought it was Tranquil. I don't even know. Asked my brother, and he didn't even know what they were. And he was into that stuff. So finally, I take the pill. Not good. I mean, I thought I was hallucinating. I thought I was floating. Like the room was like levitating. It was bad, right?
What is it that Belford used to take all the time?
It was something crazy.
Quaaludes.
It might have been a Quaalude. I don't even know, though. So
okay.
I'm like, hi, but I'm still like digging on the Pocahontas girl, right? So she takes me into the bathroom. I don't know why. She's like, hold my head. Let's go in the bathroom. And only thing I could do is to put her up on the basin, like, because she's a midget, right? So I put her up on the basin, talking to her, and then we play around, and like, I don't know what she's giving me. It's scaring me a little bit. Like, really.
Right.
But I'm still like, amorous a little bit. So I'm playing around with her. She's playing with me. She puts her hand in my pants, right? And for about 10 seconds, what they gave me was like, had to be like a Viagra or something, because it's huge. Like bigger than it's ever been. It's like rock like this, right? But I'm so screwed up. It takes me 30 seconds to realize it's not the pills. She's got baby hands because she's a midget. So it just looks bigger.
Oh my God.
So
you have
so
to
what
tell
happened
Bubba
is
this story.
So what happened was we go back out, we do our thing, we go back out, and then it's like now it's getting to be 3 hours. I'm there 4 hours, and where's Tex? I don't even know. Now I'm thinking, getting a little paranoid too. Like Tex might come into the door and just kill me or something. Right. I don't know. He comes out of like one of the rooms of the suites, and he says, "Listen, everybody, get their clothes on." I got my clothes on. Get your clothes. We're going out to South Beach. We're going down to Mansion, this club down there. I got table there, everything. It's like 1:30, 2 o'clock in the morning. So he's got a limo waiting for us, and the midgets, they put on their like midget going out clothes, like the little midget hole clothes, right? So listen, I've been to South Beach I used to have Miss Venezuela work for me. My wife is gorgeous. I've got looks before. I've never got the looks I've had to be with Tex, the 3 midgets walking in South Beach. I'm like, people are like looking at us like, what the hell is this?
He's 6'8". How tall? You're 6'2"?
Yeah, I'm 6'2", yeah. So, yeah, and these girls are like 3'10", but non-forehead, you know what I'm saying? So, so we go to the club Mansion. He gets right in. There's some people I recognize that aren't getting in, like celebrities. We go to a table. We sit next to all people. We sit next to Dean Cain. But Dean Cain's not a huge actor, but he's sitting there with his friends. And Dean Cain's like scooping on these girls. He's looking at them like the small people. I don't know, midgets is not a bad word, I guess, right?
Yeah,
so he's scooping on these midgets, right? And then Tex is like, "Who? I don't give a fuck if you're Superman or not. Get out of here," because he's trying to go talk to him. So I take a bottle. He's buying bottles. Tex got big money buying bottles like Cristal. I take a bottle and I go to the bathroom. And every club like that always has a small bathroom for some reason. Like, why do you have a club like that and have a small bathroom? You have a waiting room for the bathroom. These type of clubs. So I'm in line to the bathroom with a bottle of Cristal. The Pocahontas girl comes up. "You want me to hold your hand and keep you company?" So she holds my hand. I got a bottle of Cristal. I got guys walking by me that say, "You're a pimp, man. Like you're like this is crazy, right?" And so we go back. We spend the whole night out. I get back to the house at like 8 o'clock in the morning. So I think that's it with Tex, right? About 3 days later, I start getting these emails of him doing debauchery with the midgets. Like the first one was at a McDonald's drive-thru with a kid giving a Happy Meal like this. One midget on his lap, and one midget going like this, and the kid looking in like, what the hell is going on here? He's sending me pictures of a pool party with his guys, like doing the midgets and stuff. So about a month later, my office was kind of mismatched because I grew so fast. I had to have suites over here and over here. It's not all in the same place in this office complex. So I have to go all the way over this office. So my wife had been there for like 2 hours. My secretary said, hey, wife's in your office. She's been waiting for you 2 hours. I said, I'm busy. Oh, no, she's not mad. She's just waiting in your office. I left my computer on, though. She's like, what the fuck are these emails, man? He's like, these midgets. I know this guy bought from me. He keeps sending me midget pay. I don't ask for them. That was the midget guy. The guy you're talking about is Boyd Barrow. And
Boyd Barrow.
Boyd Barrow was in prison with me. Think about that. One of those debauchery guys.
Uh-huh.
He's from Atlanta, right?
Yeah.
He buys from me. He said, next time you're in Atlanta, you got to come see me, right? Because he owns bars. He bought like 20 machines. So he goes, next time you see me. I said, I'm not already in Atlanta for about another 6-7 months. My secretary says, no, you're in Atlanta in like next month. I knew I was in Atlanta next month. I just didn't want to deal with him, right?
Okay.
So I would trade show in Atlanta I was going to. So we meet up. And I was just staying at the Ritz-Carlton at Buckhead. And he said, let's meet at Emeril Lagasse's place. Emeril Lagasse had a place on the corner. So we meet there. This guy named Boyd Barrow, we eat, and he sits down for about 3 hours with us and eats and talks business and has about 13 mixed drinks. About 13.
Right. It's a lot.
And I don't even want to get in the car with him now. He says, no, let's go to the Pink Pony. Pink Pony's a strip club in Atlanta.
Yeah.
We go there, and he proceeds to have another like 15 mixed drinks. And I'm like, man, I don't know if I'm going to get in the car. Oh, you're a pussy. You don't get in the car. Like, he's drunk now, right? The valet, they don't care. Just give me the money, like give the car keys, no big deal. So he says, the night's young. I said, no, we got to go back. We got an early convention in the morning. So he starts driving, and he knows Atlanta better than us, but he goes in the woods, like in the middle of nowhere. And it's pitch dark. I'm like, where are you taking me? Don't worry. We drive for like 3 miles. We see nothing but pitch dark. And all of a sudden, I see a little light, a little yellow light coming up. And I'm getting closer and closer, and I see it now. It says Asian massage. So we stop in there. And Boyd takes us in there, and there's about 10 girls sitting on couches. And the madam comes in. She's like 50-something years old. Boyd, Mr. Barrow, how you doing? Like, no, they've been there, right? And pick a girl, pick a girl. So I pick a girl, and my sales manager was me. We pick a girl and go back and get a massage, if you know what I mean. So Boyd, he won't pick a girl. And like she's like, is there anything wrong, Mr. Barrow? What's wrong? He's like, no girl for me. No girl? I'll give you 2 girls tonight for one price. No, he goes, I want you. To the madam. Like, she's like 60 years old, 55, but she looks all right for her age. So she says, no, I can't do that. He goes, I'll give you $2,000. Here's my credit card. I'll give you $2,000. He's like, I have a husband. I don't do this. I own the place. He goes, $5,000. Here, run my credit card. And she's like, no, I don't do that. I just don't do that. $10,000. It's a black card. Run it. I'll be right back. So she goes, runs the credit card. They go off together. We do our business, and I'm back on the couch talking to the girls, and they have a little bar there, and he's in there for like an hour and a half. Boyd. They come out, the madam, she's looking rough. Like, Boyd got his money's worth, I guess, right? So it's like 5:30 in the morning. We leave out of there. He drops us off to the hotel. I got to get ready. The convention starts at like 7:30. I don't even sleep.
If you sleep hot at night, you know how disruptive that can be. Whether you're having trouble falling asleep, you're waking up sweating in the middle of the night, or all of the above. That's where GhostBed can help. As the makers of the coolest beds in the world, GhostBed is your go-to for cooling mattresses, cooling pillows, and cooling bedding. From their signature Ghost Ice fabric to patented technology that adjusts to your body's temperature, every Ghost Bed mattress is designed with cooling in mind. So whether you want a plusher mattress that cushions your shoulders and hips, or a firm option with exceptional support, your Ghost Bed will keep you cool and comfortable all night long. When you purchase a Ghost Bed mattress, your comfort is guaranteed. You can try out your mattress for 101 nights, risk-free, to make sure it's the right fit for you. Plus, they offer free shipping, and most items are shipped within 24 hours. If you're not sure which Ghost Bed is right for you, check out their mattress quiz. You'll answer a few questions and get a personalized recommendation. Just visit ghostbed.com/Cox and use code Cox at the checkout.
If I go to the convention, I'm like 25 minutes late, I'm hungover. And guess who's waiting for us with with Dunkin' Donuts coffees at the convention? It's Boyd. And so he's waiting there. Oh, you pussies, they shouldn't have been there. So I don't see him for another 15 years. No, not 15 years, about 10 years. The next time I see him is I go to the camp from the Atlanta camp. I go in my dorm, and he's in the dorm. The same dorm I go to. He got busted for some K2 stuff or something. Not even the The same
Why
guy.
was he locked up in prison
because of K2 stuff? Like he did,
on the outside, he's selling
on the
K2?
outside. No, he did some K2 like manufacturing stuff, and
Okay.
not the Red Bull stuff. Like
when you told me that story the first time, you told me that like a few days later or a week later, he called you up and he said, "Hey, I got my credit card back." And
he did. No, he told us. No, he told me that day at the convention.
Right.
So he's at the convention with a coffee cup. I have to tell you about that. He's at the coffee cups. He's like, "Listen, I got a little headache," but he goes, "Did the massage parlor bang my credit card for $10,000?" I go, "Yeah, you told her $10,000." He's like, "Oh my God!" And then he scratches his head and he looks up. He says, "That was worth it." So in the height of this is like 2000, late 2004 into 2005, in the beginning of 2006. Like I'm making like every week putting $400,000 in the bank, and like, what do you do with that? Like I don't even you don't know. But here's the thing. Here's where you slip up. If you have 100 salespeople, you can't listen to 100 conversations.
Right.
I'm taping their calls, but that doesn't matter. Like everybody says, "Oh, tape their calls, you'll hear." You can't listen to that many conversations. And plus, if I'm a sales guy, right, and I really wanted to say something like that went over the edge, that to sell somebody, that went to the borderline illegalities, I could just do it on my cell phone at home, right? I got the guy's number. Mm-hmm. The guy he's pitching, he has his home number, right?
Right.
So how do I know if he's not pitching him on his car?
So when you say, so your concern is that that these guys have to follow certain rules.
Yes.
They can't. There's certain things they can say.
Yes.
Certain things they can't say.
Right.
And who's over that too? It's like weird
It's
thing,
it's
right?
the FTC, Federal Trade Commission.
Oh, is it?
Oh, yeah.
Why do I want to say like it's?
No, it's the FTC.
I always thought.
I was licensed, but to let you know, I was licensed in all 50 states for my FTC license, which you have to have a disclosure statement in there. Now, here's what's crazy, and I talk about this. I've talked about this before, but the FTC regulates me. Think about this. I've had 4 other business opportunities where they regulated me. Okay, when I went to trial, eventually the FTC testified against me. But we asked the FTC, and all of his businesses, 4 other ones, the Hershey chocolate machine, the Sticker Club machine, all those machines, including the Red Bull. How many times did you tape record them posing as an investor? He said 828.
Holy
So
Jesus.
828 times they called one of my salespeople. Did they ever fine me? No. Did they ever reprimand me? No. Did they ever stop me from selling? No. Here's the regulatory agency.
Right.
So how do I get in trouble if my regulatory agency never gets me in trouble? You know why? Because am I pushing to the limit the sales? Like, am I pushing sales? Of course. Like I said, you talk to a used car salesman. I don't want to denigrate myself to a used car salesman, but people sell, right? When they sell, they try to sell, right? Mm-hmm. They're not going, "Oh, if you want to buy it, it's cool. If you don't want to buy it, it's no big deal." You're going to try to sell somebody. So what happens is when I was selling the others, not Red Bull, do you think it was easier for me to sell or harder for me to sell with Red Bull?
I would think it would be easier to sell with
10 times easier. So do you think I would do tougher sales tactics and things that borderline push the limit and maybe go over the limit with like the Hershey chocolate machine?
Yeah.
Or would I do that with Red Bull?
I mean, I would think the Hershey's chocolate.
Right.
You don't need to do harder sell.
You don't need to do it with Red Bull because I can give Red Bull's name. If somebody wants to know who I am, call Red Bull. I have a contract with them.
Right.
Like, think about it. This is the 3 things people need to buy something over the phone, never see you. They need 1 to be okay with who you are. Do you have a good reputation? Better Business Bureau, Dun & Bradstreet. Call my bank, I'd give them. Call Red Bull, I have a contract with them. That's easy. Also, I accept credit cards. This is important. This is a very good sales technique. If you accept credit cards, but nobody pays for credit cards, just you having a merchant account that they can ding $50,000 on. Do you think I'm not going to ship the machines or I'm going to do something nefarious? Because I get a chargeback, right?
Right.
It's a great, kind of like you're real.
Even though nobody does it. Nobody uses it.
No, maybe like 10 people a year.
Okay.
But just the fact that I could, it's an important sales tool. The second thing would be they want to know how much can I do from the machine? Like, how many sales can you do? Mm-hmm. So a typical person would call you, Matt, and say, "Well, tell me how many machines, how many sales you can do." Now you can do it this way. The completely clean way is like, if you don't believe Red Bull sells, don't buy the machine.
Right.
Like Red Bull. No, but how much does the machine do? So the second way you do it is like, how much? Well, how much?
I mean, how many
cans a day?
How many cans a day does it sell?
Right. So the first thing you do in 2004 and 5, when I was doing it in 2006, Madoff popped up. So they're investigating Madoff. They changed all the rules. After certain big events, they changed the rules. Before 1997, listen. Before 97, it was caveat emptor. You could say anything as long as you shipped the product. You could tell them it sells 1,000 a day. Mm-hmm. So it was chaos in the business opportunity industry. Before 97, you can say anything as long as you ship what you say you're going to ship. So if I ship the machines, they're working. I could say it does 300 sales a day. But that got a little too messy. And so they curtailed that. So from 97 to 2004, they said as long as 10% of people, you can prove 10% of people do the numbers, you can pitch numbers.
Okay.
Now that's hard to do because you're gonna keep track of 10% of people. They have to put in sales things every week and tell you how much they do. It's a pain in the butt.
Right.
I mean, after 2004, they said no sales. That was so much chaos and so many people doing grimy things. They said you can't give any numbers. You can't give any numbers. Now that's tough to sell.
Yeah.
Now, could we have still sold? Yes, Red Bull. You just say, listen, if you don't think people use vending machines, don't buy this. If people don't buy Red Bull, don't buy this. And people are still probably bought. It would hurt my sales. Mm-hmm. This is what my salespeople do. If you're at a reasonable location you get for a Red Bull machine, like a Bally's Fitness. Okay, I'm at a Bally's for a 12-hour day. How many cans of Red Bull you think? Be conservative. And a 12-hour day at Bally's, a regular Bally's, how much you think it could do back in 2005?
At a
Bally's. How many an hour?
Let's say at least 2 an hour.
Okay, 2 an hour. Let's say 2 an hour, 12 hours, that's 24 cans a day.
Right.
You're selling it for $2, you're buying it for $1, you're making $1 a can. That's $24 a day. Not going to make you rich. It's like $150 a week. I sold 10 machines minimum, so you had 10 machines, that'd be about $1,500 a week.
Right.
It's about $75,000 a year. That's your money back in about 8 months.
Yeah.
Is that a good business?
Fuck yeah. Anything if you could break even in a couple of years, it's a good
and then you still own the machines.
Yeah, if you can make all your money back in 8 months or a year, if you could make your money back in a year, that's a fucking amazing.
Okay, so in 2004, 2005, what I just did was illegal.
Right.
Now, why it's illegal is because most people will do way worse than that. Oh, my machines are doing 100 sales a day. Oh, they do like 5, 6, 7 an hour. And they just say that.
Right.
I wasn't even saying that. We were saying, like, let's do the numbers. Now, here's what's crazy about my case. If you sold 10,000 machines and you're about to sell 30,000 more, and you're making $2 million a month, and the machines weren't doing that well, would you stop selling them?
Well, if I don't have to, not if I'm following the rules.
But here's the thing. You're not telling the people they're doing 4 or 5 sales a day, which they are.
Right.
So if you knew, and you have people dying to buy the machines from you, and you're making like literally $500,000 a week.
If you're being honest, you're saying, look, here's the machines, here's what they cost. I can't tell you how much they're making.
Right.
So, because I'm technically not supposed to tell you. I'm being told.
No, that's the high road that I should have took. Is that I'm so used to pitching earnings and pitching a little bit of exaggerated earnings. I'm not really even exaggerating on letting them do the numbers. But the simple fact is, could I have sold with just giving no numbers? Yes. It would have been about 30% less. But I'm making $500,000 a week.
Right.
What am I, an idiot?
Why not make $300,000 a week?
And not go to prison for 13 years.
Right.
And not fight the government and not do any of that. Here's why. Because it's going to sound crazy, but when you're wrapped up in it and this is what you do, it's very tough to get out of that space. Mm-hmm. Does that make any sense? Okay.
I mean, the problem is that to someone watching this, it seems it is greedy, but it seems greedy, and it doesn't make sense to someone watching this who's got a regular W-2 job because they're like, why wasn't $300,000? Why didn't you drop back?
Sure.
But being me and knowing the psychological issues that someone like you and someone like me have is that to me, and I've actually said this to my wife a few times, and the look on her face is just so fucking disappointing.
Yeah,
where I'm like, I'm saying something like, well, we need this, and she's like, well, this is enough, and I'm like this, and I go, and I said, she said, well, how much do you want? And I said, more.
Right.
I always want more. More is always better. Like that's just how I feel.
I think that's how our barometer is. That's how we keep score.
But it's
not
wrong.
about the money, though.
I know it's wrong.
It wasn't really about the money. It wasn't like the flaunt that I have all these $1 million. It was how you keep score.
Yeah. No,
like, did I do well?
It.
This is how I keep score. I made this much money. But here's the crazy part. I have like people that really care about me, love me, like my wife, my operations manager that was like my best friend, come to me and say, hey man, you gotta
stop. Back up.
Curtail it a little bit. Don't hire all these people. The real closers are kind of like guys that are on the edge, like, hey, just back up. And I was like, just let me make my money. Let me make, I'm just like, I'm such a success, right?
Right.
When your bank account says like, $15 million, like
what I'm doing is working.
What I'm doing is work. Exactly. Okay. Right. So do I know in the back of my shoulder that, the government could look? I mean, here's the thing. This is where I did know. And I said, screw it. Is that when I was small, they let me go. Like I told you, I'm pitching worse before. Mm-hmm. When I'm pitching when I'm 23 years old and have to make a living off it and don't have Red Bull behind me, I got to say some things.
Yeah.
Like I'm still shipping a product, but I got to really make you believe it. they take a pass on that. They call me 828 times posting as investors and never even find me. You see what I'm saying? FTC.
Did you ever get a letter?
Never. That's what I said. That's what we said in trial. Did I ever get no, nothing. But I'll show you like what's the precipice of why they go after you, and tell you that a little later. So at the height of it, like I said, I'm making about $500,000 a week. At the height of it, I look at it and say, listen, I can't believe they're not doing the numbers. Like, there's a Red Bull machine. It's a gorgeous machine. Red Bull's kicking ass, right? But here's the really reality of it. Most people are lazy. Like the one hustler kid we talk about that went from 10 machines to 100 in Fort Lauderdale. If the machine doesn't do well, he's moving it. He's moving to another location. He's going, like most of these investors want to get 10 machines. If they don't do that well, they put it in their garage and they cry.
Right.
They're not going to go try to find the best locations. They're going to find the first locations that say yes and say, oh, great, I got a location.
Right.
No, you should really be hunting for locations for 2-3 months. When you first get the machine, they're so excited. The first 10 people that say yes, they put it in there.
Yeah.
So,
and then if it doesn't do well, then they're upset. Then instead of saying, hey, I'm going to pull the machine, I got a better location.
Of course. So do people make money from vending machines? Yes. The people that have 100 machines, you think they started with 100? They started with 2 or 3 machines, right? Yeah. And they just hustle their way. Most people aren't like that. They want what's called a turnkey business. I don't even know what a turnkey business is. Like, he gives you a key, you turn it, everything's cool. No, there's no such thing as a turnkey business.
Right.
That's just a sales term. So my point is, I'm not trying to crap on the investors too bad, but some of these people are lazy. Like, literally, like, think that 10 machines and all of a sudden it's going to spit gold. So when I'm at the height of it, I decide to say, I'm not going to stop selling Red Bull because it's not doing the numbers. I'm just going to keep selling it. So what happened was, about a year and a half in, I've sold about 30,000 machines now.
Fucking 30,000 machines.
Yes. And so I could have sold more. They couldn't make that. So here's what happens. This is a crazy little scenario. I go to Vegas to meet with Dietrich. And it's a vending machine convention, a big one. And I'm staying at the Bellagio. He's staying at the Palms. So he invites me to a meeting at the convention center in Vegas. He says, bring the girl that's the head of your can ordering, because we have people order cans. Mm-hmm. Like, I sold about 10 million cans of Red Bull, like on top of the machines. And also bring your sales manager and yourself and your wife. So I do. I meet him there in Vegas, and he's got an Austrian accent. He sounds like Schwarzenegger. He's like,
right.
And so he says, listen, I want to know how many you're going to sell in the next 6 months exactly. I want your numbers right now. Don't think about it. Just tell me how many you're going to sell in the next 6 months. Oh, okay, here it is, right? I want to know, your can ordering system's crap. I need you to buy this new can ordering system that we have, a computer system. Okay, how much is it? $100,000, he said. All right, can ordering system. Yeah, we're going to teach her this weekend about how to do that. Okay. And here's some tickets to the Palms Hotel. We got the Real World Suite. We're going to have a Red Bull party. You know, like Paris Hilton's going to be there, like McGraw, this motorcycle guy. Like, they're sponsor people. Mm-hmm. So I go, okay. Like, I'm part of the team or something. Okay. We go to the party at Palms. And of all people, Jeremy McGrath, I don't even really know him, but he's the motorcycle guy. He comes up to me and says, hey, you're the Red Bull guy that sells the machines, right? He goes, I need 2 favors from you. I go, what? One is that we called Red Bull, and they said they wouldn't give me one machine, that you're the only person that could sell machines. I said, that's good that they said that, because they probably think that I'm going to test them on that.
Yeah.
Because I'm the exclusive. So his buddy, Rob Dyrdek, who now does Ridiculousness, but at the time, I don't know who Dyrdek is. He was doing a show with this guy named Big. They were doing that Rob and Big show or something.
Rob Big.
But they have a show, and in the show, they have a Red Bull machine in their house.
Yeah.
That was from me. Because they had to get my permission. I only sell 10 machines. And they go, can you just give us one? So I gave them one because McGrath asked me at the party. I go, okay, no problem. I'll sell them one machine. Tell me the address. He goes, you want to talk to Dyrdek? I said, yeah, I guess so. And here's Dyrdek. And we talk, and where's your address? And we send a machine. The second thing he says, watch out for these guys. I'm like, what? You're sponsored by them.
Right.
He goes, no, watch out for these dudes. I'm like, all right. And so I kind of was a little eerie at the party. So we leave the party. They glad hand us. Dietrich says, great on the numbers. I want to tell my people you could be ready for these 6-month sales, right? 6 days later, I got a cease and desist from them. Now, here's what happened. We're at a convention with all their distributors. They're probably saying, like, why you keep giving this guy all the money? We can sell the machines, or we'll do something to the machines. They're pretty much shitting on me because I'm the outsider. Plus, I've already done the job. They've already got 30,000 machines, so I've already done the job.
You've created a market.
I've created a market
where
for them,
people
right.
see the machines everywhere. Exactly. They want one.
There you go. And I've also kept Royal happy for making machines for them now. And so I've kind of done my job. And the second thing they realize is business opportunities isn't completely clean. Like you said, the lazy people that put them in the garage, they complain a little bit, right? So not everybody is Pollyanna happy. They don't want to be involved now with me. I've done my job, and they send me a cease and desist. Now, my contract says 90 days. Now, here's the crazy thing. They have all the emails of every one of the people that bought machines from me. So they send an email to them saying that Red Bull's not doing business with Creative Concepts anymore. They don't say why. They don't crap on me, but that creates chaos. People say, well, Red Bull's not involved anymore? But you still own the machines. They can't take them away from you. Where do I buy cans now? Well, I was selling them the cans for 99 cents. You have to buy them from Costco now for like $1.27. That's not good.
Right.
Where can I buy machines if I do well? Well, I can't sell you any more machines after this. Oh, well, I just got machines. Maybe I don't want these machines anymore. Well, I want to send them back to you. So literally the 3,000 emails to all my distributors created chaos.
Right.
Because Red Bull is supposed to give me 90 days. I call up Red Bull North America. They in Santa Monica. They say call Austria. I call Austria. Oh, Mr. Levinson, we're Red Bull. Sue us, and they hang up. That's just what they said. Sue us. I mean, that's what big companies do. So that's the created, like in business opportunities, if you don't have any complaints, you have no unresolved complaints. Like if you have a complaint and give somebody their money back, you can put some sob on it and stuff like that. But if you have unresolved complaints where you can't resolve them, the guy just got 10 machines yesterday. Mm-hmm. He realizes Red Bull's not involved anymore. I'm not going to give him his money back. I did what I was supposed to do, right?
Right.
If I give it to him, I'm going to give it to a lot of people, right? So what do you do at that point?
Yeah, just tough. Call Red Bull. You get the machine. I mean, put the machines out.
And some people said no, like I'm going to complain. Okay.
So what do they do? Sue you or
no? Complain to the government.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Like government, what can you do for me? Help me out here. So
right.
The government said, you know what they asked them? This is what they said in trial. What did you ask the people when you called them? When they called you and said, I need to complain about this company, what did you ask them? We asked them this. Did you get the machines? Yes. Were they serviceable? Yes. Were they good looking? Yes. Were they state of the art? Yes. What do you complain about? Then the government would say, they get enough calls, they say, well, did they pitch you on numbers? Mm-hmm. Did they say it could make this much? Oh, yeah, they said this. And when somebody thinks they can get their money back, they're going to say anything.
Right.
Or maybe the government can help me. I'm going to say anything. So that's the complaints is what puts the spotlight on you.
So the government's getting all these phone calls. So how many? What is there like? There's like 900 investors, right, or something like that.
Well, I mean that's what it says on my trial. 900. I wish it was only 900. It was about 2,700. Okay. They said it was 900 because I think they believed that it was 900 people that they actually contacted.
I think that's what the article said.
Yeah, the article said. The article also said that I made 24 million. And some people construe that as what the company made. So it's very, like I wish it was only 24 million. That would be under 25 million with fraud. And the fraud case, unfortunately, it was over 100 million.
Right.
But it's just, media sometimes they construe it as, during the trial, they put out press releases when they were covering the trial. Yeah. Saying that this guy really didn't do anything wrong. Then when I was found guilty, they put, oh, this guy was duping people. People lost their life savings. Come on. You know what I mean? But that's a whole other thing. But yeah, when they sent the email out to every one of my distributors, I don't know they're sending that out. I just see a cease and desist from them for myself. Mm-hmm. But I should have realized they have everybody's email address. So if you get an email on a Friday and you just got the machines on a Wednesday,
you're freaking out.
You're freaking out, right? First of all, you still own the machines. They can't take them from you. Mm-hmm. Can I sell you cans anymore? No. Can I sell you machines anymore? No. But you still can run this business. Right. You can still go to Costco, Sam's Club, buy cans from one of their distributors. Oh, well, you can't do it. No, I can't do it anymore. So, that's now, what would you do at that point? Would you stop selling? Think about this. I spent about $800,000 a month on advertising. I already have advertising out for that month. What do you do with that?
Well, I mean, are you still going to be able to get the machines?
So I call Royal. Royal says if you buy machines in the next 4 days, 4 days, because they've got
because they got a letter too?
They got a letter too.
Okay.
Well, they probably got a conference call. So within 4 days. So what do you do? Buy enough machines to cover your ad? What do you do at that point?
Right.
Well, my head's spinning. I'm
you stop selling, right?
I didn't completely stop selling, no. Because I went out and bought some more machines from Royal. Okay. Because I got $800,000 advertising. That just came out in April of that month, April of 2006. And they just called me they just sent a cease and desist on April 6th. So you're going to just chalk up $800,000 just because they circumvented the contract and they reneged on the contract. It says 90-day notice. Mm-hmm. So no, I sold through that month because I had $800,000 written. Yeah, but I bought them from Royal and there's nothing they could do about it. Royal gave me 4 days. I sent them a check for, I don't know, I think it was like $5 million or something like that for the machines. Mm-hmm. Pre-ordered, like saying, hey, when anybody orders, you ship it to them. So.
So you sell the rest of these machines,
yes.
And then you close everything.
Yeah,
close
I close everything down. Yeah, I close everything out. It's because at that time, I know the government's going to look at me because of the complaints.
Right.
And there's nothing I can do about it. I can't tell somebody I'm going to give them the money back because if I give everybody their money back, like when somebody buys 10 machines for $50,000, you think I make $50,000?
No, of course not.
No, but the government spins it that way.
Yeah, that's
like for a neophyte, like if somebody doesn't know, most people that watch this aren't going to know about how the government works. Mm-hmm. And I tell people this analogy, and it's the only thing I can break it down to. If I sold 3,000 Lamborghinis to 3,000 guys, and I shipped them Lamborghinis, New Lamborghini, 0 to 60 in 2 seconds. It's a Lamborghini. But while I'm pitching you on the Lamborghini, I say, you're probably going to get beautiful girls, right? It's a Lamborghini.
Right.
And nobody gets girls. That's fraud.
That's fraud.
But here's the crazy part. If I sold the Lamborghini for $300,000, I bought it wholesale for $250. It's a Lamborghini. Mm-hmm. What would the fraud amount be if I frauded them? In your mind?
In my mind, it should be $50,000.
In their mind, it's all $300,000. You know why? You know why?
Because they only bought the...
Because you wouldn't have bought the Lamborghini unless it said you can get girls.
Yeah. Well, great. Give me the Lamborghini back then.
Can I have my machines back?
Right.
Like, I'm supposed to owe them like $100 million. Can I get my 30,000 machines back?
Yeah.
No.
Well, I mean, I understand mine's like, they say 55 million. Yeah, I've never fucking seen 55. I mean 40, like, there's a whole, like...
You know how they do it.
Yeah, they do. Here, $500,000. Well, the house cost $500,000. I just lied on an application. Of course. I didn't make it happen. I made a broker fee.
But, once they come after you, they come after you.
Yeah.
So at the time, here's what's crazy about it. I shut down shop, right? Yeah. But I know they're looking at me, right? So in August of that year, of 2006, I'm actually like, I'm just don't know what to do now. Like I'm kind of like, I can't go back into business. I wanted just to stay there and put my feet in the ground and get another machine. Mm-hmm. Maybe I should have done that, but I just stopped shop. So in August of that year, I'm out on a vacation with my wife in San Diego. My mother calls and says, hey, I got a letter from the government saying that they need all your information, a subpoena for my paperwork for my company. So now I got to go to lawyers, right? I got to go to lawyers so I got big money at the time. I call up Roy Black, and Roy says, give him your information. You have nothing to hide. I know your case. You told me your case. Just give him. So I literally bring 20 boxes of all my stuff from Creative Con, emails, everything to the FBI building in Miramar and just drop it off there. This is in August. Now, they don't indict me for 4 or 5 years after that, but that's the first salvo.
Right.
Is they want my paperwork. So I know they're looking at me. It's going to take them years to build up the case or whatever, right? Here's what's crazy. This is how people don't realize the government are demons, that are the biggest beasts in the world. I go to 2 lawyers because they're going to eventually indict me probably, right? But I want some advice. I go to Roy Black, and I go to a guy named Richard Diaz. Everybody knows Roy Black. He was a big-time attorney in Miami. Richard Diaz was a cocky Cuban character out of Coral Gables, and he did a lot of drug deals, but he was a good lawyer. I go to both of them. Listen to this. Within a week of each other, I go to both of them. I go to Roy, and Roy says, yeah, I've already talked to the government on your behalf because I gave them both retainers to talk to the government. He says, yeah, take a look at this. He gives me a list of just, all it says is 10 people on the list, 10 names. I don't recognize all. I recognize 4 or 5 of them. I go, what's this? He goes, you know these people? I know about 3 or 4 of them, casually. He says, well, the government thinks that we can just wipe all this away, and they've done some dirt. We want you to go have a lunch meeting, and you could wear a wire and things. I'm like, what? I'm like, I'm here to fight him. I'm talking to you about fighting him. What are you talking about? They go, oh, you don't want, I just wanted to give you the option. That's what the government told me to give you.
Right.
And I'm like, I'm kind of blown away by this. I go to Diaz 5 days later. He has the same list.
Okay. So who are these people, and
these
what
are people that done business opportunities? Like I was the big boy of business opportunities. Not everybody's making $2 million a month.
And what do they think that you have on these people?
I don't have no idea.
Okay.
Like I know them. Like I know
but
3
you
or 4
don't
of them.
have anything. So they're hoping you will.
No, they're probably going to tell me what to say there. Who knows? I don't know.
Okay.
Because I never went down that rabbit hole. I said, no, I'm trying to fight. I'm trying to beat them. Okay, we just want to show you as an option. But both lawyers told me the same list within a week. Right. Think about that. I haven't even hired them fully yet. I've hired them just to consult, and then trial's going to cost me more money and all that stuff. But I showed the same list. So listen to this. Now they know I'm not on the team.
Yeah.
So at this time, they officially know I'm not on the team. 2 days later, they subpoena my mother and my wife for fingerprint analysis and voice analysis at the FBI building in Miramar. Within 2 days of that. That's not a coincidence.
No. That's not. Why would you think it was?
No, but I'm saying that I'm new to the whole system too. Yeah. I mean, at that time, but I didn't know how much they want W's, not the truth. Just Debos. Like their MO is to scare your family, and then all of a sudden I'm gonna go. My mother's crying at the FBI building. My wife's not. She's a little more of a spitfire. But my mother's crying. Like I'm like, Mom, they're not gonna indict you. Like, and some people's mentality is like, I'll do whatever you want. Don't indict my mother. And my mentality, I don't know why, is that my mother did nothing. Go take her to trial. You're gonna look bad. My mother didn't do it. My mother worked for me. She made business packages. Mm-hmm. And you're going to indict a 64-year-old at the time woman just because you want to put pressure on me? So you see what I'm saying? This is the things that I get into.
Yeah, the answer is yes, by the way.
Oh, of course I know
they will. So.
No, but I don't know that at the time, though.
Okay.
Like, I start to realize that quickly. But here's the thing. They don't even touch me for 4 years. Like, I'm at home for 4 years.
Are you thinking hey, this is never going to go anywhere? Or are you thinking they're because they'll hit you just before
they do
just
before the 5 years. Right?
Yeah.
So I'm thinking that I'm thinking 50-50. They could take a pass because I just ship all the machines, like you know what I mean. Now here's the thing where I thought they wouldn't take a pass is that I start to get people, my ducks in a row, to get people to say, yeah, I made money with this. Mm-hmm. I got 10 machines. I got 20 more. Like I got 15 people around the country. We worked hard with the lawyers to go get people to line them up for a trial.
Right.
And they all said, yes, we'll testify as long as you pay for me to come in and all that stuff.
And this is still Roy Black?
This is Roy Black and Diaz. I hired both of them.
Oh, okay.
I gave Black a $300,000 retainer. I gave $100,000 to Diaz. They were going to work it together with a guy named Howard Strebnick. You ever heard of him?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, she was the dean of like Miami Law, but he's Roy's really right-hand guy. So so that's who I talk to mostly. But so we're trying to set this up for trial. Mm-hmm. So they indict me 4 years later.
How does that? What happens?
Here's the thing. I know they're going to indict me. It was no surprise they came to my house at 5:30 in the morning because about 10 days before they had the grand jury. So they subpoenaed my mother and my wife. So I had to take them to the building. It's next to the FTC building across the way, that building there. Yeah. And so I can't go in. You can't go into your own, I don't know if you know, you can't testify at your own grand jury. But my mother and wife were there, so I got to take them. I'm out in the lobby with the FBI, the Secret Service, by the way. You know, big fraud cases have Secret Service involved.
Yeah.
I'm saying you know that.
Was Secret Service.
No, but mine too. But I'm saying people don't know that. They should be protecting the president. Why are they on fraud cases?
They're just breaking it up. They're breaking up the workload.
So when they... So what I'm saying is I knew, of course, you can indict a ham sandwich, so I knew I'm going to get... So I get the 5:30 in the morning thing where they come with a ramrod. By the way, think about this: am I a flight risk? I've been in 4 years since I've done the business, and they knock on my door and I'm come disheveled at 5:30 in the morning, and they were about to ramrod it.
Right.
So they come with the FBI, the Secret Service. They come with a
battering ram.
Listen to me. They come with 30 people. The FBI with a battering ram. Yeah, battering ram. FBI, Secret Service, postal inspector, because I sent things through the post office. And local police. Yeah. Who do you think were biggest dicks?
I would say the biggest dicks would have been the FBI and Secret Service, right?
By far the local police, because they have no idea about the case. They just think I'm a fraud guy. They probably think I'm ripping off old ladies. They're giving me crap because the other guys, they know the case. The local police, but they come 30 deep because they want to intimidate me.
Of course, it's
a whole MO.
It's a show of force.
It's a show of force. Okay.
So I was going to say, prior to being investigated, I used to always think like the FBI was like the cream of the crop. Like they were very professional. Right. They would treat you well. That they spoke to you like you were, you were a human being. Right. And then I get indicted and I realize, oh no, they talk to you like you're a fucking dog.
Absolutely.
Like the local cops are more polite. In my case.
Well,
yours is different.
Your case, they know it already. Think about my case. They just call them up at 3:30 in the morning saying we need backup.
Yeah.
For what? For a fraud guy, a big money fraud guy in Davie, Florida. The Davie police are probably thinking this guy's a scammer of like who knows? They don't know. It probably took people's pensions. They don't know my case. Yeah. So they don't know yet. They know yours already. So you know what I mean? Like the local police have no idea.
Right.
They're trying to play tough guys. That's all. So what's crazy about that? They take me at 5:30 in the morning. We leave my house about 6 o'clock in the morning. We don't go to the courthouse. We go to an office building next to the Broward County Courthouse.
Okay.
And they handcuff me to a pole that's sticking out of the ground. And they just leave me next to a desk for 3 hours until court opens at 9. And the FBI are on the couch chopping it up, talking about things and goofball, meathead type of stuff. And I'm like, I'm a little disheveled. I just got up. And I'm not a 5:30 in the morning person. I'm barely at 8 o'clock to get here from Fort Lauderdale. I couldn't even make it in time. So I go to the court, and the judge says, $10 million bond. I'm like, wait a minute. My lawyer pokes me, you haven't looked at your bank account, but they took all your money. Oh, okay. Because I haven't had a chance to look at my bank account yet, right? So I go to the judge. No, they took all my money. Oh, they took all your money? You must have some money. I know I'm a businessman. I keep it all in the bank. Right. And they did it on purpose. I didn't put money in a PVC pipe like some people do. I didn't do that. I kept it so I can go to trial and say that I have the money in the bank. They can see every dollar accounted for.
Right.
Now I know it doesn't really matter, but still. So she says, you don't have any money? They took my money. Oh, $1 million bond. I just said I have no money. And then finally she just shrugs her shoulders and says, security bond for $50,000. And I'm about to say something. My lawyer goes, no, that's good. That's good. I don't know what a security bond is. Like, it's just my wife saying that
I'm good for it.
I'm good for it in case he doesn't show up.
Yeah.
So I'm home by like 10:30 in the morning. All that rigmarole, 30 people outside my house by a ramrod, I'm home by 10:30. And I'm home for another year before trial. So it's all just show. It's all just a show. So here's what's crazy about the case. They indict 4 of my salespeople. 2 of them take 6-month deals right away. 3 of them are salespeople. One of them is an office manager that knew nothing about nothing. They indict her, and I'm like, why are they indicting her? And I realize that she has 2 kids and she'll say anything. But she doesn't know anything about sales tax, nothing. She knows about getting computers and office supplies. The other two guys say, he didn't tell me to say any of that. Well, if you can't say that, we're going to give you 10 years if you go to trial. Well, we can't tell on him because he didn't say that. So they went to trial with me. They didn't take the 6-month deal. So everybody that thinks that everybody tells and that they don't have the opportunity to tell and that the people that don't tell never were given the opportunity, that's BS. That's people that are just trying to hide behind themselves. Not everybody does tell. These two guys said, you know what? No, I can't say that. They didn't take the 6 month like the other two people did, and they went to trial with me.
What'd they get?
They got 7.5 years.
Oh shit!
But they didn't lie. The other two people, one was the office manager. They said mostly the truth, 80% of the truth, but 20% outlandish stuff that like I know the government told them to say, that we have secret meetings with the hierarchy of the company on Fridays. Like, what's the hierarchy of the company? What? So the government kind of, that's why they gave them the 6 months. So, no, but it's important to know that, I mean, the state of this isn't, I mean, I know you're very cavalier about it, but not everybody tells, and that's a pretty much good thing. So, the cavalier part about it is
I think it depends on the situation.
No, not really depends on the situation. Like most people think that everybody, this is people that go on and say, no, the people that don't just don't have the chance, and that's not true. So
the people don't. Well, I don't understand what
the people
saying.
That don't tell don't have the chance to tell. Like people have mentality.
I think
that everybody tells that they have a chance, and that's not true.
No, I've never said that.
I'm not saying you've had it. I'm saying that
I think that almost everybody has an opportunity to cooperate. I don't know anybody unless you're someone like Madoff, or unless you're somebody who's like they're like we're going to trial no matter what. Like they offer you
I
like
I never talked to the FBI. I never talked to the prosecutor. I've never done it because I was going to go to trial.
You were going to go to trial. Did your lawyer ever say to you?
Yeah, they said we could set up a meeting. We could talk about things.
Because I mean, by this point, I know that by this point, Black and the other guy are gone.
No, they're not gone. They're gone because they took my money. I can't afford them anymore. Think about this. No, they're not gone.
Well, I thought they were gone because you couldn't pay them.
No, but I didn't know that until that day I got indicted. Think about this.
So they're still there.
No, I gave him a retainer, but not enough for trial.
Black.
I got Black and Richard Diaz. I've given them retainers, but not for trial. I know it's going to be bigger money for trial.
Yeah.
So there's two different types of retainers you can have. You can have a retainer for pre-trial, right? A retainer for trial.
Right. But if it goes to trial,
yes,
we were going to want an extra $500,000.
Million with Black and in 400,000 with Diaz, which I had, but now they're taking all my money.
Right.
So what do you do now?
So I understand. So,
but here's what's crazy about fraud, though. Here's what's crazy about fraud. I'm innocent until proven guilty, right?
I mean, that's what they say.
But if I'm innocent, why can't I use the money? Say I am innocent, really innocent. I can't use the money that I legally made to help defend myself against the government. That's insanity.
I understand.
But that's part of their MO too.
That's the system.
That's the system.
It's to break you.
No, but
But
is it a fair system?
Well, I don't think that's necessarily fair. No.
Other countries don't do it, by the way.
Right. I understand. I mean, there's lots of things that are unfair. There's lots of things where the system works. There's lots of things where it just doesn't work. I mean, there's tons of
but there's not tons of things that people don't really even know about. Like they think we're the fairest system in the world, right?
Right. Well, I mean, I'm not sure that's inaccurate. I mean, how many other systems do you know about? So
I mean, I've researched them, but I'm telling you this: do you think even in being a neophyte before you were in the system, okay? Would you tell me if I went to federal trial that the jury wouldn't know how much time I'm going to look at?
No, I think that's insanity. That's insane.
So think about this: the crack kid that had the crack rock for the third time, he's only selling a crack rock.
Right.
They think he's going to get a year in jail. They think it's good for him to get the year because he's probably going to help him rehab, right? They don't know he's going to get 30 years because it's the third time offense. What I'm saying is that jury with me, how much time do you think I get as a white-collar guy, first time offense?
You're getting probation or
maybe a year or
5 years, maybe.
Or maybe 5 years at the most, right?
Right.
They look at the paper after that trial, 7 days after my trial, and they go, I was part of that trial. It's front page of the Sun Sentinel, front page of the Miami Herald, right? They look, I'm going to read that. 210 months. Mm-hmm. That's 17 and a half years.
I had no idea. Right.
If I knew he was going to get 210 months, I probably would have found him not guilty.
Yeah.
Think about it. They think I'm cocky. A little year or two will do him some good. They don't know I'm going to get 17 and a half years, but why can't I tell them that?
Right. I've mentioned that multiple times.
I mean, it's insanity is what I'm saying. Yeah. I'm saying some parts of the system are insanity.
Right.
So, yes, that's not fair. That's not a fair system because that's just basic law. Why shouldn't they have the knowledge to know how much I'm going to get?
Right.
You know why? Because they used to be able to do that, by the way.
Yeah,
because it would hurt their W's.
Right.
That's all.
So you're out, you're back, you're at home playing video games with your daughter.
Maybe a little worried to be cavalier at this point.
Okay, but you're at home and so you have no money. So at this point,
Well, I got jewelry and watches.
Yeah, but Black basically, you don't have go to trial.
I don't
money.
go to trial. I have living money.
Right. So you go to Black and he says, "Yeah, I'm done. I'm sorry, I'm out." Right. So he's out. So you get another lawyer.
Yes.
What lawyer do you get, and what is he telling you?
I go to the next lawyer, right? Because I have watches and all that stuff, and the government says, "Oh, what might put another charge because you're diverting funds now that we should be holding." Think about that. I go to another good lawyer.
Yeah.
You know Wiener? You ever heard of Wiener? That's out of Fort Lauderdale. But anyway, he's big time. I go to him and how much is trial? $500,000. Okay, how much is your retainer right now? $200,000. I go to a friend that I had that said, "Listen, I know you're good for it. I'll give you the money." So he was going to send Wiener the money, and the government called him up and said, "Yeah, you can send the money. We're going to look at you with a fine-tooth comb." And he got scared off by even loaning me the money. So the government says, "Listen, all those watches that you sold, that we know you sold because they're tracking me now and they're watching my behavior,
right? They
threaten me with that, and I have to balk and hire a cheap lawyer."
So who do you hire?
First of all, I called a guy named Murphy. The guy named Murphy lied to me, said that he was going to fight it to the end. He just wanted to plea.
Yeah.
And then I got the last guy was a guy named Shelley, and he was just because he was $20,000.
Right. So the guy Murphy, he wants you to plea.
He wants me to plea.
Does he call the government? Are they offering anything?
That's the thing. Like, they're lazy. Inherently, these lawyers are lazy. They think that everybody pleads. All I have to do is negotiate a plea. From the get-go, I say trial. And
Why not plea?
Okay, because of this, Matt. Is mine black and white fraud to you? Really? I shipped 30,000 machines. Everybody got machines. Think about that.
So
is it black and white? It's not like what you did. It's not like check fraud. It's not like frauding. It's not black and white. I sold machines. Okay, I might have sold them hard like I do stocks, but everybody got the machines, Matt. They were new machines,
and I understand that.
Do you see any amount that I could fight that? It was fightable.
The problem is that in your situation, it's questionable. Like, knowing now, I would be like, I'll take a plea. Like, I'm not even.
Of course, that's hindsight's 2020. I understand. If you ran a business and sold 30,000 machines and shipped 30,000 machines and have purchase orders that said that they can't guarantee any income, I mean, that's not black and white fraud.
I understand, but I mean, at some point, don't you get discovery and realize, like, hey, they have my. First of all, my. 6 people on my staff have already pled guilty.
No, not 6 people. Like, 4 people they indict, and 2 people pled guilty. 2 people said, "No, I'm not going to talk."
Okay, so how many was it? 4?
Four total, but two said, "No, I can't tell you anything." They went to trial with me.
Okay,
so only 2 people.
So there's 2 people.
Yeah.
So there's 2 people that are already going to testify,
and 10 clients,
and 10 clients that are going to get on the stand and say, "Hey, this is horrible. I was lied to. Whatever."
Yeah. Or whatever they're going to say.
Okay, there's recordings.
Yes.
Okay, but you're also thinking, they don't have me on a fucking recording, or they do, but I didn't say anything.
But here's the problem, though. Here's what I'm looking at, Matt, and this is what you don't see until you go to trial. I have recordings too of great sales pitches of people, but happy people staying with the letter of the law. 90% of those are those. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I have 90% of them. They can say these 5% are cavalier. No, these they're rogue salespeople. You know what I'm saying? I have that defense.
You genuinely think I can beat this.
Also, I have 15 people that will testify for me that say I made money, including a 22-year-old kid that if he can make money, anybody can make. You see what I'm saying? It's not as like cut and dry as you think. Like you're used to like fraud. This is like kind of grayish fraud.
Yeah, no, I understand.
That's what I'm saying. But you sound like you don't understand why I would think I have ammunition to fight them. Like if I don't fight them with my case, nobody fights them. Then there might as well be a bully system where everybody lies down. Well, that's crazy. And that's a bad system.
For the most part, they are.
But that's not good, Matt.
I'm not saying it's good. I'm saying it's a situation.
I'm saying I'm not signing up for prison to go to prison. You can sign up for listen to me. If nobody got machines, I would sign up in 2 seconds for a deal.
So are you saying like you're headed into trial thinking there's some gray areas here, but overall I'm innocent?
That's it.
Okay.
Is there some gray area? Of course there's gray areas of every sales pitch. If you recorded Lehman Brothers for a year, they would go to jail in 2 seconds. Does that make any sense?
I mean, it does, but I mean, I also think that
no, but listen, like people
stacking up against you.
No, but so many people like are used to the clear-cut fraud cases. Like look at the Wolf of Wall Street. It's exactly my case. We're both 13 counts of wire fraud. He was 13 counts of wire fraud. My money count's a little higher than his. Okay, we both did the partying with the office and all that bullshit that he did, right? But here's the thing: the 3 differences with me and him are: 1, He wore a wire on some of his employees and some of his friends to get time off, okay?
This is also clearly fraud.
No, but his is clearly fraud. That's what I'm saying. The difference between me and him, he's selling penny stocks that don't exist. He's selling air. You know air? It's easy to sell air. If you let me say anything, Matt, I'll get you $1 billion in a year. Air is easy. There's no talent in selling air. I'm selling a tangible product that's backed up by Red Bull.
Right.
That's different. That's not apples and apples. That's apples and pineapples. Do you get that?
I understand.
You're just hindsight saying because they got a winning percentage in that.
What I'm asking is, did your lawyer come to you and say, "Hey, listen, I spoke with the government, and the government is offering
yes,
the government is offering you 5 years or 3 years or
no?" My lawyer comes to me and says the government wants to talk about that,
and you're saying, "I'm not talking. I'm not having a conversation.
I'm just fighting them."
Okay,
from the get-go.
Because I had always, and I want to say it was, I think Caroni, or I actually. To be honest, I felt like you at one point had maybe, or maybe it was just Caroni.
I've never met with the government. I've never talked to. The only time I ever talked to an FBI agent when I was waiting for the grand jury with my wife, and they started talking to me, and I said, "I want to talk to you. You're my enemy. What do you get out of here?"
So I always thought that they had offered you like 3 or 4 years. No, maybe it was Caroni that they said.
They can't offer me 3 or 4 years because one, my money count's so high. You know what it is. Leadership role, number of victims, money count, sophisticated means. They're not going to offer me 3 or 5 years. They're not. It's not. The money count's too high.
They can offset it by, well, first of all, what is it? It's over $100 million.
Yes.
It's over $100 million.
$100 million.
They're saying your
anything
profit
over 25
margin,
million is you're already pregnant. So it doesn't matter if it's 100 million.
So your profit margin is over is.
No, it's not. They don't use profit
over
margin.
25 million.
No, it wasn't. They don't use profit margin, Matt.
So you're saying it's 100
I just
million.
said if I sold 3,000 Lamborghinis, you didn't get that?
Yeah, I heard that.
Every single dollar I take in is fraud to them.
Okay, so you're saying that they're not charging with over 25. They're charging with over 100 million.
Yes.
Well, what is it? 100 and what? 100.
It's 108, I think.
Oh, okay.
107 or 108. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm the highest. I'm like 39 points on the list and something. First time offense. So yeah, I got 17 and a half years. I got the lower end of the guy. He could have gave me more. I could have got 210.
Right, but you understand that
I know what I'm looking at, yes.
That you can argue in front of the, well, you don't even have to argue. Basically, if you plead, you basically get to go in and say, like, for instance, the fraud.
Yeah.
They say, hey, you sold this house, you got a mortgage from the bank for $500,000 to buy this house that's worth $500,000.
Sure.
And they initially come in and they say, hey, we're charging you with $500,000 in fraud.
Right.
But when it comes down to it, you get to offset the fraud because the property itself offsets the fraud. So there was really no
So
no
what I'm saying with that
is
is
fraud,
but think
there's
about
no
it,
dollar amount.
I know what you're saying, but think about it. If that was the case, why wouldn't they do that after my trial too? I still shipped the machines. They still got value. It doesn't make any sense. That's where our system is like wacky. I mean, how do you justify you'll do it before trial, but you won't do it after because you fought them? You see what I'm saying?
I see what you're saying. I'm saying when I first got in trouble.
Yeah.
The first time I got it, I wasn't indicted. I was actually it was just a criminal complaint where I had 2 co-defendants that wore wires on me. And the FBI called me and I said, I scheduled a time to go and talk to the FBI to explain what I'd done.
Yeah.
But I just told them that. And then I called a fucking criminal defense attorney. He called them, cancel. They said, that's not happening. And initially what they did was they came and they said, hey, it's $500,000 in fraud.
Sure.
But I knew that that $500,000 was to use to purchase these 3 houses. And so my lawyer initially said, hey, it's $500,000 in fraud. You're probably going to go to jail.
I'll only go by this, Matt. I talked to one of the biggest defense attorneys in the country, Roy Black.
Right.
Howard Shrebnick, who is a great legal mind, to be honest. He's a little character, but he's a good legal mind. They both told me that with your money count and your number of victims, your high-profile Red Bull, you'd probably, if you negotiated it and didn't tell anybody, which I know you'll never will, that you get about 10 years.
Okay.
That's what they said. Now, they said, I'll get you 0 if you go back with those people on a wire, and I'll get you 0 years.
Right.
But I wasn't going to do that. I'm just trying to get points in Joe's system, but I'm saying that was the areas I was looking at. 0 jail time, telling the other business opportunity guys, they don't know I'm indicted yet, go wear wires on them, and I could have easily done that. Just whatever they want me to get them to say. That was for option 1. Mm-hmm. Option 2 is that have the best lawyer, one of the best defense lawyers in the country, negotiate with him. He says 8 to 10 years that he could probably get me.
Right.
Or you go to trial and look at 17.
So in my case, my lawyer, which was a last name is Trombley. I forget his first name. Gary Trombley in Tampa. I paid him like $75,000 because I knew I was going to plead guilty.
Yeah, sure.
Because I know 100% they've got me on a wire.
Right.
I've committed 100%
with different
fraud.
cases.
Yeah, it's not great, black and white.
Yeah,
it's fucking, I'm done.
Yeah.
And it was the loans were my wife's.
I see.
These were loans I did with for my wife. Right. She's Puerto Rican. I can't let her go to jail. She'll kill me. So
yeah, my wife's Peruvian. She would probably kill me too.
Yeah, she'll cut you at least.
Or have somebody kill me.
Right. So I go to the lawyer, and he tells me you might get. He fucking scared me. He said you're probably going to go to jail for 3 years because it's $500,000 in loss.
Yeah,
and I said there's no loss. I said and I explained why. He said, well, there's potential loss. No, there's no potential loss. And I explained that to him. He said, well, that's true. Well, first what he says is, well, listen, you haven't been indicted yet.
Right.
And I went, okay. And he said, do you ever heard of the term pretrial intervention?
Yeah, of course, intervention, yeah.
He said, I can contact the U.S. attorney and probably get you a pretrial intervention. I go, what does that mean? He said, if you're willing to wear a wire, or he didn't even say wear a wire, actually. He said, go to your office. He said, because they believe your office, you're running a mill. A fraud mill.
Yeah, sure.
And I said, okay. He said, go in there, grab 5 or 10 of the most egregious files on your brokers, bring it to the FBI, and explain to the FBI what happened. Sure. He said, I can keep you from being indicted, and they'll indict your brokers.
Right.
He said, you might have to testify, but they'll probably plead guilty because they're so fucking guilty.
But you never know.
And I was like, okay. And I said, oh yeah, man, I'm not going to do that. Which was a mistake.
Yeah.
On my part. Which was a mistake because I could have kept from being indicted and never fucking gone down the fucking road that I ended up going down. And I always look at that because initially when he said that, I was like...
But don't you think you have again, you got to take this the wrong way, but a little bit of a moral compass with other people?
No.
No moral compass.
I have.
Zero moral compass.
I don't think morality leans into it. We were all committing fraud. And I also don't think
No, it does lean into it. The only reason why I'll cut on you off, and you're going to take this wrong, but really, this is to heart, okay?
Right.
You said something about, you talked to some guys, some like hood guys, about you giving $500,000 to your ex-wife or your girlfriend when you went on the run.
No, it was a girlfriend.
Okay, you gave $500,000 to your girlfriend.
Right.
When you're on the run. You took $100,000, right?
Yeah, and she got like $500,000. She got like $500,000.
Yeah. Okay. And their first moral compass barometer to tell you is that, why didn't you kill her?
Yeah.
Okay. So think about that.
Right.
That's a schism of the degree of difference between what you're thinking and what they're thinking is huge, right?
Yeah.
Okay. It's the same difference as when somebody told me that you told on Ron Wilson stuff that I heard Ron Wilson say too, and that when Ron Wilson said that he hid money with his wife, that instead of me saying, hey, Ron, you shouldn't say that, you're in prison, that you went back to the dorm and you told your lawyer to call the FBI and you got a deal for that. The schism of my thing is the same thing with you. Yeah. Do you get that?
Well,
do you get that a little bit? Just tell me if you get it or not.
Well, you're skewing it, for one thing. And we can talk about that. We can talk about that.
No, but that's the barometer that I have with like I'm not even trying to get points for this. I never thought about when Ron said that for me to and I had more time left than you.
Well, and we can get to that.
Okay.
Because that's a great way to say it, but it doesn't. It doesn't.
No, it's not a great way to say it. It's a great way to say what I feel. Do you get me? I'm trying to say the difference between when the guy said he'd kill the girl for $500,000.
Yeah.
You're saying that's insanity, right?
Yeah, I would. Yeah.
But when somebody said
mind.
When somebody said that it crossed Matt's mind to go back to the dorm and use that to give an indictment to Ron and his wife to get more time off from him, it was the same schism that I was shocked. That's all I'm saying.
Right. So back to what I was talking about was that when he initially came to me and said that, you should say that, I was like, immediately, just like you, I was like, yeah, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to.
No, in your head?
No, I'm telling you.
Yeah.
This isn't my first fraud charge, by the way. You don't know my story. I was on probation. The fraud that I went to prison for, I was already on probation. I've committed multiple frauds.
So you like jail?
I never went to jail because the first time.
Well, you probably should have.
What he said was, and I've said that. I've said if the first time I'd actually gone to jail for a couple of years, I probably would have done me some good. But instead, what I did was I said, there's no fraud here. There's no loss. I don't think you can send me to prison.
You went from getting a charge that you got no time on to doing a charge that you got 26 years on?
Mm-hmm.
That's insanity.
So he says testify again.
I'm scared of prison. I wouldn't even jaywalk now. I'm being real. It's like insanity.
I understand. So initially I say, I'm not going to do that. And so I don't do that. I don't testify. I say I'll plead guilty if they drop the charges against my wife.
Okay.
Because he's like, yeah, but listen, he actually said, this is my favorite. He actually said, how good is your marriage? And I went, what do you mean? And he said, we're actually in the middle of a divorce. And he said, And he looked at me, he said, I mean, they don't really have that much of a case on you. Your wife took out the loans. And I went, oh, no. I said, listen, I'm not doing that. I said, I'll take the plea if they drop the charges on her and I'm not cooperating.
That's because it's your wife that you loved at one time.
Yes.
But your moral compass with anything else besides your wife is probably to tell.
Well, I didn't tell on these guys. First, what he said was, just tell on these guys. Now, my moral compass, which I think even saying that is ridiculous.
Well, I don't know what to say to it. I don't know what to say to it. When somebody tells you something and you don't think of ways to have that be advantageous for you to get more time, I don't know what that is. I'm being real with you.
Yeah.
Like, what is it? I'm using the word moral compass. You give me a better word. Like, if somebody in prison tells you something, under confidence kind of, because you're both fraud people and both telling something, like, I don't know why I wouldn't think to go use that to help me get time off. Like, it doesn't come in my mind. Maybe I'm Mickey the Dunce. Right. Well, I don't know. I call that moral compass, and I'll stick by it.
Here's the problem.
That's all I'm saying. You see what I'm saying?
That's fine.
The vernacular is just I have no other vernacular.
First of all, you're jumping to a conversation that's here, and we're talking about something that's here. You keep jumping like it's like you've already decided you want to have this conversation about something completely different when we haven't even finished the story yet. Like I'm
we've been jumping around. We can edit and stuff like that.
I know, but let's make it as easy as possible for Colby. Let me finish this. Is that initially I didn't cooperate with those guys on those guys.
Yeah, sure.
I didn't grab the files. I didn't do anything. I look back now and I always kind of joke and think, boy, if I'd known then that I could have kept from being indicted and just gone about my life, I would have gone in and I would have scooped up the entire file cabinet, put it in the back of a truck, and driven it into the FBI agent office and told them every single thing these fuckers had done. Because here's what happened: when I get indicted, they all lined up to testify against me. Every one of those fucking brokers. Huh?
But not your wife.
The guys in
no,
my
they probably
brokers,
poached your wife is what I'm saying. They probably poached your wife too, right?
No, they never talked to my wife. So what I'm saying is when I got arrested, these guys all were ready. They all testified against it. Not testified, I shouldn't say that. They all spoke to the FBI. They all cooperated against me,
Yeah.
So that's fine. But I'm saying at the time, I didn't cooperate against them because I thought, I'm not going to do that. That's wrong. No, fuck that. I think I'm a tough guy. And so I'm not going to do that.
Not a tough guy. Maybe it is moral compass. Right. You don't know.
So it may have been at the time, but I got it corrected. So I decided I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. I'll take the plea. Whatever. We'll see where the chips fall. And luckily, my lawyer comes back, fucking 2-3 months. You know how it drags out forever. Months later, he comes back. He says, well, you know what? They looked into it, and you're right. Those loans they were secured by those properties, so there's no dollar amount. I can get it trimmed. I can get it brought down to 1 count of wire fraud, 3 years. I take a plea. I get 3 years paper.
Yeah.
Fine. Of course, then I start so I'm on paper. They dropped the charges.
At any time in that process, this is important to say at this time, at any time in that process, did you feel you were going to get jail time?
Yes, initially, because remember, he's telling me you're going to probably get.
Probably. I mean, that's kind of like.
Yeah, first he's saying you're getting jail time, and
you know why they do that? Because they want to look like heroes. Because they're going to tell you that anyways. The lawyer's going to say because he looks like a hero when he doesn't give you.
And he wants $75,000.
But did you feel like 50% you could get jail time?
Initially I thought but as first of all, once I pay him, and he's explaining, and I come back in, and he's telling me what they have and what they don't have, and I'm looking at everything, and I'm thinking, have I scurried enough money away to be able to pay child support and keep my wife in the fucking place? She's got a bunch of properties, and is it going to be okay? And my, and I'm fucking terrified, and I don't know anything about fucking prison. All I've seen is Shawshank Redemption. And so as he's showing, Oz wasn't even out yet, but he's showing me the paperwork. I start to realize. He prints out the fraud portion, and I go home. And I'm laying in bed and I'm reading, and I read.
Look at the table.
The table, but they have paragraphs. Like they have little paragraphs explaining,
right?
And they explain potential loss. And the example they use is a boat. They say if a person has a fraudulent loan for $200,000, let's say, and they spend $150,000 on the boat, and then they pocket $50,000, they say it's a $200,000. That the potential fraud is only $50,000 because they can always sell the boat. So it's secured by the boat. And I was like, that's what I did. That's my fucking. So the next day, I don't even sleep that night. I'm calling the next day. I'm calling. I'm leaving messages. I explain the whole thing, and he's like, oh, he fucking knows this.
Right.
He calls, And then he argues and he bitches. I bring in the appraisals. I bring in everything. I show him everything.
Right, because you're going to have to prove that. It's not something you can just say.
Yeah, he can't just make a call. Yeah. So a month or two later, he calls back. He's like, hey, good news. I convinced them that you convinced them. You're telling me I'm going to fucking jail for 3 years. It went from going to jail for 3 years to you're getting 3 years paper. So, you know, and in my mind, I kind of always felt like, you know, you tell yourself, like, I can't go to prison. Like, like there was no doubt. Like, nobody lost money. Like, I'm telling myself that, but he's telling me different, and I'm terrified. So it does take several. I never go into all that because it's too long, and people don't want to hear all that shit.
Did you do one lawyer or two lawyers at the time?
No, I mean, I have the main guy, which was Gary Trombley, which was a big-time lawyer. He had represented, like, AT&T and all these huge companies.
Yeah.
He's Tampa's Roy Black.
Okay, but you were comfortable with him, though.
I grew up across the street from him.
Oh, wow.
He lives on the Hillsborough River directly across the street. Like, I used to play with his daughter. So,
but did you know, like, I even knew this being a neophyte, is that I know they're going to exaggerate it, the badness of it, to make them look good when you don't get that. Does that make any sense? Like, I was told before I went to any lawyer, hey, they're going to give you worst case scenario because they look better.
No, because my brother-in-law is the one who brought me to, like, when I say I got a lawyer, we went to 3 different lawyers.
Yeah.
And I knew Gary and I liked Gary. I knew.
But did they all say about the same thing?
No, one of them was a prosecutor. She was telling me I'm probably going to jail for 3 or 4 years. And she was an she literally just started her thing. She also wanted to charge me $15,000. She was a U.S. attorney who just started her practice and wanted me to give her $15,000, and she was an asshole. Like, she was really talked to me like I was dirt. Right. And I remember saying, I don't feel good about her. And I went with my brother-in-law. And then I went to another guy that was a friend of his. And then I went to Gary, and I liked Gary, even though he was outrageously expensive. But I liked him. I know him. I grew up across the street. And I thought he'll fight for me, right? Right. So gave him $75,000. That whole thing that I just told you took place. And I really was dealing more with this lawyer underneath him. I was talking to her more, but, you know, it's like Roy Black walks in the first meeting, but you're really dealing with Shrebnick.
That's what happened to me.
Right. I mean, same thing that happened with Deveroli when he went. Yeah. So what ends up happening is, so that's fine. I end up on probation. I take off. I end up on probation. I run a much bigger scam, $11.5 million. I make a bunch of fake people. You know the story. Yeah. Eventually.
How quickly after that? Like, while you were on probation?
How quickly after?
No. You were on probation for what, 3 years?
Yeah.
That's what gave you 3 years. Mostly fraud gave you 3 years.
Yeah.
During that 3 years, you decided to do something that was...
I started a much larger scam.
Wow.
So my mortgage company had done
you needed to go to prison for a little bit.
Yeah. No, I always say if I had gone to prison the first time, I probably would have been better off. But I started a much larger scam. I ended up stealing like $11.5 million. And then a friend of mine, my buddies are all coming to me wanting to help. You know, hey man, I see you're making money. Like, you know, bro, can you help me out? So I end up, a buddy of mine, he starts running a scam in Orlando. He gets caught in a bank. He cooperates. By the way, this is my best friend named Travis. I still talk to him to this day.
But before this,
grew up with him.
Before this, because I think I remember, but I don't completely remember. But you made money in real estate, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you were decent at it?
Yeah, I was good at it.
So clean, you could have made $150,000 a year, maybe.
Probably could have made $100,000, $150,000. Yeah, okay. But I'm greedy and I'm stupid and I'm arrogant and I'm narcissistic and I'm cocky and I thought I could pull off a better scam.
But when you were looking at 2 or 3 years, I know that you were like, I don't want to do prison time.
Right.
Like, I know you enough to say you didn't want to do time for that.
Yeah.
So your shoulders relaxed a little bit when you didn't get time, right? Like a little.
Of course, that's what I'm saying. If I had gotten some time, I would have been fucking scared.
But your shoulders didn't relax enough when you're not to go into another scam.
No, of course not. I'm a douchebag.
No, it's not about a douchebag. It's about that's pretty ballsy.
So, see, I thought it was at the time. I thought I was a fucking I thought it was ballsy, but now I just think it was stupid. So I start this whole other scam. I get another 11.
Not ballsy in a good way, by the way.
Yeah. So my buddy gets caught. He gets caught. I immediately bond him out of jail. And I get him a lawyer because it was a state charge for $15,000. I get him a lawyer. It's $15,000. That was it. Yeah. It's cheap, right?
Right.
$15,000. He says they're going to negotiate. He then, by the way, I always love this about Travis. Like, fucking scoundrel. He ends up over the next month or two, while he's working with the task force, he gets me to give him like $25,000 or so to start a business, which he still runs to this day.
Wow.
Which was a tree trimming business. I'm not going to say the name of it, but
well, put money in your books when you're in prison or something.
No, he never sent me anything, and I called him. But so he's working with the task force on me. And then a couple years go by. I've stolen $11.5 million. He gets caught. He's working with task force for a couple months. He works with them. And then one day a sheriff's deputy that I'd done a couple $1 million in fraud for comes to me and tells me some guy got arrested in Orlando. He's working with the task force. They just handed it over to the FBI. They're going to come arrest you. And that's when I take off on the run for 3 years. Right. I go on the run. I steal another $3 or $4 million. I get caught. I get the 26 years.
Right. So three things. Right. And this is why I think people would want to know. You've probably gone over it, but maybe not. So if you didn't have that first charge, how many years do you think you would have done for the second one? If you didn't have a record? Like half of that? 13 maybe?
Yeah, because only because of the timing. It was in the middle of the financial crisis. It was at the beginning of the financial
precipice, right? And the precipice, right. Everything has a precipice, by the way. The drug case was Lenny Bias. I don't know if you know Lenny Bias, the kid who died from. He got drafted by the Celtics. Everything has a catalyst.
Yeah.
Like people don't know, in the 80s, they couldn't crash, hard laws couldn't get passed until this kid died because he was famous. And then it was everything got passed. Everything, because, the catalyst for fraud was Madoff.
All right.
The catalyst for financial. So there's always a catalyst. No, for public opinion.
Yeah, okay.
Like public opinion in the 90s, like every fraud guy gets tapped on the wrist, slapped on the wrist. So people still think that, by the way. So if you didn't go on the run, how much time would you have gotten?
Oh, if I'd stayed?
Yeah.
I don't know, for the $11.5 million?
Right.
While I was on probation?
Right.
Yeah, I'd have gotten, I don't know. Do I cooperate? If I don't cooperate.
No, if you don't cooperate.
Oh, 6 or 7 years at least. Okay. It was $11 million. I'm on probation.
Right. So now they got you doing it like in their face. You're running on them, stuff like that. So they didn't really give you a chance to like tell anybody else.
Oh, no. So when I get caught, when I go on the run, I continue to commit fraud. I borrow another $3 to $4.5 million on the run.
Sure.
I get caught.
Yeah.
My lawyer at our first meeting says, because keep in mind, when I left Tampa, I have an $11.5 million fraud. It's collapsed. And everybody that helped me is already cooperating. So I've been gone 3 years.
I see.
3 years, everybody's cooperating. So when I sit down with my lawyer for the first time, she walks in and she gives me a stack of FBI 302s and Secret Service, which there's not many Secret Service because it was a different case. FBI, boom, just spam, stacks them down.
Right.
She says, before we really start, she said, look, first of all, she said, obviously you're guilty. She said, unless you're not thinking, and I was like, no, right. Obviously I'm guilty. She says, okay. She said, everybody in Florida that I can see, everybody that's already been indicted, they indicted unknown co-conspirators. There's 12 of them. Me and 12 people that just initials.
Yeah, sure.
She said they've all cooperated except for my ex-wife, by the way, which is on the indictment, but she did not, never talked to him once. Everybody else was more than happy.
There you go.
So they've all cooperated. She said, you can't go to trial. And I was like, okay. And I said, okay. She said, your only real strategy at this point is to cooperate and hope for the best. And I went, well, what are we talking about? Let's schedule some fucking meetings. Like, what are you talking about? Right. Like, I'm not fucking, like, I'm doomed. I'm doomed. Because I knew by that point, as opposed to the first time I got in trouble, I knew by the second time that only a fool would play by rules that nobody else is playing by. Nobody but my ex-wife was not ready to testify and had not. And I sat there, by the way, and got to just read through. She gave me like 30, 45 minutes, and I couldn't read them all, but it was ridiculous how many people
realize you're different with other cases because you were gone for 3 years. It's like the Whitey Bulger thing. Like he's on the run. He's in hiding for 10, 15 years. You understand? Like he's not the boss still. Like you're not next to these people still. You're already like admitted you're guilty. You're on the run. That's a little bit different. Don't you see the difference of a regular case when everybody gets indicted at the same time? About telling is what I'm saying. Like you're already on the run. You're already giving them the FU. You're already like admitting guilt almost. That's a little different.
Well, yeah, this is a different fraud is different. There's no doubt that I'm guilty.
No, well, your case is different than that. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying that
there's no going to trial.
No, there isn't. No, but I'm saying when you say like of course they're going to testify against me. Yours is a little different type of deal than most people's. You were on the run.
Yeah.
You were giving them the FU on the run. Like you're already a menace. Like really, like how are they gonna like be strong if they were gonna even think about being strong and say, you know what, I'm not gonna tell them that you lost that with that. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, but I mean, trust me, they're on their way. They're driving there. They're showing up. They're not threatening. These guys are not they're coming straight to them. They're going. They're showing up.
I know what you're saying, man. I can only tell to my personal thing, and in my personal thing, 50% of the people said I can't tell against them. 50% of my 4. So I'm just, I know that the majority, you're right. But in my case, literally 50% of the people didn't take 6 months and got 7.5 years. Do they regret it? I haven't talked to them since. But I'm saying
you should.
Why didn't you call them up, reach out, of course. I mean, I don't know where they live, but right now, but I should. But my point is, I'm not giving them necessarily extra credit for it. Like I would have been found guilty anyways, but I'm giving them credit for it.
Yeah, it's admirable. They feel like they didn't do anything wrong, and they went to trial.
Right, and they also feel that they could have just said, I'm just going to whatever you say to tell me to say, because that's what the other people did. Like the office manager, she really didn't know anything about anything.
Right.
She was a gopher that got computers and got the thing. Like they did it because she had 2 kids. They knew what she would say anything.
Yeah.
That's pretty scary when you're indicting somebody that the indictment's not going to stick. If she says no, they're not going to probably push the indictment because they have nothing on her.
Yeah, but she's terrified.
Of course she's terrified. No, you're right. But it's kind of like, she's
terrified. She's got a kid. She's got 3 FBI
so
agents.
What the government's willing
attorney.
to do is people don't realize that they're willing to indict somebody they know is innocent. Just to get somebody, which is
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, no, it's completely innocent. Not like a little hands dirty, completely innocent. To me, that's scary.
I think it's scary too, but it's also the way it is. Like I'm not going to fight the Leviathan.
Oh no. Well, I mean, like I said, my case is in black and white. It's not like the Leviathan. Yours is that you're black and white.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's gray areas of fraud. There really is.
So
I mean,
so you do end up going to. I mean, unless you want to continue down this path and then go back to
whatever. You
go
wherever you want. You can go wherever you want.
I think we just continue on the storyline. Like,
okay,
go to the trial.
Well, I know he wants to talk about Ron Wilson.
Well, I think
no, we have to do that now. I mean, I'd like to talk about the trial. So I'm out for a year on bond,
right?
And so my trial dates January of 2010. Excuse me, 2011. I was in home in 2010. So my first day of trial, voir dire, which if people don't know, voir dire is talking to the jury about basic questions about what the trial is going to be like. So voir dire happens on January 24th, 2011, and that's important because it's the first day of my trial, and that's my daughter's 14th birthday on that same day, coincidentally. Mm-hmm. So it's kind of it's a weird situation to be in. So they go to voir dire. They ask the jury a simple question. This is what scared me the most right away. They ask them, they say, if you see this trial, it's going to be about a 2-month trial. If you see this trial over 2 months, you see the prosecution's defense, you see the defense's evidence, could you possibly find them not guilty or guilty from just what you see at trial? That's the most mundane question in the world. And the very first guy says, well, he's been indicted on 13 counts. He must be guilty of something. And of course you X him out, but they're all thinking that.
Yeah.
So right away, I'm like, these people, like, it's not like Pollyanna, like where they say innocent to proven guilty. Nobody thinks that. They think, like, I don't get indicted. And I used to think this way. I don't get indicted. Like, just don't get indicted. If you're indicted, you must be guilty of something, right?
Right. They had to show the grand jury something to prove that you were guilty of something.
My mother, when she went to the grand jury, said they were feeding her popcorn. They didn't even listen to her. They were giving them like snacks and stuff like that. She was talking, and like the grand jurors were like telling each other like it's just a rubber stamp. It's a shame. Mm-hmm. But like, there's only one case I know in the history that the grand jury said, in fraud cases, that said, you know what, I don't think there's enough. They 99.999% of the time, no matter what you say at the grand jury, because you can't defend it,
right,
they're going to say it's good enough for trial. So it's like really just it's nothing. So that's the first day of my trial with picking the jury. The second day of my trial was really the first day. So the prosecution goes first, and they say, listen, we'd like to get the overhead projector. Okay, here it is. They take the overhead projector, put it in the middle of the room. This is at 10 o'clock in the morning. They bring out a stack of checks like this big, all the checks I paid myself for the first 2.5 years of the company. They don't say a word for the whole day, not one word. They just say exhibit. The only thing they say is exhibit 1. They show the first check I paid myself, which in the very beginning was like maybe $10,000. Exhibit 2. By the 10th check, it's like $30,000. By the 40th check, it's like $300,000. This is every week. Mm-hmm. The jury's looking at me like this. Like right away, they're going, like, this guy's making $300,000-$400,000 a week? They I wouldn't say the word hate me right away, but they resent me.
Right.
And they're looking at me like staring at me going, and what do you do to that? They haven't said a word. They haven't said what the trial's about. They haven't said if I'm guilty or not. They haven't said if I made it nefariously. They just are showing checks to say, there's no way this guy's making $300,000-400,000 a week. He's got to be doing something.
Right.
And that was the first day when I knew I'm in the hole right away. So, the trial happens and the prosecution puts on a case. First they put the FTC, which I'm thinking the FTC is going to say bad things, right? The FTC says, no, we don't have any violations from him. What? We thought they had many that I didn't see or something. Mm-hmm. Wait a minute, he's done business opportunities for like 15 years now. How many times have you tape recorded his salespeople? 828. You called 828 times. You have these 828 tapes? Yeah, we do. We brought them here today. And you've never gave him a violation? No. I'm thinking, this is great, right? So we asked him, say, listen, you regulate what he does, yes. And you never thought about shutting him down? Oh, well, we have different standards than he knows where they're going now. We have different standards than the Department of Justice. You regulate me.
Right.
And if you don't see a problem, I don't understand it. So the second witness for the government was an FBI agent that said this. All they asked him is, well, when you went to his home, was it lavish home? And of course we say, objection. What does that have to do with anything, right? Oh, very lavish home. He had many things. Objection. And he's saying over the guy, even though they say it, right? And by the way, at the end of those checks, they showed a picture of my house, which they took down right away because we said objection. And the judge said, no, take it down. But they've already seen my house, a glimpse of it. Yeah. And it wasn't, it's a 1.5. It's not a mansion, but it's a nice house. So the second day of trial was the FBI, him. And then the third day of trial started the investors. So the investors, the first investor, I remember, I think I told you a story about the boat captain.
Yeah.
So it's a boat captain. He says, hey, you really like this, right? Oh, yeah. I bought, I bought 25 machines for $109,000. I really liked it. Okay. Did you read the purchase order? Yeah, kind of. Do you see here when you signed it and it says that Creative Concepts can't guarantee any specific level of income? Well, I didn't really read that much, but you signed right next to it. Oh, probably. I just don't read that much contracts. And he said, this is his words. It's only $109,000. And I'm like, what? And my lawyer says, only $109,000? Do you ever have contracts that are big money? Oh, I've done houses before. Well, do you read the contract of your house? Oh, I kind of leave that up to my wife. Okay. Did you show your wife this? Oh, I did. And she was okay with it. Okay. So you bought 25 machines. Did they show up? Yeah. Were they nice machines? Oh, yeah, beautiful machines. They worked. What happened? I put it into 25 locations. It didn't really work out that well, and I put them in my garage. Okay. So you're saying that you didn't really read all of his material? Oh, not really. Okay, so the $109,000 really doesn't mean much. How much do you make as a boat captain? Well, I do I go out he goes, what do you do, charters and stuff? Oh no, I only go to a mile. I have a license to go to a mile. So how much do you make in a year? Oh, I make about $37,000. I mean, you make $37,000 and you're okay with a $109,000 investment? You're not reading the paperwork? He says, yeah, but my wife's a neurosurgeon.
Right.
And I leaned to my lawyer. I said, yeah, she probably did an operation on him. Right. I mean, jury doesn't see it. But yeah, that's how cavalier said it. The second lady said that my salesperson told her that she could make 150 sales a day. Where's the tape of that? No. Yeah. You can say anything. She just wants her money back. She'll say anything. So basically, everybody comes up there and says, we got gorgeous machines. I love the machines when I showed up. But, I just, they didn't make the numbers. And did you move the machine? Oh, I moved them back to my garage. Why wouldn't you try it at another location? Oh, well, I was fed up with it.
Right.
That's what you're dealing with.
What happened with the 15 people that you had?
Oh, that's a good question. Way before the trial, 3 months before the trial, they all tapped out, one at a time. Hey, the government called me. I can't do this. Well, we can make you do it. Oh, yeah, if you make me do it, I'm going to say bad things. Because the government called them up, and they said exactly what the government told me. I'm going to go through every one of your tax returns. I'm going to go through your fine-tooth comb. I'm going to see whatever you do, I'm going to know. And they scared them. If I did that to their witnesses, I'd go to jail for more time.
Yeah. No.
But yes, they systematically called every one of the 15 and scared them off.
If you called any of those witnesses, it'd be witness tampering.
Of course. But theirs is not. Theirs is just interviewing them.
Right.
But everyone told me that they scared them off. Everyone.
So how long does the trial go?
Trial's 3.5 months.
And you testified?
I testified for 10 days on the stand. Yeah.
What do they say? What do they say for 10 whole days?
Oh, for 10 whole days, they're saying sales tactics. They're saying, but they're saying things that are completely legal that they're making look skeevy. This is what they'll do. I'll give you a typical example of 2 or 3 of them. One of them is, you've heard of a shell company, right?
Yeah.
You've heard of it. Many people haven't heard of it. You buy a company that was started in right now, 2022.
Right.
And you flip it into another name and you say, this corporation has been around since 2022. The state of Florida sells those. They actually sell an older one for more money, by the way.
I know.
So that's completely legal, by the way, also. So I did that before, like 2-3-year-old company before mine called Baltimore Financial. But the jury thinks that's the skeeviest thing in the world. Like, so say, did you change it? Did you say you've been up and running for 3 years? I said the corporation has. Why would you deceive him like that? No, I bought a shell corporation that the state of Florida sells. I could have bought a corporation that says 1950 to make him really feel well, right? But the jury thinks that's crazy, like, oh my God, that's like nefarious. The second thing is,
why not just start a corporation, a brand new corporation?
Well, I mean, if I started 2 weeks ago, there's going to be people that bought because you're a 2-week-old company.
Right.
I'm just going 2 years old, which many people do, by the way.
Like, I don't doubt it, and I know it's not illegal, but it doesn't look.
But why
good.
would the state of Florida do that then?
Well, they're just trying to recoup the back.
Okay, but I'm saying if it was, but they felt it was fraud. If they felt you could use it to fraud somebody, why would they let you?
Well, because there's many things that are like that. Like,
no, that's what I'm saying.
You can use it to defraud, but you could also use it just because you're trying to.
But I'm saying that people that haven't been in business, and of course the jury's not going to, anybody in business, they're going to X out.
Right.
Like any
I understand
jurors.
as a business owner why you would do that. One, it gives you credibility, but it gives you credibility if you're selling boats and it's a perfectly legitimate business. But if they, by the same token, if there's anything illegitimate and it ends up in front of a jury, now it looks fraudulent.
But it's legal. They have to admit that it's legal, but it looks fraudulent.
Agree.
You see what I'm saying? So stuff like that, which hurts because if you're really innocent, then that's something you did legally. But you see what I'm saying? That's their MO. So, and then they bring them, the two people, my salespeople that testified against me, they bring those up. The first woman, she stuck with the script mostly, but a couple things. But my office manager said some crazy things. Like says that, I knew about the sales taxes because we had secret meetings with the hierarchy of the company. That's her verbiage. Hierarchy
Who's
of the
hierarchy?
That's what I told my lawyer to ask her, and she said, that's me, him, and a couple other people, and he's very charming sometimes, but he's you could tell she's just going on script.
Right.
And what's crazy is that we go for lunch during her testimony. We break for lunch. And I'm sitting with my wife waiting for the elevator. There's 3 elevators on the top floor, the second floor of the Fed building for trial in Fort Lauderdale. They could have went to 2 other elevators, and the FBI brings her in my elevator, on purpose. And I could hold my tongue. My wife's there, and I shouldn't, but I call her some names. But she's, I'm going to tell the judge. I'm going to tell the judge you could have went to 2 other elevators. You brought her in my elevator. So that kind of like the trickery. But the trial is weighted because they're thinking you're guilty no matter what.
Right.
Their trial is thinking that you made so much money that I think you're going to get about a year or 2, and that's why I really honestly think if they knew I was going to get 17 and a half years, I would have been found not guilty.
What would have happened if how they showed your house? They flashed your house up, and you're like, objection.
Sure.
What if you would have blurted out, I could be going...
Yeah, they would have said mistrial, and I would have been put to jail, take away my bond, and then they would have tried me again. I could have done that 10 times.
Yeah. Okay. I was just curious.
No, I mean, I could tell that because, if I blurted out, hey, I'm looking at 20, I'm a little nervous up here, I'm 10 years. I was thinking about saying that. I'm a little nervous because I'm looking at 20 years. I've been told by my lawyer, and right or wrong, but I've been told by many lawyers, that the judge would say mistrial.
Right.
They would remand me and take away my bond and then try me again.
So, what about and I think this happened earlier, but one day you're headed home.
Yeah, sure.
You're walking through the parking garage.
Oh yeah, that was in the middle of my trial.
Okay.
There was a kid from Calvary Chapel Church. He's a guitarist at this Christian church in Broward.
He's on the jury.
He's on the jury. Yeah. He says, I know his background because you have to say your background, and he always wears like a sweatshirt. And I'm nothing wrong with the kid. Probably a great kid, but he's just kind of frumpy, and he's just like. So, anyways, my wife keeps telling me don't park in that garage every day because that's where the jurors park. I go, why? Like, because they took 4 out of 5 of my cars. They left me with the 7 Series BMW. It's no big deal, but I mean, like, that's the only car I got left. They impounded the other, took the other cars. So the kid happens to be parking right next to me. So he gets out of the trial. We both walk. He walks, and I've been on the stand saying that I'm broke now, and I was. They took all my money, but then he sees me going to 745. Probably goes back to the jury meeting on Monday and says, "Hey, this guy's driving a 745," and did that hurt? Maybe, but he's looking like, oh God, I thought he was crying poor mouth. But
probably didn't look good.
Didn't look good.
I'm sure he probably gets in a fucking 15-year-old.
No, he did. He was parked right next to it. It was like it was like a Toyota like 82 or something like. Yeah, unfortunately, yeah. So, did it help? No, but I mean, it was little things like that. I mean, the trial was, and also every day after the 2-month period, the judge would say sorry to the jury for taking so long, and almost blame us. Like, it's your right to be there. I mean, you have to be there. It's your civic duty.
Right.
But every day he said, "Oh, I'm sorry, it's been taking so long, and the defense is long-winded." Like, what? Like it's so skewed. I mean, the biggest two skewed things I've told you this is that, first of all, this big media, because Dietrich shows up to trial. Dietrich does not have to show up from Austria. They can't make him. He's not even a U.S. citizen. They can't. He shows up to make Red Bull look like they got duped by me. So he brings this memo when he's on the stand of a 30-page memo of all the bad things I was doing that he said I signed at the Vegas trade show. This is the most craziest thing I've ever heard in my life. They show the signature line, my name typed, his name signed, unsigned on my side. And my lawyer says, "Well, where's the signed one?" "Oh, I don't know. I think the prosecution has it." The prosecution's like, "We don't have it." So my lawyer said, "Jack, you can't show this. This could be made yesterday. It doesn't have his signature on it." The judge says, "Mr. Warrenshitz, did you see him sign this at the Vegas show?" "Oh, I did. I'll let the jury see it." Now, on appeal, it was definitely said the judge made an error, but it was said harmless error.
Okay. But did you ever get the document? Had you ever seen it?
Never seen it in my life.
It.
If he showed it to me at Vegas, I said, "Let's not do business anymore." I said, get that out of here. You think I'm doing all that? It was all the hindsight shit the government said I was saying.
Right.
I never signed anything at that Vegas show. He took me to I went to a Palms hotel for the Real World suite. The Real World suite at the Palms for an MTV party after our meeting. We think I'd go to that if he shows me this stuff?
Right.
No. Unsigned. Wouldn't they have the signed one?
Right.
It wasn't signed. He made it to make Red Bull look like I duped him.
So what's the second thing?
The second thing is that this was I was more shocked. The government has 88 tapes that not the FTC, they call salespeople up when they were investigating me before, during the Red Bull run, and has 88 tapes of sales conversations. They picked the 4 worst ones, the hard-hitting New York salespeople that they're tough, right? Mm-hmm. So you got the guys, and you play those 4. It's like a broker or something. The jury is like, they're not business people. They're going, "Oh, it's a little tough," right?
Right.
We go to play the other 84, and their lawyer says, "Oh, well, that's hearsay. We've already heard enough salespeople." It's their tapes.
Right.
The judge says, "Oh, wait a minute. Let's have a sidebar." Every sidebar was like 2-3 minutes, except this one was a half an hour. I'm waiting a half an hour doing a sidebar. And at the end of the sidebar, it says it's a 50-50 decision, but we've heard enough salespeople.
So you're only going to play the
4 ones that they picked up. It's their tapes that they put in evidence.
Yeah.
I was shocked by that. Well, first of all, it was at 3-month point of the trial. He's saying people like, "I'm sorry for taking it so long." If they play the other 84 tapes,
it goes forever. Goes another whatever.
So
2 weeks, another week.
In the right in the my appeal, it said that he made an error. That's an error.
Right.
But it said harmless error.
Right.
So
that's a harmless error, by the way, it's kind of like a catch-all. Like there's tons of things that are like
they're admitting that they made a mistake. They can't not. He's saying, "Oh, the judge made a mistake," but it wouldn't have mattered in the jury's opinion.
Right.
Well, let the jury hear. Let's do it again, and let the jury hear this. But they don't do it that way.
So when they come back, is there anything else about the jury or about the trial?
No, but the trial is just basically at the end was more of them showing analysts by saying that. Like, I should have made a determination as their words, a moral business person, that this wasn't working out and stopped making $500,000 a week and stop selling the Red Bull machine and sell something else in the middle of it. That's what they're standing on. That I made a decision that, but what I'm saying is that, like, what we argued is if I made the decision halfway through, because the machines didn't go out until like 2-3 months in, right? We didn't get sales stats till like 3-4 months in. That means I didn't go into it nefariously. I didn't go into it to fraud people. You see what I'm saying? So we argued that, and they were like, "Oh, we're not saying that. He went into it to fraud people." What? You're saying I made a decision, like my fault was my decision to keep selling with sales, stats after I knew it wasn't going to do well.
Right.
Well, that only happens like halfway into the business. It doesn't happen right away. So, but they still argue right away it's fraud. So, it's always weighted to them. So what happens is, and this is 3 things that people might realize and they might not. Like I said, my biggest thing is they have no idea what time I'm getting. Zero chance. Like they're thinking I'm going to get a year or 2, maybe 3 years, 5 years at the most. And they'd probably feel bad for me getting 5 years. But 17 and a half? For white collar, first time offense, never been arrested in my life.
Yeah, the jury has no idea what you're facing.
No idea. So and they think
the only time they know what you're facing
is a murder case.
It's a
murder case.
No, is if it's the death penalty.
Well, murder case, yeah.
Yeah, but if it's a death penalty case where you could get the death penalty,
right, of course,
then they know you're.
You know, in the
facing
feds, that's why it's 33% more likely to beat a murder case than any other case. 33 times more likely.
Because they have to know.
Not 33%, 33, because they have to know. Even as a neophyte, you know how much time they're getting. So you better be right? That's why they say OJ innocent proven guilty. Me, I'm guilty right away. I'm a fraud guy. I'm guilty, right? Once they say I was indicted on 13 counts of fraud, they don't even know what that means, by the way. Like wire fraud. What do you think a person who doesn't know about it? What do you think they think wire fraud means?
Well, I don't think they know because I didn't know.
They don't know.
When I got charged with wire fraud.
The only reason why they call mine wire fraud is because people wired me money to do the opportunity. Like people think I did wire fraud in the bank or something. No. So it's just they just don't know. They're not educated enough. They should be. I have no idea why they wouldn't be. Like why wouldn't they want all the information they can to possibly make a good decision?
Right.
Here's the second thing. The second thing is that jury, when they're looking at me about the money thing, that sticks with them because you know why? They're thinking that 2 or 3 years, I could justify it. He made all that money, right?
Mm-hmm. If he gets out, he's going to have millions.
If they believe that I hit it or something, which I wish I did. Maybe I'm an idiot for not doing that. I really honestly wanted to beat him, so I thought the best thing to say is I can account for every dollar. We'll go over my bank account for all the time I was doing. You can account for every dollar. Mm-hmm. Not taking out $1 million. Where'd that $1 million go? No, I can account for everything. Which in hindsight didn't make a difference, obviously, but I wanted it as leverage. Because if you do hide money, where'd that money go? If you're on the stand going, that looks bad.
Right.
So
it goes to the jury.
Yes.
They come back.
They come back 5 days later. It took them 5. I was out back getting the lunch and doing this like 5 days. They recessed on a Monday and they didn't come back till Friday. So they come back, and my lawyer says, you've been out for a year. They'll probably give you 70 days till the sentencing to sort your things out. No. They say guilty, and the judge, my lawyer says, but he's been out for a year. Like, he's not a flight risk. He took all his money. He hasn't done anything. He could have left during the trial. You know what he said? Yeah, but he's guilty now.
When they read off, because I remember you told me this in prison, when they read off all the charges, like you beat several of the charges.
I did. I beat all the conspiracy charges. Like, remember they said that they thought that I made a bad decision, like when the machine wasn't doing well?
Yeah.
So I think the jury heard that and said, he didn't go into it. I didn't go into this business to dupe people. I had a contract with Red Bull. I'm selling the energy center. I didn't knowingly go into this in a scheme to defraud because I shipped every machine.
Right.
Think about that. So I'm going to say not guilty on the conspiracy, which was 6 counts of the 13. So that was the first 6 counts, though. Think about this.
Right.
I come back from 5 days recess, and they say, first count of wire fraud, do you find defendant Andrew J. Levinson guilty or not guilty? Not guilty. Okay. I know there's 12 other charges.
Yeah.
When they say not guilty 5 more times,
right.
At the 6th time, I'm straightening my tie. I'm ready for my speech, like when I'm walking out of here, to tell them everything in the world, tell the prosecutor, like whatever, right? 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th, all guilty. So, and in the feds, I could have beat every count but one and still got the same amount of time because wire fraud is 1 to 20 years.
Yeah.
So I could have beat every one, 12 out of 13, and one count gives me the same 210 months.
Yeah.
Great system.
So they and then they take you into custody right then.
Yes. So my lawyer's like shrugs his shoulders, like, because I really thought I could get the 70 days, and they take me to the county jail to wait 70 days to go back for sentencing.
Well, your lawyer's irritated that you got paid $20,000 for a fucking 2-month trial too, right?
Yes. But I mean, it could have made his name because it was in the papers. If he ever got me off, I mean,
you don't have to convince me. I'm just saying, I know by that point he's shaking his head.
But if they didn't take their money, I would have got Black, and maybe Black could have got me a little less time. Maybe like it's like the OJ trial. Like, remember Judge Ito? He's enamored by the other lawyers, right? Mm-hmm. Maybe this, Schmuck Khan would have went, oh, Roy Black, okay. It helps.
Yeah. So, well, he probably would have mounted a better defense.
Of course.
Also, if you still have the money, the judge also knows that, hey, when I deny something, yes. or it's going to be appealed. Like, this is going to be a problem. Like,
right. If I got if I got Dershowitz on appeal or something, like, he's probably going to let those tapes in. He's not going to let Dietrich say I signed the stuff.
Right.
Because they could beat me without that. Like, that's just like icing.
Yeah.
Like, they don't need Dietrich to come and dupe a memo that I said I signed and I never signed it. They don't need that.
Yeah. Dietrich didn't know that though.
No, Dietrich just wants to protect Red Bull. No, he wants to help Red Bull's name. You know that. Like, that poor guy duped me, $1 billion company, into doing this. Yeah.
So, 17 years.
Yeah, 210 months.
What did your lawyer think you were going to get? What was he saying?
Oh, he said, without a doubt, I'm going to get 210 to 220, 226. That's my range because I'm over 25 million.
Right.
I'm a leadership role. Can't say anything about that. I'm the owner of the company.
Right.
I'm over 250 victims because I got 3,000 people that bought from me. I got sophisticated means, which I have no idea, even to this day, how that works.
Everything falls. I mean, anything.
So I can't fight any of that.
Anything even slightly complicated.
Right, of course.
To the layman.
So mine is simple. I score out the 37 first time offense. That's 210 to 226. I knew I was going to get that if I was found guilty.
Right.
Like 100%. Like, he's not going to downward departure me.
Right.
I fought him, for crying out loud.
So, all right, 17 years.
Yeah.
When do you get what happens? You go to what is your wife saying?
Not much. It's like a blur. It's like a kind of like we don't even really talk seriously about it. I mean, we do talk about, but I mean, it's just all like just a smack in the face. It's all just reactionary. Like, hey, just.
I mean, she comes to see you.
Yeah,
you're
absolutely.
locked up.
No,
you're in the marshal's hold. Well,
I'm in the Broward County Jail.
Yeah.
It's a Fed wing. It's like the fifth.
Yeah.
For the feds.
So she comes to see you. She's just like shaking
but it's
her head like, fuck.
video, because you can't really say anything there because you think they'll listen. Like in the county jail, where our county jail, you can't see them. It's a video. Like in the same dorm, everybody can see a video visit. So that was kind of just. And then we talk about it eventually, but not right away. When I was in county for 70 days, it's just basically horrible county jail. Like I lost like 60 pounds, which was good at the time, but. It was just waiting for sentencing. So my PSI comes back. I know what I'm going to get. I mean, I know I'm going to get 10 years.
You didn't go to PSI. You didn't go to the.
He told me not to go.
Yeah, your lawyer told you not to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not sure that would have made a difference anyways.
What did the headline say when?
The headline says this. Of course, frauds to local businessmen dupes investors of Red Bull. You can look it up. I mean, it's totally spins it. Like all the stuff they said before when the trial was going on. Hey, this guy shipped 30,000 machines, but after you're guilty. It's everybody lost their life savings. Everybody does this. Everybody, does that. It's just all spun. Like you read that, you're laughable. It's like hardly anything of the trial. They just they're gonna just say the like what every fraud guy does, like rip people off.
Yeah.
But and if you watch my trial, look at the transcripts. It's kind of like a 50-50 thing. You can see the prosecutor. I don't think he was that confident, but
Well, you told me in Coleman when they were reading off the not guilty, not guilty, not guilty.
Yeah.
You leaned back.
Yeah.
To like look at him.
I look at the prosecutor mean mugging him. When the sixth count of not guilty, when they said not guilty 6 times, I'm looking at this guy, Gordis, because they brought him in from Washington. Every Friday you say bye to Khan, the judge, and say, I'll see you back on Monday. He flies back to Washington, flies back. They put him up at a hotel for the 3 months. They couldn't get a local prosecutor to do it? Who knows?
Wow. It's a very uncommon. It's a very uncommon crime and prosecution. So, I can see why they would have a specialist that they would fly in.
Yeah.
So, all right. So you end up how long till you get to ship to Coleman? Do you go straight to Coleman?
No, I go to FTC Miami. The day after I got sentenced, I go from the county jail to FTC Miami.
Okay.
I was in FTC Miami for about 4 or 5 months. So I met with my counselor there, and he's like, man, you're first-time fraud. You got 5 security points. You can't go to a camp because you're over 10 years, but you go to a low. I don't know anything about this low, medium, stuff like that. He goes, yeah, you're going to go to probably like Coleman low, or Miami low.
Why would you have 5? Why do you have 5 fucking points anyway?
5, that's it.
But I'm going to say, why even 5?
I don't even know why 5.
I don't even know why. Like, I had like 2 because I had a detainer. When I got the detainer, it was like 0. It was like 1.
I got 5. Like, so 5 is still low.
Probably because you went to trial.
Yes, I think right, because I didn't get right. So, but as people know, anything under 11, you're supposed to go to a camp. But I can't go to a camp because I have more than 10 years.
Yeah.
So I'm supposed to go to low. So about 3-4 months later, I see the list of pack-out list, and I'm on it. Levinson, it says COLM. I don't know what that means. The guy said, oh, that's Coleman medium. I said, I mean, no big deal, but you said I was going to go to a low. He goes, yeah, I don't know who you pissed off. Like, you only got 5 points. They put a manager variable on you. Yeah. And so, people.
You went to the medium?
I went to the medium for 2 years. Oh yeah, I started the medium. I was at the medium. 2011 or 12, I was at the medium.
No, I left in 2010.
And then I came over to you. I saw you in 2012. I came over to you in September of 12 to the low. But 11 and 12, I'm at the medium. Yeah.
I actually didn't want to leave the medium. Because we had your own room, and I heard that the fucking dorm sucked. And
well, what's crazy with me is they kept me in A2, like the entry dorm.
Yeah.
They kept me in there because they said I was on phone, like they listened to my phone calls, remember there was some guys that lived there, like Joe Peg. Remember Joe Peg?
Yes.
He was my buddy there, and
what was the guy with the tattoos?
Yeah, they had a tattoo shop. What was it? Blonde hair. He was the orderly.
Yeah.
I forget his name. I mean, he had tattoo shops around here, and his girlfriend got overdosed in front of him. Remember him? Chuck, see?
I like Chuck.
Okay, so I went there for 2 years to the medium, and everybody didn't believe me that I had 5 points, and I showed it. And I said, look, at 5 points. Yeah, I got a manager variable. So after the first year, my manager's saying, hey, you should go to the low. Yeah, you're my manager. I don't know. The higher-ups are saying, no, you got to go another year here. So I did 2 years there, and then I went to the low and met you.
It doesn't make any. I don't know why.
But
I also know there was
a trial. That's a trial punishment.
Yeah, I also know a guy that went to trial and got he went to the fucking pen.
Yeah, I went to the pen.
Yeah.
Like, think about this. I'm at the medium, right? If I do anything wrong or they think I could do anything wrong, easily send me to the pen.
All right, so you go to the low.
Yeah. I go to the low. I go to B4 with you.
How long are you at the low?
For 4 years. I was from September of 2012 to October of 2016. I went to the Atlanta camp. So I was with you for 4 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
three and a half, 4 years.
Yeah. So while we were there, because I watched the podcast.
Yeah, sure.
And I know you want to talk about this.
Yeah. I mean, it's natural to want. I mean, I haven't seen you in 9 years. It's an event that happened after I left you. It happened during it. I didn't know. I didn't know it happened after.
Yeah. Well, what I was thinking about.
I had no clue. Maybe I'm Mickey the Dunce. I had no clue.
Well, first of all,
I
think you were in the cell next to me for a month.
For about a month.
For about a month.
No, maybe about 3 months. It was about three months. Okay.
We didn't eat lunch every day.
No, I never said every day. No. I said many times, though, probably 30 times.
Yeah, over 4 years.
Yeah, 30, 40 times.
But if you watch that podcast, it's like me, you, and Wilson were best buddies and ate lunch every day. Like, that's how it comes off.
I never said every day, though.
Yeah.
I never said every day.
We'll go back in. I can go back and look.
You can go back. I never said every day.
Yeah.
But I would say, educated guess, we had lunch 40, 50 times in 4 years.
I remember. Let's say meals. More than lunch. Maybe sometimes dinner, sometimes lunch.
Yeah. I would say meals.
I don't think you went to breakfast.
I never went to breakfast. Not one time.
Right.
Not one. So you're right about that.
Yeah. I was going to say.
But we shared intimate conversations a bunch of times.
Yeah.
I knew your ex-wife, your situation with your son, and you knew the situation with me. I mean, we knew more than the average person about each other.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. And Wilson, like, you also in the podcast made it sound like we were all friends. But I mean,
I never said the word friends. I said we hung out because we were both all fraud guys.
Right.
And it's kind of true. He was grumpy. He was this, but he wasn't friend. Of course, he probably hated me. But I never said he was my friend, by the way. I never on there. I said that.
No, it just comes off that way. It's like we ate. We were in the cell. We ate every day.
I said we ate because we were all fraud.
Right.
Like, I wouldn't have even talked to Ron if he wasn't fraud.
Yeah.
So fraud tends to mingle together. You know that.
Oh, I know that. I know everybody kind of you gather with you gather with the people you know, right? Like the Chos all gather together, the drug dealers gather, the fraud guys gather together. It's comfortable. Yeah.
And we had not many, but we had private conversations about other stuff. A lot about my case and your case, because I mean, I could name a lot of stuff about your case, but I mean, it must have been, I don't know, 40, 50 times we talked about our cases, maybe. Maybe 100?
Maybe 100, yeah. I have no problem. Yeah, that's absolutely true. Yeah, and I was writing stories for, I got some guys in Rolling Stone. I wrote a bunch of stories, optioned a bunch of guys' life rights.
We had lunch with Deveroli, me, you, and Deveroli.
Yeah. What an asshole. I don't know if were you there when I sued him?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, I was just leaving when you decided to start, and then I went to the camp. So.
It was Deveroli. It was Doug Dodd.
Doug Dodd, the wrestler kid, right?
Yeah. Yeah, what a nightmare that whole thing ended up being. Although they re-optioned that thing his multiple times. Listen, to be honest, when I got to the camp, when I got to the halfway house, I got there with $300 that somebody gave me.
So a guy in prison, I was going there with like the card.
Yeah, why didn't you go to a camp ever?
I actually stayed out because the closest camp was
you're right.
Miami.
You're right in town. You're right.
It was Miami, and my mom was an hour drive, and she was in a wheelchair.
No, that makes sense.
So what I did was, I don't know if
you
you
could
know
have
this.
if you really pushed it.
Oh no, they tried to. That's why I went into I went into RDAP once. They put a management variable on me. I dropped out.
I see.
3 months later, they said they were going to yank the management variable off me and send me to the camp. And I said, absolutely not. And I said, I'm signing up for RDAP again. Okay. Went back in so I could stay there. Because basically my brother and sister were telling me that the only reason my mom was still alive was she was waiting for me to get out.
That makes sense.
But I'm in prison. I'm writing guys' stories. I'm not writing guys' stories because I think that I'm going to garner some information and I'm going to.
That was more Jason, but I can tell you this: people's perspective is after, in hindsight, if one of those guys in confidence, because they're going to tell you things because you're going to write a story, that if you heard that could help you, you probably would have took advantage of it. Maybe.
I think that people have told me things, and I just shrugged them off.
You could have balked on Ron. Why didn't you balk on Ron?
Because it was because it was such a fucking layup. And I didn't have anything to fucking and I'll be honest.
So other people told you stuff that did tweak your interest that maybe I could get some time off of that?
No, I actually had a guy who told me that one time, and I'm going to say this I'm not going to be specific, vaguely, that he was working with a guy that had been indicted. And I said, were you concerned that he was going to flip on you? And he said, no. And he said, no, he would have never. And I go, why? He said, because he killed somebody for this guy. I know this guy's name when he was arrested. I know exactly who he is. And he tells me the situation with the guy, who the person was. So I don't know the guy.
Name?
No, not the name. But he tells me
enough that you could do some research.
Enough that I could probably make 2 phone calls, and the homicide in the county would tell me, because this guy was a big guy. Everybody in the county knows who this person is. Okay. Not my guy, but this guy. Yeah. And he tells me that he basically killed somebody for this guy.
I see.
And he told me that, and I went, and I was like, let's not. I was like, okay, I get it. And I just kept writing. And to be honest, I part of the reason I thought that was, I didn't lean into that was I thought, first of all, I was already in the middle of like a 2255, and the government's fighting me. They don't want to give me anything, right? Because when I first got arrested, because just to clarify, because this is a whole kind of contention between you and I.
I appreciate it.
When I got arrested by the Secret Service when I was on the run, my lawyer told me, everybody's already cooperating against you. We scheduled meetings with the FBI and Secret Service. I spoke with the FBI and Secret Service. We went over everything that they already know.
Sure.
Like, I don't have anything I can tell them.
Exactly.
Other than the fact that they're saying, well, this person is saying this, and this. And I'm like, yeah, that's absolutely true. And they're like, did they know about it? I'm like, absolutely. And they're like, okay, yeah, we already know they know. Right. Like, they know. They signed the fucking applications. They received, you didn't receive $3,000 for a broker fee. You received $40,000. You knew. Right, sure. So they already know. So while I'm in prison, I'm fighting what's called a 2255, and I'm trying to get the government to give me something because, and they won't. They're like, nothing Cox told us led to any prosecutions. Right.
But you're telling them what?
What do you mean?
Like 22 to 55. What's the
the 22. Like, I can't argue. Because I can't argue that I gave you something and somebody got arrested. They didn't. So my argument is, you guys, the government asked me to be interviewed by Dateline, and they said they consider that substantial assistance.
While you were in prison?
Yeah, before I got sentenced. But yes.
Before you got sentenced, okay.
And then after I got sentenced, they came to me and they said, hey, we want you to be interviewed by American Greed. And I was. And then they came to me and they said, we want you to write an ethics and fraud course that can be used to help train. It's used to help satisfy continuing education credits for the nation's mortgage brokers, which I did. And at that point, my lawyer keeps going to them saying, well, cut his sentence. You said you'd cut it. Yeah. Well, we said we'd consider it substantial assistance. Right. And we did, and it's just not enough. So at that point, after the fraud,
if my memory still serves me right, you went back to court while you were before, I guess arguing that. You went back to court, yeah.
Right, because Amadeo files the fucking paperwork.
Sure.
They argue back and forth. Government's saying no. And at some point,
the government says, okay, we'll give this guy a Rule 35. We'll give him one level off his sentence, which is 30 months. And they said, but we'll bring him back to court and let him argue in front of the judge because this is kind of unprecedented. Right. We don't really know. We don't know what to give him because there was no arrest.
I see.
There's no arrest associated with this case.
Okay, this is what I go back. But I don't understand this though, and it's important because the timeline you're giving me is that way before that, when you're at the medium, you said you were afraid because you testified. You told somebody you testified at the medium against somebody.
No,
didn't you? I remember on the air you said you were at the medium talking to a guy at the medium saying that he said I wouldn't tell anybody that, like your cellie or something.
Oh no.
What was that? I mean, I do speak English.
Yeah. What happened was when I first got there, he was like, "Do you have your?" He said, "Do you have your?" He said something about the PSI. Anyway, like it's hard to get your PSI in. You probably won't be able. And I go, "I got my PSI," and he goes, "You got your PSI?" I was like, "Yeah," and he went, "Let me see it," and he looked at the PSI and he said it was fine. He said, "Oh, you're good."
Right.
And I go, "What do you mean?" And he goes, "Yeah, I'm just checking to see if you cooperated against anybody." Right. And I went, "Oh, I mean," I said, I did cooperate against some people. I talked to the FBI. I said, but nothing's come of it." And he went, "I wouldn't tell anybody that. I wouldn't tell anybody that."
Not the medium, no.
Right. And I was like, "Oh, okay." And then listen, that was
like it's almost like I tried, but I couldn't get anything.
And then I talked to my cousin who was there, sure. And he was like, "Yep, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Fucking show anybody that shit. Don't tell anybody that. Don't this. Don't that."
Yeah, you're lucky the guy didn't spread it there. Because
I'm sure he probably told a few people, but nobody was looking that hard.
Okay, I misconstrued. I thought you had, but you never got. Because everybody else testified against you first. And they wouldn't even take your testimony as anything because the cat's out of the bag.
Right, and they've already indicted these people. I give them nothing additional, and nobody ends up getting indicted because by the time I get sentenced,
right.
It's the beginning of the 2008 financial crisis.
Right, sure.
And the whole economy is collapsing. And do we go in and arrest a bunch of guys for $5 or $10 million or $20 million, or do we go after these banks that are collapsing for millions?
Yeah, the only thing I don't get, I left for the camp in October of 2016.
Okay.
So you almost sounded like you were surprised that I didn't know anything before that.
Yes. So here's what happens: is
I might be making the dunce. I might be playing softball and doing weird things all the time. I don't remember when exactly Wilson. Can you look up when Wilson got re-sentenced?
Okay.
He was recharged.
Right, but I'm telling you, right. Like as a man, I'd never heard anything about that at Coleman.
I'm shocked because I was kind of assumed that it. Well, here's why. Listen, because I did go back to court because the government.
I know you went back to court, but I never heard anybody say about Ron. Like I don't care about you make it sound like I say Ron only because it happened. Like I could care less about Ron, right? I'm just saying I'm just using Ron because of what the incident.
Right. So I go back to court and the judge says, "Look, I'm not going to give this guy 30 months off." Okay.
Yeah.
Because what he's done for the government is he did these courses, did all these things. Right. He deserves more than that.
Yeah, with the courses, I fully knew the courses. Right. You told me about the courses.
Right. And he said, so we're going to give him 7 years off his sentence.
But just the courses.
Well, and being interviewed twice by American Greed and Dateline.
Oh, okay.
So
that's
7
great.
years off. I got 26 years. Like 7 years is nothing.
Nah, it's still
like
something.
I'm down to. Well, I'm just saying. I'm saying it's not like he cut
at the end of the 7 years that you got to talk off. How much time do you have left at that point?
So that brought me from 26 years and 4 months to 19 years.
But you've already done
19 years and 19 and a half
right,
years.
I don't say, but you're already done at that time.
6 years.
He was sent. The additional prison time was December 10th, 2014.
Okay, 2014. So here's what happens. And you were there till 16.
Yeah.
Additional prison time?
Ron Wilson receives additional prison time Wednesday, December 10th, 2014.
He didn't even come to our dorm till 15.
This is the government recovered $164,000 for 241 months. Wilson's sentence in total his total sentence was 241.
When he came to our dorm in 2015.
I'll send you the article here.
No, I know. I'm just saying like it can't be the right timing as far as what him and Matt what Matt knew.
Ron Wilson sentenced brother and wife.
Okay, yep, here it is.
Yeah, that's different.
That's November 12th, 2014.
What?
Ron Wilson's wife and brother plead guilty to conspiracy to hide assets. Ron Wilson's wife and
brother plead guilty. This is April 2014. Yeah, okay.
I wasn't deep in the dorm with you then. Nah, that doesn't sound. I don't think Ron was with me for 2 years before I went to the camp. I don't remember that.
He was. Yeah. No. When did you leave? 2016.
October of 2016. The end of 2016.
Okay. Yeah.
So.
Yeah. So it was 2014. He's given additional time.
I'm flabbergasted because I'm telling you honestly, like I have no reason to lie. I've never heard about that at Coleman.
There is a note on the bottom of this article that says updated February 12th, 2015. Which, I mean, that's only a few months.
No, this is still April 2. This is still to 2014.
I'm saying this, like you know me. I'm like it or not, I'm a little brash. I'm from Massachusetts. I would have told you something about it if I knew. Does that make any sense?
Yes. So
I didn't know. No, I'm not trying to say. I'm just saying, like, no. Was everybody talk about the classes that you taught, all that stuff? But Ron Wilson, no. I left there in October of 2016.
Okay, so here's
maybe I wasn't in the loop, and I was only talking to Crazy Caroni and the people I played softball with, and I don't know, but I was in the same dorm as you.
Yeah. So here's what happens: is I come back from sentencing, and Ron Wilson is there, and he's been there. He'd been there about a year.
This is 2014 or 15. This is why I don't know the time. Like, I don't think he got to Coleman till 15. I really don't. But wait a minute now. This is what doesn't make sense to me. If it happened before that, why would they put you and him in the same dorm?
They didn't.
That's what I'm saying. The timelines don't make any sense.
December 2004, a federal grant, Monday, former Ron Wilson, wife's brother Ponzi scheme. December 2nd, 2014. The wife and brother of Ponzi scheme mastermind Ron Wilson were sentenced Monday. Yeah, this is it. December 2014.
Oh, so he gets to our place when, do you think?
So I'm probably, I'd say a year before that. A year.
No, when does Ron get to our place?
About a year, maybe let's say a couple of years before that. A year or two before that. Because literally, he had been there maybe a year.
When I went to the camp, was he still there?
No. Oh, no.
But he was there at least a year before that. It wasn't 2 years he was gone before I went to the camp, no. I'm not going to say that.
Okay, well...
Like, even you were like, the timeline didn't make any sense to you, really.
Well, yeah, 2014 seems like I thought it was... I
bet you he was in our dorm in 15. The year 15, I bet you was in B4.
No, there's no way. I can tell you right now, because here's what happened. First, what happens is this. He gets there while I'm fighting my case for the 2255.
Yeah, sure.
So he's there for, let's say, 8 or 9 months while I'm fighting the 2255. I then go back to court. Yeah. They knock 7 years off my sentence. I come back. Ron is still there. So I get back, and Ron is there. I walk up, and and he's like, "Hey, I heard you got some time knocked off." Yeah, and I'm like, "Right." And so we're talking, and I already know because Wilson was very upfront about that he was cooperating against the other people in his case.
I knew about that.
Right. So we're walking the track because we hung out, and we talked and stuff. And
for what reason? Because he was gruff and old and kind of weird.
So I always said this, is that he reminded me of my dad.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Which was a gruff guy. My mom used to say he had an abrasive personality. Okay. So I'm hanging out. So I hang out with him, not all the time. He would
and you knew his case, right? Like how bad it was. Like you knew, like he took money from pensioners.
Yeah.
But you were cool with that.
Was I cool with it? I cool with it? Like, he didn't take any money from me. And there's not that many people in Coleman that you can really talk to.
I agree.
The truth is, out of
mostly sex offenders,
1,800, half of them are sex offenders. Yeah. Out of those guys, most of them are drug dealers,
right?
Or they're doing things that I'm not interested in doing. They're gambling, they're playing cards, they're playing handball.
Right.
They want to watch fucking fishing shows
to get your mind off stuff. Yeah,
right. So I hang out with the fraudsters or whoever.
Your avenue to get your mind off that was writing people's stories. I mean, that's a good avenue.
Right. Which I had always hoped that when I got out, I could be a writer or something. I didn't know what, but I knew something.
Sure.
So anyway, I'm walking with Ron. And we'll walk every once in a while. And as we're walking, I'd only been back maybe 6 months. And I'm walking with him, and he's telling me he's complaining because he said the government, they're never going to cut my sentence. And I'm like,
Like he's going to die in there.
Yeah. They're never going to cut my sentence. And I'm like, I said,
being gruff, but a little bit of a sad sack.
I mean, yes, and sometimes he was fucking hilarious. I liked them. I liked Ron. So we're walking, and he says, listen, he's like, they're never going to cut my sentence. And I go, well, I said, why do you say, why do you think that? And he goes, well, they think I hid Ponzi scheme money. And he had always made a big deal about how he had dug up, like, I don't know what the number was, but it was like $5 million or $3 million.
He talked about coins and stuff. He talked
about
he
had them in big
under a tree and stuff. I don't even want to know this stuff, but I mean, he had the cans, right?
But it was a great story. But I love the imagery, right? It's got these big fucking ammunition cans, right? Sure. The sardine cans, right?
Right, and like Tennessee or South Carolina. Where is he from? It sounds like an old Civil War type of shit. Yeah, I know.
So he's telling me, and I'm like, well, yeah, but you gave him the money, so what's the big deal? And he's like, right, you don't understand. I was like, okay, like I could care less. Right. And this is the thing about Ron, is that multiple times, this is just another thing things that you had said, that multiple times he had said, you should write my story. Would you consider, he never said it like that. It was always like, would you consider writing my story? And I was always like,
why do you think people do that? Like, I've never asked you.
No, you never asked me. And I did, although you said, Matt asked me, dozens of times, which I don't remember dozens of times, but I did mention several times, like, you got a great story. Sure. We should write your story.
Yeah, I didn't say that in a disparaging way. I said that the truth. You've asked me to think about writing a story. I just, the reasons I don't want to do it, because, there's no reason to put my wife and kids through. I mean, I'm on podcast now, but I'm gonna. But I'm saying that, there was reasons at the time. I mean, like, articles that they asked me to write, they weren't going to pay me. I can't be paid the restitution. This in my case is a little different probably, because I didn't care about the glamour. I understand, like when American Greed called me, I'm not going to do the show because they're going to make me look like a scumbag.
Right. Well, and I know that too, but I'm also thinking the government's telling me they're going to reduce my sentence.
Oh no, yours is different. I'm saying in general, like, some of these people just want to be notorious. They don't care. I don't care about that. Like you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
well, so Wilson says, but he's saying it, and I liked Wilson's story.
Yeah.
By the way, he always had he had a name for the story, which he had come up with, which was The Tarnishing of Ron Wilson, which I always thought was pretty good. You know what I'm saying? Because it was silver. Right. His Ponzi scheme was based on silver.
I think he thought he was Shelby Foote or something.
Yeah, he thought a lot of himself. But so what happened is he kept saying, and I remember I was like, I kept doing that. This is what I do when I don't have time or want to write your stories. I'm like, bro, you should write the story. Like, I'll help you. I'll help you. And I would help someone. I'm more than happy to. Yeah, I'm more than happy to help people write the outline, and they can do it. They're just lazy. So he didn't want to do that. Oh yeah, well, maybe I will. I think he did start. He did absolutely start writing this story, but he kept saying he was like, and then one time he even asked me, why won't you write it? Like, I see you write this fucking drug dealer story over here. Like, what? And I said, the problem is, you're not a sympathetic character. And he wasn't. He was. There were times when he would say, there were times when he would talk about his crime, like most people. Yeah. It's never black and white.
Right.
There were times when he would talk about his case, and he'd break down into tears and start crying. There were also times when he would say some of the most fucking callous things that you were just like, you're just like a monster. I remember when he told me about this woman who had come into this woman who was divorced. She was about 35 years old. She was divorcing her husband, who was like 25 years older than her. He's like 60 years old or something. And she came in to him because her husband had invested all of his money into Wilson.
Right.
Like, his whole life savings is in Wilson's Ponzi scheme.
Right.
She came to him and she says, listen, and she has Parkinson's, by the way. He said, not so much you could tell, but she's starting to shake.
Yeah, I remember saying that.
Yeah, and he said, she came to him and said, look, if I give you $100,000, what could I expect to have in 5 years? Right. And he goes, I don't know. He said, how are we talking about cash? And she goes, yeah, cash. He goes, all right. He said, listen, he said, I know you got more than $100,000. He said, you've known you were getting a divorce from this guy. This guy's 25 years older than you. Right. He goes, you've been squirreling away money. He said, come on, what have you really got to work with? I can't work with $100,000. She goes, if I give you, and I don't know if it was 200 or 300,000. It was like, let's say if I give you 300,000 in cash, what could I expect in 5 years? He goes, you give me 300,000 in cash. He said, you'll be a multimillionaire in 5 years. And she goes, okay.
Doing what?
Well, because he's investing it.
He's investing, but what does he say he's investing it in?
Oh, in silver. He's trading silver's commodities or whatever. He's trading.
Okay.
He's not.
No, I know he's not. I mean, it's like the Ponzi scheme with the stamps.
Right. So, right. Exactly. So she came in a couple days later with the cash, and she had like $300,000 in cash. I don't know, it might have been 200, but she had $300,000 in cash. And I was like, really? And he goes, yeah. And I went. He said, she was saying 5 to 10 years because it was 5 to 10 years because she had Parkinson's, and she knew that she in 5 or 10 years she wouldn't be functional, and she needed to have a nest egg to take care of herself.
Yeah.
And he's like, so I convinced her, and she gave me the $300,000 in cash, and I was like, oh, okay. And I went, what did you spend that money on? Because he didn't invest it.
Right.
This woman's got Parkinson's, and he looked and he said, I bought this beautiful antique carriage, and I put it in he had his own.
I remember he had the historical society, went out there
museum.
And stuff like that. Yeah,
it's a huge museum, and I put it right in the historical society museum. This woman's got Parkinson's. She's not like a retiree who's 35 years old. She's in 5 or 10 years. She's non-functional.
What I'm saying is like it is really the odd couple though. I mean, like, listen to me. He's 30 years older than you. He's gruff.
He is about 25 years.
Yeah, he's gruff as shit. Yeah. He doesn't really have that great of a personality. I know, but he's sympathetic. It's either got to be the father figure thing, or I don't know, you're bored or something, because he wasn't.
No, I liked Ron.
A lot of people think he was an asshole.
He was an asshole, but he wasn't ever an asshole to me.
Oh, well, but I mean,
I don't argue. It's hard to be an asshole to me. You know, so I'm very cordial with him. I'm nice to him, and I didn't spend every day with him, right? I'm hanging out with my buddy Pete. I'm hanging out with.
You basically knew his charge before he told you about hiding the money.
I knew his charge before I even
I know
spoke
what you're saying,
with him.
But what I'm saying is, you can construe it as this, because don't say I don't see things, but you said, hey, I talked to the FBI and I talked to my lawyer first, and my lawyer said he's got a bad case.
Yeah.
You knew he had a bad case.
I knew he had a bad case.
I'm saying it does sound like you just talked to your lawyer and you were like, oh, he's got a really bad case.
Oh, no, I know.
But you did say it like that, though.
I
mean, I'm going to call you on that, because it made you sound, the way you presented it, just like you're telling me the way I presented things. I construed it as like, I talked to my lawyer. I went back to the dorm. That's what you said. This is your words. I talked to my lawyer. He looked him up. I think it was your wife looked him up. Somebody looked him up. Yeah, you said that.
No,
you said,
the lawyer looked him up.
Okay, the lawyer looked him up. He said, oh, he's really got a bad case. You already knew he got a bad case.
He's got a bad case.
But why say that then?
Because that's what the lawyer said.
No, I know, but like you like, he's not telling you anything. It sounded like new information, like almost.
Yeah,
like,
it's not new information. But she said she looked him up, saw him in the news. I'd never read an article on him. I already knew he had a bad case.
But it wouldn't matter if she said, "Oh, he got screwed." It wouldn't matter though, right?
I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, exactly. Okay.
So, so which is exactly why.
Yeah.
Which is exactly why it doesn't. I'm telling you what she said because it's irrelevant. Yeah. I'm just saying that's what the conversation was. So we're walking around the compound, the inner compound, not the track. And we're walking around, and he's mentioned it multiple times. They're never going to give me anything. And I say to him, well, if they don't give you anything, then we'll have Frank file 2255. Relax. I'm like, he'll get you time off. Just got the fucking time off for me. And you're actually going to have arrests. And he goes, I said, he goes, oh, you don't understand. I go, why do you keep mentioning that? What is it you think? I don't understand. And why do you keep mentioning this? And he goes, can I trust you? And I looked at him and I went, probably not. And he goes, I did actually put some Ponzi scheme money away. And I went, okay. I said, well, they would have to find the money. And I was like, is it buried next to the old money? I mean, what? He goes, no. He said, I gave my wife about $150,000. He said, and just some gold precious metals and some cash. I think she's got some like $100,000 in cash. He goes, and my brother's got like $30,000 he's holding for me. And I was like, oh, okay. I said, well, you said they've already talked to them. And he's like, right. And I said, okay. I said, well, they've already talked to him. They're not going to talk to him again. I said, your wife certainly isn't going to say anything. She's already been talked to. She's hiding proceeds from. I mean, this isn't Ponzi scheme money like this is from rich people. This is pensioners' money. Yeah. So I'm like, it's a big deal. Like they're going after this money, and they've already talked to her. She's not going to hand it over now.
Right.
And he goes, here's the problem. The problem is since he'd been arrested, she'd found out he was having a long-standing affair for a couple years with a much younger woman. She was furious. They were in the middle of a divorce. And his wife, he said, was bipolar and the kind of woman that would burn the fucking house down around herself. And he said, you don't understand. She'll burn the house down. He said, just to make sure that I don't get a day off my sentence, I think she will turn that money in to give them a reason not to give me something.
Right.
They typically need a reason, even if it's bullshit. So I was like, okay, well, if that happens, I said, well, I seriously doubt that. But if they don't give you anything, we'll file a 2255. I don't say anything about it. And a month or so goes by. I had been to trial. I was waiting for my transcripts to come. They never came. I call my lawyer and I say, hey, I never got my transcripts. She said, oh, Matt, I'm so sorry. I forgot to order them. And okay. So she said, I'll order them. And that's when I'm on the phone with her. And she says, so how's it going in there? And I went, it's fine. And she goes, anything going on? And I went, no. I said, what do you mean? And keep in mind, this woman represented me the whole time she represented me. We're actively trying to get my time off my sentence. She never wanted to talk to me. You know how they are. They want to get off the phone.
You're right.
And I went, and I said, well, she goes, nothing happened in there? I went, no, what? I said, listen to this. And I said something. And I'll be honest, this because I'm just saying exactly what happened.
Yeah.
Because in retrospect, like
the wall phone?
Wall phone. Guy's right next to me, everything. In retrospect.
And what year do you think? You should probably know a date with this. Give me a date.
I don't remember.
I don't remember even a year?
I mean, we're checking the fucking thing. I'm assuming this is early. No, I'm assuming this is, if it was 2014, I'd say this was probably mid.
No, you said it's after you gave a chronological thing. You said you talked to you, it's after you were asking your lawyer about transcripts or something. Like, I'm trying to piece it together. 2014 maybe? Is it 13?
I would say that I had this. This is the reason I think it's late 2013. Because they indict him in April of 2014. They reindict the wife and him. So I'd say, let's say it's middle of 2013. Maybe early 2013.
Okay. Because my timeline is wrong. Like in my head, like, when we were in the dorm. So what's crazy is that,
So I talked to her and she says, well, and I say, listen to this. And I tell her what happened.
Yeah.
And she goes, hold on. And you hear her typing. She types it. She goes, okay, hold on. She goes, oh, wow. She goes, yeah. She goes, oh. She said, oh, this is a bad guy. This guy stole from fucking churches and stuff. And I was like, right. I said, okay. And I said, it seems all right to me. Whatever. I mean, I'm hanging out with fucking, you're hanging out with guys that have fucking bodies and, whatever. This guy's cool. I'm having lunch with some guy who's got 2 fucking bodies. He's all right.
Yeah.
So we're having a conversation and I'm like, okay. I said, she goes, well, let me look into this. I said, okay. And I hang up the phone. And I don't think anything of it. And I truly didn't think anything of it. And here's why. Because in my first case, when I'd actually done everything they asked me to do, they didn't want to give me anything. I had to file a 2255 to get them to give me so. So they're not going to give me anything for this. On top of that, even if I tell them, hey, here's who has the money, and they go out and they get $150,000, $180,000 back, you know what they're going to say? That's not substantial. That didn't help us. I certainly don't think they're going to indict Ron Wilson
or his wife
or his brother. You know why? Because I'm thinking, if they get the money back, why would you indict them? And 2, you're not going to indict him. He just got 19 and a half years. He's dying in prison, right? Or you're not going to, and all this really does for him is you're not going to give him any time off anyway. So now this gives you a reason not to give him time off. So I don't think anything. I'm like, oh, okay, hang up the phone. Maybe a week later, the CO says, hey, you got to go see SIS. I go, okay. So I go to SIS. I go to SIS all the time because I'm ordering Freedom of Information Act on guys that I'm doing stories on. Right. So I go in there, and usually I deal with Saccone. Remember Saccone? I deal with Saccone, but it's not. It's Bulldog. And I walk in. I'm like, hey, what's up? Here to get my mail. And they're like, and Bulldog, what? Cox, come here. Sit down. He's such a fucking dickhead. Picks up the phone and calls, and I'm thinking, fuck. You're like, what's going on? Calls the phone, picks it up, and says, here, you got to talk to this guy. I get on the phone, and I'm like, yeah, hey. And they go, this is Secret Service agent, I want to say Griffin or something. Somebody Griffin or something. I'm like, yeah, I understand you know where Ron Wilson hid Ponzi scheme monies. And I'm like, holy shit. And I go, So
you just threw it by a lawyer, and then she just took it from there.
She just took it by there. And listen, this woman never took any incentive to do anything.
How in depth did you tell her what happened with you and Ron? Just
This guy told me where. All I said was, this guy told me where he's hidden Ponzi scheme money. He told me 2 people that have money that is Ponzi scheme money. And she said, holy shit. Oh, this is pension money, blah, 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 whatever. Okay. And she said, let me look into it. That's all. So obviously I don't think anything of it. She couldn't even order my fucking transcripts. She's not going to I don't think she's going to do anything. But, he was a big deal.
But in some podcasts, you made it sound like when he said that, you said, oh, that could be used. Like when he first said it.
Oh, when he first said it?
You thinking in your mind, that could be used.
My very first thought when he said it is that enough? Is that enough to get me a sentence reduction? And I immediately thought, no, because they didn't want to give me anything the first time. They're not going to give me anything. Just like I just said, they're not going to. And that's why I went and I laid down and I didn't say anything for months. And, in retrospect, I should have called the next fucking day.
So you're trying to say,
I shouldn't have waited.
But you're trying to say I was in that dorm for 2 years after that, and people are still telling you their stories, knowing that you told on somebody that told their story to you?
Nobody knows that. Nobody knows what happened because I go into SIS, I talk to them. As I'm talking to the guy from I'm telling him I'm not going to tell him anything. I need something from the U.S. attorney. I need a letter from the U.S. attorney saying they're going to reduce my fucking sentence if they recover any money at all. He goes, okay, I'll take care of it. He says, look, here's my fucking, here's my number, my email address. I get the email address. I write it on a little sticky pack. I leave. I go and I put him on my core links. You'll love this. I'm corresponding with the Secret Service in the dorm.
No, you're selling your thing. I know that. I know.
With these fucking guys around.
Yeah, you're a candy ass low, and then if maybe if you're at the pen on the medium, we got.
Might have been a little bit more more terrified, but so I go in, I get on the thing. Months go by. I'm slow walking them. No, I'm not. There's nothing for me to say. Wait. So not months go by. Let's say a month goes by. And then eventually they come back and they send me a copy of an email from the U.S. attorney in South Carolina saying that if they recover a substantial amount of funds, which was bullshit, or it's all subjective. They'll consider it substantial assistance, but that's all you're going to get. That's all I wasn't going to get a guarantee. So I get it and I say, okay, here's what happened, and I tell them, here's what the guy told me.
You already you've gone down the rabbit hole now. I mean, like it's not. Like,
I'm all in. I'm all in. I'm not going to hold back. So I tell them, hey, here's what happened. Here's what he told me, this and that. They go, okay. They say, then they come back and they say, hey, have you ever heard about this girl, this woman? I'm like, yeah, that was this chick, blah, blah, blah. Who you ever heard about this woman? I'm like, yeah, that's the chick that he was having an affair with. Did she know this? And I'm like, he's always said that she knew this at this time, or she didn't know until this time. Well, when was that? This time. So they start asking me questions. They ask me questions every 2 or 3 days for months.
But he didn't go back to trial on this. Like, he got reindicted. Did he go back to trial? You didn't have to testify or anything.
No. So months go by. And finally, it kind of peters out. And then one day I get an email and they say, listen, Wilson is going to get some bad news today.
You were in the dorm at the time with him still.
Yeah, he's still there. Okay. He has no idea any of this is happening.
I know.
Nobody does.
I mean, obviously not. I mean.
So that happens. The only person knew that this was going on
was Frank Amadeo. No. And Frank probably does some nefarious things himself too.
At this time.
Yeah, I see.
That's the only thing at that time, because somebody else does know later.
Okay.
So what happens is one day,
I'm saying whoever knows keeps it like tight slip, because of 2 years I didn't know about it.
Right.
I mean, like usually in prison, like nobody keeps lips tight.
No, they gossip like a sewing circle.
Worse.
So what happens is anyway, at some point the Secret Service says, hey, listen, he's going to get some bad news today.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay. Well, he didn't. It took a couple days. And then one day I'm walking across the compound and somebody scream, or I hear somebody yell, Cox, Cox. And I turn around, I'm like, and I see him walking towards me and I think, fuck.
Right.
Like we're in the middle of the compound. All I need is a screaming match by the guard tower or the little guard shack.
Sure.
And he walks up to me and he says, and he's like, hey. And I'm like, yeah, what's up? He says, you're not going to believe this. I'm like, what's that? And he says, I talked to my lawyer, a few hours earlier. Because by this point, he's been moved to the military dorm. Do you remember when he's moved?
Yeah, I remember he's moved, yeah.
So he's moved. And I went,
A2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I go, what's up? And I said, what happened? And he said, he said they called in my wife and my brother, and which I'd already known that. He had already told me that. And he said, I got reindicted.
And I said, holy shit, are you serious? I said, man, I did not think you were going to get re-indicted. I can't believe that. That's crazy. And he goes, yeah. He said they re-indicted me. He had told me this earlier, but he had said that they recovered $500,000. And I was like, $500,000? I said, I thought it was like 150,000. He goes, yeah. I said, you told me it was like 150,000. He goes, I didn't think I could trust you. I went, really? Oh, Ron,
that's like being half pregnant. He already told you about something. You know,
yeah, it doesn't matter if it's $10 that you fucking hid. So anyway, he says, so he's like, yeah, they re-indicted me. My lawyer said they're going to put me on the pack out. And he's like, I don't know what to do. What should I do? And I said, I think you should go to trial. Because I figured if he goes to trial, then they have to call me as a witness.
Yeah, you get more time on. Jesus Christ. Oh, man.
So he ends up, he doesn't talk fucking lame. He fucking rolls over. So
I'm not laughing, but okay, I understand what you're saying.
He goes back. No, I understand. You can't laugh. So he goes back to South Carolina, and when he gets there, he gets his discovery. And in his discovery are, I don't know, probably 120 emails between, 60 from me, 60 responses from the Secret Service. Let's say 120, back and forth. So he knows right away. He knows right away that I'm the one that fucking ratted him out or whatever, snitched on him, whatever you want to call it. So he writes a letter back. Do you remember the guy they used to call Ric Flair?
Yeah, I remember.
He wrote a letter to Ric Flair.
Yeah.
Because he was his old cellie in the army unit or whatever, military unit.
Yeah.
And he tells him, Matt Cox got me re-indicted.
Yeah.
And he explains exactly what happened. And he says, be careful, watch out for him. Wow. He says, I never told him anything, but he somehow figured it out, which I don't know what that means. And he said, watch out for him.
And so Ric Flair didn't make this broadcast.
Of course
news?
he is. He's walking around
but
showing.
What year was this?
Same time. You're still there. You're still there.
I must be making the. There's people that would have called Yoda, not me, like WW and people like that. I mean, there's people that probably would have went, that's a little fucked up. I mean,
they might say, even if they say, what are they going to? They're going to say, oh, that's fucked up.
No, you know what they're going to say is I'm certainly not going to do a book with you. Jesus Christ, I'm not going to tell you my life story anymore. The cat's out of the bag with that shit.
I'm still writing stories.
But nobody knows. But
So,
I know I'm saying that rumors leaked out. You'd have to be a retard to tell you your story now because you've already used the story against somebody.
Do you remember Bradley? Bradley had gotten he had a company where he was selling medical equipment or something.
Like bald head?
No, never mind. He had a good head of hair. So anyway, Bradley comes up to me one day and he says, listen, he said, I don't care. That's how we started. I'm like, you don't care? He goes, I don't care. And I went, okay. He said, I don't care what you do to try and get out of here. I'm like, what are you talking about? It's a weird way to start. And I went, what do you? And he said, but I just want to know. He said, there's a rumor going around that you cooperated against Ron Wilson. And I went, okay. And he said, Ron Wilson wrote a letter to somebody, his old cellie. He said somebody he was in the dorm with. He said and I don't know what he said exactly, but I realized right away Ric Flair.
Yeah.
So I go, oh, okay. And he said, and it said, here's what it said. He tells me exactly what it said. Yeah. He said, I had the letter. He let me read it over during count and took it back. Yeah. I went, okay. And he says, yeah. And I said, he said, so I don't know if you did that or didn't do that. I don't really care. He said, I'm just curious, did that happen? And I said, oh, well, what does it matter if it happened or not? What do you care? What are you getting at here?
Right.
And I said, would you go around telling people? Would you tell, if you were me, would you say? He said, okay, never mind. He understands. He's like, I get it. Okay, fine. So I then go and I find Ric Flair. And I walk up. I've never talked to this guy, by the way. I walk up to him and I go,
he was a strange character.
Yeah. And I did know, because Wilson knew him, his wife had actually moved next to the prison.
I knew that.
Right. He had run some kind of a Ponzi scheme too.
Yeah.
So I go up to him and I walk up. I said, hey, what's up, Rick? And he goes, hey, what's up? And I could see the look on his face. And I said, listen, I know that you've got a letter from Ron Wilson. I know that you're showing it to everybody. And I said, now here's the thing. I said, let me explain something, because he doesn't really know what's going. He just got a letter. I said, I know that it says that I'm I cooperated with the Secret Service against Wilson. I said, so I'm going to let you in on something. I said, I'm cooperating with the FBI too on several major cases in Tampa. And he goes, okay, isn't true, but he said, he goes, okay, and he goes, okay, and I said, I have a management variable locked on me on this institution. I can't be moved. He goes, okay. I said, but you know what's going to happen?
You're going to be moved, yeah.
I said, if I go right now to lieutenant's office and I explain that you've got a letter and you're passing it around that I'm in danger.
Right next door to the complex and stuff,
I said,
of course.
They're going to move you to FDIC Baghdad. I said, I'm pretty sure your fucking wife moved here, right? I said, you want to see your wife again? Right. I said, if I was you, I said, I would not be showing that.
I don't think he showed a lot of people because
he didn't.
The cat didn't get out of the bag that bad because, like, I'm not plugged in with everything, but I mean,
listen, it may have been like Bradley may have been like he told me that he's showing the letter around. I don't know who showed it to. Yeah. Maybe it was 5 people. Yeah. Maybe it was 40. Yeah. So anyway, what happens is I end up. So I'll tell you the other person that knew that I told. Do you remember Nico?
Yeah, Nico, of course.
So Nico one day comes to me. Nico's about to be released. And he says, listen, he says, I'm getting out of here. You know, I'm going here. I'll be home in like a year. And I was like, right. And he goes, he said, you know, I've heard you talk about like there's something called a third party rule 35. And I'm like, right. He said, Matt, I'm not okay with you doing 7 more years here. Like I had like 7 more years at the time, 6 or 7. Yeah, 7 more years. And I was like, okay, he said, and I know that there are people out there that I used to work with. He said that have never helped me, never done anything. He said, I could probably help you out. And I went, I don't need that. I don't need that. And he goes, what do you mean? I said, oh God. I said, Nico. I go, oh my God. And he goes, what? I said, I'm going to tell you something. I said, I know how it's going to sound. I know you're going to be upset because Nico did not cooperate.
I know.
And I said,
to Nico.
Yeah. And I said, I'm going to tell you. And he goes, okay. He goes, well, what is it? Just tell me. And I said, I'm probably going to get my sentence reduced. And he goes, oh, shit. And I said, yeah. I said, somebody said something. Here's what happened. And I explained very briefly what happened, but not who. And he goes, who? I said, oh, my God. I said, Nico, I'm going to tell you. He goes, Matt, he said, listen to me. He goes, you're a friend of mine. I don't give a fuck what you have to do to get out of here. He said, what happened? I said, I cooperated against Ron Wilson. And I told him about, because he'd already been indicted by this point. And I said, I'm the one that cooperated against Ron Wilson. And he goes, holy shit. He goes, oh my God. And I'm like, he goes, oh my God. And he's laughing, of course. He's like, oh my God. He said, that's horrible. That's what I said. Oh, fuck him. He's like, no, I know. He said, oh, that's horrible. He said, that's too bad. He said, I like him. I said, I know, I liked him too, but he had to go. So I tell him that, and he's just like, he's like, okay. He's like, well, what do you think? I said, I don't know. I haven't heard anything yet. So anyway, by that point, he gets sentenced. His brother they both get like probation, a year probation for obstruction of justice. He gets 6. Ron Wilson gets 6 more years. Another thing, by the way, that you kept saying 10 years. 10 years.
Shit, I mean, he's got more years.
Yeah, he got more years. So 10 years. The truth is he got 6. Okay. It's in the articles. You can look it up on Pacer.
Okay. When I'm not sure why that matters that much. I mean,
well, because you kept saying, because here's the thing. Because whenever
6 years, he got 6 years. Well, stick with that.
He got 6 months.
Oh, 6 months.
Did I say 6 years?
You just said 6 years 3 times, 4 times.
Sorry, I'm sorry. Jesus. He got 6 months added onto his sentence.
You told me 3 years, 6 years 3 times.
Okay, well,
okay. I'm saying if you want to try to get, trying to get mine specific. And
I woke up at 4 o'clock in the morning.
No, I know. I'm just saying.
I'm old.
You're trying to correct me and like in your.
No, you're right. You're right. I'm sorry. You can look it up. It's 6 months.
Okay.
And I only mention that because the 10 years. And I said this on the phone is that you're right. The spirit of what you said. I said something. I got him reindicted, and I got more time added on to his sentence. So the spirit of what you had said on the podcast was true.
And I'm saying the spirit of what I said, and I want you to know, is not to get points and not to say like we're on different wavelengths, but I really honestly believe that there's only when somebody does dirt like we've done, there's only two ways to handle it. Either you tell them everything you've done, try to get less time, or you do like I did and you fight them. That's the only two ways.
And I went with you tell them everything you've done.
But
and
not,
you try and
not,
get
not,
your
not
sentence knocked off.
Right, that's it. But not...
Because it's foolish. It's foolish to not say something when everybody else is saying something.
No, I mean everybody loved Hitler. It doesn't mean some people bucked him. That's just lame.
No, I disagree.
Just because everybody's doing everybody. I mean, a lot of people love Trump, and it doesn't make any sense. Like everybody's doing something, so that's cool. That's good. I mean, that's what's justifying it.
No.
Like, that sounds like a 10-year-old. Everybody's doing it.
Everybody's testifying. Not everybody is.
Not everybody. No, I don't want that misnomer out there. You sound like one of those rappers. Like I testify because everybody else is testifying against people. No.
So you're saying?
I'm saying that
you're supposed to just get 30 years and go and do your fucking time.
If you've done if you've done dirt, like you're not supposed to give. It's like you learned that in elementary school, Matt. No, you want to let me tell you? Ask me the question. Elementary school, we learn when you go to the principal's office and you've done something and I've done something. You're taught that age either to own up to yourself, but don't say, oh, because Andrew did something worse than me. No, that's flawed. Like you don't know, but I know he did this in the cafeteria. That's flawed, Matt. It doesn't matter if you're 35 years old, or you're 15 years old, or you're 7 years old. Listen to me. It's flawed. It is. I mean, you can be cavalier, but I'm not. I'm just
disagree.
saying that. Okay, so I'm saying, well, you can disagree. I mean, I'm not saying you can't disagree. That's your opinion. But I mean, to say my opinion, if you're asking for it, is that you only handle it two ways. Yeah, don't do the dirt. Or be a man. Just do your time. That's it. I mean,
so why didn't you take?
So you're telling me this, right? You're saying anybody in that prison that tells you something to get your time off, you would have done it, right?
Anybody in the prison? No, probably not.
Oh, so there's some people you took passes on.
Sure. There are some people.
Come on, man. So why? Sure. You just said I'm going to just do anything I can. You almost sounded like I was stupid for not saying something if you heard it, but now you're saying there's some people that could tell you, and you would take a pass.
Absolutely. There are some people.
You just said I was stupid if I got information to get time off, and I would say no. That doesn't make any sense. It doesn't mesh.
I'm not okay. It's a scale, right? Like everything's a scale.
Not a scale.
Sure.
Like, if something's wrong, it's wrong.
You went to trial.
No, but okay. So what does that have to do with it?
You're guilty.
Of what? Maybe not. Of what? Fraud?
Of fraud.
Like I said, it's black and white. How do you know I'm guilty of fraud? Like because we pitched earnings and you ask a guy what he could make. I mean, that's black and that's not black and white, Matt. You know that.
No, I disagree. Here's look the way you just told your story.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I understand how you told it, and I let you tell it.
Sure.
Because
that's why I'm here.
Because you've mentioned multiple times that I do a whole softball thing where I don't call people out. Right?
Yeah, absolutely.
You don't want me to do? Did you want me to call it? Like I don't have a problem. Do you
not
you can
call me? No, you can make it your opinion on my case. I don't care.
Okay. So
if you want to say I'm fraud, that's cool.
Right. I know your case.
I'm a big boy, Matt. You don't have to curtail it for me.
Right. It is fraud.
Okay.
You 100% committed fraud.
Okay. I said, that's your opinion.
You took middle. Well, no, it's the federal government. You're guilty.
So everybody that's been guilty, there's no innocent person in jail.
No, but I know
they never get it wrong.
But I know your case.
But they never get it wrong.
They didn't get it wrong in your case.
I'm just saying.
I know they didn't. Okay, I know that one. Is
it worth 17 years?
No, absolutely not.
Like 100%, you say no.
I don't think you deserve.
Okay, so if you were in a jury and you knew I was going to get 17 years, what would you have said? Seriously, he's going to get 17 years for this.
God, you don't deserve it. You didn't.
Would you have said not guilty? You might have, right?
I might have.
Okay, that's what I'm saying.
I might have.
There you go. Then a not guilty is still a not guilty, right?
Yeah, but
what? Well, so you think I'm guilty of the fraud, right? Which is okay. I'm good with it.
Only because
no, but I could be. I'm not even defending myself, Matt.
You are. You're not even letting me.
No,
answer.
but I'm saying that
you're asking me a question. You're not letting me answer.
I'm saying that if you were a juror, and he's definitely going to get 210 months minimum, could get 226.
I would rather see you go free.
Okay, that's all. That's honest. Right. I'm glad you said that. I'm not glad you said that because your answer. I'm glad you said it because I think it's honest.
No, listen. Whether you believe this or not. I got no reason to lie about a fucking thing. I wouldn't lie about anything. I have no reason to. I don't care what any viewers think of me.
Yeah.
I don't care what you think of me. Yeah. So I have no reason to lie or tweak or twist or anything. So what I'm saying is that I would look at you and I would think, hey, maybe this guy deserves 2 or 3 years. Okay. I'm not going to give him 17. So I'd rather he walk free. Because I don't think that what you did was you went and you said, hey, this man is
75 years old, and he's got a $400 million $400,000
okay.
in his retirement. I'm taking it all. Okay. And I'm going to leave him on the street. I don't think you're that fraudster.
Okay,
I think these people got the machines.
And you know what? And I agree with you, but this is why I have a problem with it. Because when we talked about 2 months ago with text, I asked you specifically if I was stupid enough to say what Ron said to you about me hiding money, and I didn't hide money. I kept it in the bank and I took it. But if I was stupid enough, you said you probably would have told on me. That's what you said by text.
First of all, I said,
even though you know I got way more time than I should have.
Right. First of all, what I said was, I'm glad that I was never in that position.
So no, but at the end you said, yeah, you would have told him.
Right. But had it been the same,
but you said you would have.
Do you?
It's just a yes or no question. Would you have used, knowing that I got way more time than I should have? I got taken away from my family, and my case isn't really black and white, and I got 17 years instead of doing it. No, but if I was stupid enough to say, you know what?
It's amazing how you're setting up the question.
No, it's not a question.
You took yourself away from your family.
No, I did, absolutely.
You did.
But you're saying I got too much time.
You could have entertained pleading guilty.
No, but you're making the difference with me and Ron Wilson, not me. You made the difference. You said your case is, you got too much time. He didn't. He was doing some nefarious stuff.
Would I have said something and got you an additional 6 months? Sure, probably.
No, what if you thought I could get 6 more years?
Yeah, I don't think it would have made a difference. Right.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. Okay, that's all. You know, that to me, like, I cringe. That's all.
Yeah, I get it. And listen, I get it. You're disgusted and you're upset and you're horrible.
It's just trying to say that, that makes me cringe a little bit.
I get it. I hear you.
That's all. So I'm trying to say, like, I didn't separate me and Ross Wilson. You did. And by saying, and you're right, and he got pensioners and stuff like that. And I sold some people vending machines that they got. And then I'm not saying, I sold in bad ways. I'm going to admit that. But I'm saying you think I got probably way too much time.
Yeah, I think you got way too much time. Absolutely.
And then for me to say, hey, I'm just trying to help out my wife and I hid some money, which I didn't. But if I did say that, to give me more time from that is like just killing me. You see what I'm saying?
I don't think it's killing you. I didn't kill anybody.
No, but you see what I'm saying? By thinking that I got too much time, by thinking I got too much time and give me more time for a slip up in a confidential conversation, it just gives me a twinge in my heart.
Right. Here's the thing. I notice whenever you frame one of these questions, you do it for me in the worst possible light you can think of.
Because if you would have done it to me, that makes me cringe.
I mean, I'm sorry about that.
I'm just saying that there's some things in prison that we've been through some hard times. We've both been through some big sentences. We both got big sentences. And that we tell some people in confidence and we talk about things and, a little bit of confidence. I'm not saying you were my best friend, but I'm saying we talked about family.
I don't think I told anybody in prison anything.
You talked about struggles with your wife and you talked about struggles with your kid and you told me some personal things.
I did. By the way, the same things I told you, I've told every single person that watches this.
I'm not trying to say, I'm just saying that.
I didn't tell you anything that I don't care is in public.
I'm not pretty sure you didn't tell everybody in that dorm about your personal stuff. I mean, a lot of those guys were sexists for crying out loud.
Well, I mean, I don't think I talked to every sexist there.
No, but I'm saying you're not chopping it up saying, hey, my wife is this and my kid is this. I mean, we had personal conversations. That's a little bit different than just casual la-di-da-di blase conversations.
I understand. I had personal conversations with Ron Wilson either.
I'm saying, Matt, there's a point where you become maybe friends, semi-friends, what you can do in prison, like, casual friends.
I mean, at best, we're work friends.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Best.
I'm not saying that we are. I'm just saying.
Which is basically when you leave work, you never talk to that person again.
No, of course. But there's
like
a point.
You and I were never really friends.
I'm not saying we were friends. I'm not saying we were something. I mean, enough to share some things that I'm not going to share with everybody. And maybe you wouldn't have shared with everybody. That's all. I mean.
I hear you.
That's all. So if you really thought I got screwed. With the sentence now, not with my case.
I think you should not have gotten 17 years.
Right, and for me to, which I wouldn't do, but to me to slip up in confidence and tell you about hiding money from my wife and get about 6-7 more years, that'd be pretty cruel.
Well, I get it, but if it's between you and me, it's going to be you.
Not you and me. It doesn't have to be said at all. I mean, you could just like eat the word.
Or I could go home 5 years early.
I mean, that's what I guess anything. So, like I said, and you think it's this cavalier, but if your wife said that, hey, listen, I've had a tough time, I embezzled money from my boss, and you were at visit with her. And
now
she
it's my wife?
No, but why does it have to be
First
like,
of all, she was my ex-wife.
Oh, ex-wife. There you go, ex-wife. You're not with her anymore. Ex-wife. Well, okay.
Secondly.
How about an uncle? Like, where does it draw the line is what I'm saying.
Well, first of all.
You said definitely not my wife. I wouldn't tell my wife.
Look, I didn't cooperate against my wife the first time, did I?
But I'm saying, where's the line drawn? An uncle? A brother? I don't know. You tell me. What's your line that you say, no, I can't do it against that person because they're a relative?
I don't know. I think it's
bad
a case by
case. Bad is bad. We'll
by case basis.
We'll agree to disagree, but bad is bad. Like wrong is wrong. So that's all. I mean, it can be cavalier, but okay, I'm okay too. But I mean, that just means I have to say what I feel. So bad is bad. But you draw the line at wife. Maybe it's, I don't know, uncle or brother or, I don't know, a good best friend. I don't know.
My brother, he's going to prison.
Okay.
He's going to jail.
All right. Well,
Mark's going to jail.
That's sad.
What, you don't really know Mark?
Doesn't matter. I know you got the same blood.
Well, actually, he's actually adopted. But
he's adopted.
I hear you.
Okay,
but I hear you.
He's good to go.
He's good to go.
Jesus. Oh, man. Okay.
I mean, this is good. This is a good conversation.
Jesus.
Yeah.
I think it's good. I'm curious to see what people in the comments say who don't come from, I guess they never, you never experienced prison or, anything in the gray. Like, what are their thoughts on
this subject?
On this subject, like both your guys' opinion. You know what I mean?
50% are going to say that I'm a rat piece of shit. And then 50% are going to say, fuck that guy. I'd have fucking cooperated too. Because that's what it always is.
I think it's 45, 45, and 10. He doesn't know that 10% of the people are going to say this. 5% of the people are going to say, you know what? Anything goes. Anything. Like some of the people that say to snitch, they wouldn't say anything goes. Like you drew the line with your wife.
Right.
You draw the line with your mother, right?
Yeah.
Even if she told you something like she did horrible.
Of course, it's my mother.
Right, but your wife, but like you draw your line, your uncle, where is the line? Your stepson, you say there's some kind of where the line stops. You see what I'm saying? But I think 5% of the people, and I've seen this out there, and this makes me boggle my mind, is that if you think you're going to get too much time or you're innocent, like I never said I was innocent. I've never said that, by the way. I've never ever said the words I'm innocent. I've said I've got too much time, and sometimes you're fighting because you're looking at too much time. Could that be a barometer too? Like if somebody's going to look for 20 years and they think they only should get 2-3 years, maybe you should fight it. You know what I'm saying? What I'm saying is this though: there's some people out there that think you never fight them, which is scary because you don't want a system like that. You really don't. They're not infallible. They make mistakes. You know what I mean? You don't want a system that automatically going to lay down and they're going to debo everybody. That's scary because that's almost like Gestapo type of stuff. They have to be right. You got indicted. Do the time. You see what I'm saying? That's
well,
not good.
I think that's where it is now.
It's not good, is what I'm saying. That's why I'm saying our system is that's bad.
Well, I think them contacting your witnesses, them making threats, making veiled threats, all of that. I think obviously that all of that is wrong, and that's why they win.
But they started doing that. They didn't used to do some of those things, but they want W's.
Right. Well, I also think that the jury should know what you're facing.
That's why I said it about our system being so like the glorious system of the whole world. Why doesn't the feds? The state says it. Why doesn't the feds say at least what I'm looking at? That should be rudimentary.
Yeah. No, I agree. Listen, there's lots of things that are that are not good with the system that should be corrected. But whatever. I mean, I'm not. There's nothing I can do to correct those things, but
to everybody to say there's nothing they can do, I guess it keeps going on. But I'm not saying I'm going to be the savior, but to shed a light.
Who's going to? So people just start going to trial and they get 50 years, 50 years,
you
50
misunderstand.
They're not going to do that.
No, 90% of viewers probably didn't even know about me not being able to tell them how much time I'm going to get. At least something like that. Right. At least to put a light on some of it, because I believe some people don't even know what we just said. Like you can't tell them how much time you're looking at.
Right. The jury has no idea that this person's facing 20 years.
No, but in state you can.
Right,
but in the feds they do it because they want W's.
Yeah, I understand. It's not. They're not looking for. It's not about justice. It's about getting.
Of course, but I don't think the average person knows that though. So just shed light on that. I don't think it's not worth doing. That's what I'm saying. I mean, just to shed a little light. That's all. Yeah. I'm not trying to be a martyr. I'm just saying some of those things need to be addressed. That's all. And I'll stand behind that.
Right. Well, I mean, I've mentioned that multiple times about the system that everybody. I've said that over and over again. The only time they get to know is if you're facing the death penalty.
Right. Which is why. Like why shouldn't they know?
Because I think they think it's possibly damaging to the jury themselves. That I had no idea he was facing. I mean, that if I said guilty, he's going to get killed. Well, that's why they let them know. By the way, we need to know going in. Are you going to be okay with this? Because otherwise, if they know and then, oh my God, that poor man died. I feel horrible. I want to sue the government.
It also goes the other way, where the kid all he did was sell 2 pieces of crack.
No, I agree. Mandatory minimums are an issue too. I mean, listen, there's tons of issues.
You know what I mean? There's tons of issues. That's all I'm saying. To shed light on some of that, my people go, oh, really? They do that? I would have never known. I mean,
It's not going to change anything.
You can't say that, though. I mean, it's like saying, like, they said the same thing when they're, whipping people outside here in the 1960s with water hoses and something.
Well,
don't bucket. It's not going to change.
Things are getting better right now. Trump's got this whole thing that they just put through, which is...
I like Trump.
Oh God,
I'm a fan.
Please.
Don't cut
Jesus
that.
Christ, I'm gonna throw up.
They've got a whole thing right now where they're talking. You'd probably be able to get off probation. They're now saying you don't mandatory have to get
much money. You know, I owe restitution. Not gonna let. It's like a bookie letting you off with your own money. They're never gonna let me off.
Well,
I owe money.
I mean, I know. I couldn't get off. I couldn't get off probation either because I owed money.
I've been on probation about a year now. I'm going to be on 2 more years. Do you really think that judge that I went to trial with, that's 85 years old, still hanging on, trying to do not on the active bench, but he's still like making my? You think he's going to say, yeah, don't worry about the?
Well, okay, let's take you out of the picture. That from here on out, if you're released, you don't have to go on supervised release, and they're talking about making it. The system now is if you do like half your time and you don't have any violations, you'll get cut off.
No, I hope that's true. I've also heard him talk about no more camps, and that doesn't happen ever. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of things he talks about.
Give him time. He's got a bunch of shit to do.
Yeah, he talks about bleach working for COVID. I mean, he talks about a lot of stuff. I mean,
he's trying right now. I think he's still trying to get them to put real sugar in Coke.
Yeah,
Coca-Cola.
He wants that Mexican sugar, he says.
I love that Mexican stuff. That's the best.
Jesus, it tastes like shit.
Was he locked up in Coleman with us?
He was the camp with me.
Camp.
Yeah, camp.
Yeah, that's too bad. Remember Kenny King?
Yeah.
I
like about 9 out of 10 guys that you've told me about, you shake your head when you say it, like you say them.
Because he was a nut.
No, he wasn't nut. No, I'm saying like afterwards, like something. It seems like some of the people you talk about, something happened afterwards. Like
no. Kenny King, he.
No, I don't know.
No, he got out. He was fine. He's fine. God, Anthony. I mean, I'm just thinking about all the guys that were locked up.
Sure.
What guys does Andrew know that have been on the show that the audience would know? Like, so you know Cook?
Cook?
Yeah, Cook I know.
Do you hear what happened with?
You know what happened with Cook?
No.
Well, you know Cook came on the program.
I know Cook came on the program.
No, but you know he got rearrested.
From the program?
No.
I don't know.
No, he was driving with some girl, and he got pulled over, and they searched the car, and they searched his bag, which he says that so they got ice, they got ice, they got a weapon, and they got Viagra. So it was going to be a good time, and they searched the car. And he said that he says, of course, on a recorded line, he says if that stuff was there, it was hers. But they took me out of the car, searched me. When they went into the car and pulled them out and searched the car, his bag was right next to hers in the front. It was now in his bag, and so he's going to go to trial. And but he's locked up in Pasco.
I don't know.
How long was he out before all this happened?
Manatee. How long was he out? A year? Came on the program. He did great. We were going to try and help him start a podcast. He went and bought a computer. People wanted him to come back. I like Cook. But by the way, Cook would have to go too. It was between me and Cook.
I'm saying this. I don't like people that cavalier about their freedom. I mean, that's just stupid.
Who? Cook?
Yeah, if he's hanging out with you, he's got ice.
I mean, you could.
I value freedom too much.
When I heard him on the phone, you can kind of tell like this guy's a wild one.
He's wild. Every time he calls me, he's
he could be wild. But just don't cry now that you got to get another sentence because
he was always cutting up. He's always he's still cutting up and laughing. He thrives in prison.
Who else from the show that the audience would know? That is anybody else that
he knows? Jacob Diaz. I don't know if you remember him.
I remember him. Yeah.
I know Jacob Diaz.
I mean, he knows Deveroli, which he didn't. I never interviewed Deveroli. He knows Derek Nolan. He knows
Derek, of course.
Oh, Donovan Davis.
So Derek called me up after I did the other podcast, and he said, "Oh, you called me a junkie." I said, "Yeah, you were a junkie pretty much for a little bit when I knew you. You were going pretty hard. I mean, I was telling the truth. I mean, I didn't mind Derek. He has good stories. He was thing, but he was, at one time he looked pretty bad.
Oh, I don't know. I know he was doing stuff.
No, I'm saying he's got his life better. Got together now. I give him all credit. He got a kid. He's got married. No, he's kicking ass. But like for you, like me to not say that you listen to me. You were going hard there. I mean, you look bad. Like when he went to another camp, he looked like he was like a ghost.
You saw him in another. I only saw him.
I saw him in transfer when he was going to another place, and I didn't recognize him. Like he was like a skeleton, not a skeleton, but he was.
I didn't know that.
But it's what I'm saying. I still praise him if he's got his life back. That's good.
I don't know if you know. He knows Frank Amadeo. He knows Pierre Rossini.
I got some planes that I'm trying to sell. Like maybe Frank
was Boziak. Was he in the low?
What
was Boziak in the low?
Yeah, I don't know if you would remember because Bozak was there for literally like 6 months.
Okay, yeah.
6 to 8 months.
Probably by face I'd recognize him, but
yeah, he was.
Frank's not practicing law, is he? I mean, what is he doing?
No, he's in Orlando.
He's taking his meds.
Yeah, he's in Orlando, fully medicated.
Good.
I believe he started working with companies doing something. I don't know. But he was out for like a year and a half, and the government violated his probation, threw him back in prison based on him being leaving the jurisdiction, which he didn't do, and them receiving 2 phone calls saying that he was in the middle of committing the same crimes that he had committed prior to.
What?
This is what they said. They violated him. It took him 6 months to get himself in front of a judge, and he got in front of the judge and he said, "Your Honor, I had an ankle monitor on, so I don't know what they're talking about. They know exactly where I've been all the time." And
you think they was get back at him like fighting all those cases and stuff, or
yeah? Okay. And so he tells him that, and he says, and also I'd like to review any phone calls that you said I got, because what are you talking about? I'm committing crimes. So the judge goes, yeah, what are you talking about? They go, oh, well, they were anonymous calls, Your Honor. And he's there like, judge goes, anonymous calls? Like, you just had him locked up. And then he's like, okay, well, I want to know about the ankle monitor. Oh, we'll get that information. They then proceed to delay, and it took a couple of weeks or a month to get him back in front of the judge. And they said, well, Your Honor, we can't provide that at this time, but we believe. He said that's it, let him out. And so he got back on. But you can imagine 6 to 8 months of just destroying his fucking life
or something. Right. That's crazy.
And so he starts over again, his whole life over again. Yeah. He's in Orlando.
He's trying to recruit boy bands. No.
Boy band.
That's Perlman. No, I'm just kidding.
I don't know who else you would know that we've had on the podcast.
That might be it. I mean, that's kind of all the guys that I can remember, because Isaac was the medium, right?
Yeah, he doesn't know Isaac, which is great. So he's a friend of mine. He's locked up right now.
Locked up?
Yeah, of course. He's been back twice.
Jesus, that's why the recidivism rate's like 7-8%, because I'm not jaywalking. They beat me.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not. I
don't have to get hit in the head twice to realize hitting the head's not good.
How long ago did you get out?
I got out 2 years ago. I got September 6th, the day after my birthday, September 6th, 2023. I got out of the camp, went to the halfway house for about 10 months, went in home confinement for about 6 months, and now I've been on probation for about 10 months. So I've been out a little over 2 years. And yeah, it's tough. It's just the challenges. We don't have to get the psychological challenges when you first get out. It's just the time that we did over a decade is going to change everybody. If they don't think it changes you, you're just not looking at it. I mean, you don't even realize some of the things psychologically that changes you a little bit. I mean,
yeah, no, I think I was definitely had some major issues for a long time. This is what's funny, is that everybody, when I got out, the people that I was around, they used to say that I was aggressive, and I was like, aggressive?
No, I never saw that.
Like, I'm not aggressive. Like, what are you talking about? They're like, just like that. And I'm like, that's not aggressive. That's just me I'm assertive. I'm not aggressive. Makes me think of violent. Yeah. Like, I'm not a violent person.
Well, aggressive, like I want an argument or something.
Right. And I'm like, what are you talking? And they were like that. Yeah. And I was like, what do you? And so that was one thing. The other thing is, I mean, psychologically, like I remember around 3:30, I used to feel anxious.
Yeah.
Because I knew at 4:00 you have to be that upset me. For probably months after I got out of the halfway house, when someone would knock at the door and I didn't know, I would think, for a split second, I'd think like, oh, they're here to get me. Yeah, sure. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, I know what you're saying.
They're here to get me because they know that they shouldn't have let me out. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're going to say, oh, there's a such and such.
One of those high school dreams, like you're back in school or something.
We let you out 5 days early and you got to go back, or 2 months, or you should have, whatever. And I'm like, fuck. There was all kinds of just fucked up shit that...
I mean, the Pollyanna country would be something where we get out after over a decade and get some kind of psychological help or something. Like,
no, that's not going to happen. That's not going to happen.
No, I know it's not going to happen. I'm just saying that. That's all right. I'm a big boy. I'll
be all right. I'll be all right.
Me too.
The good thing was that the entire time I was locked up I was writing those stories, and then I kind of had a plan. Like the books that I wrote when I was in prison, I got out and I published, and they've made several $1,000s a month for, years.
Cool. Okay.
That helped pay me. And the other thing I was going to mention, when I was in the halfway house, I got out with like $300 and I broke. And remember the story I wrote and got the guys in Rolling Stone?
Yeah.
So they'd optioned it once, Then they optioned it again. And then when I got out of prison and I was in the halfway house and I have $300, I remember I had just gotten back from the super Walmart. Well, I'd never been in a Walmart before. They were amazing. And
you never been in a Walmart?
I'd never been in a Walmart.
Or the 2000s? Yeah, I think you probably
I don't, not like this.
Right.
Like I remember being like, holy
I need these deals.
Shit, this is amazing.
Right.
I spent $200-$300 on a whole new wardrobe, which you could do at Walmart. And I was basically down to almost nothing. And my ex-wife called me and she said, you got a letter from that lawyer. And I go, what lawyer? And she said, that lawyer. And I went, she's the one that sent a letter like a year ago. And I went, no, open the fucking letter. And she opens the letter and it was a check for like almost $7,000 because they optioned.
Right, option, yeah.
Again.
That helped.
And I went,
Jesus.
Holy shit. She goes,
Walmart.
You motherfucker. She's like, I can't believe that you and got another check from these people. I was like, oh my God. And I mean, literally, I've been there a week or two, whatever. I'd barely even been there. It hadn't even been a month. It'd been whatever, like maybe a few weeks. And I cashed that. I deposited the check and I was able to go buy a new car, not a new car, whatever. Buy a car for like $2,500, maybe $3,500. Get a year's worth of insurance on it. Get some new tires, and then I was broke again. But that car got me to work and back for about a year, and then COVID hit, and I went and bought a new car. Sold that car for $1,000. Bought a new car, and my probation officer gave me shit about the payment.
I know you remember the date because the date everybody remembers. What was your date if you never got time off?
2030.
Jeez.
It was like January of 2030.
So you'd be like, well, first step, you would probably got, a couple years off or something. I mean,
for the First Step Act?
Yeah. Yeah.
Here's what happened. I was supposed to get like 35 days.
Right.
But by the time they implemented it.
No, but I'm saying if you had to do your whole term, you would have got less than.
Oh, okay. I was going to say I actually got like a week off or 7 days
you would have
off.
got. I'm saying if you did your whole term, you would have got a couple years off, probably.
I would have probably got close to a year, 8 or 9 months, probably.
And then like me, I got a year and a half halfway house. So you probably been out about a year and a half, 2 years from now. A year and a half.
Yeah. Did you start your podcast?
How's your family?
My dad died in, I think, 2013 when I was in prison. And so I got out and my mom died 2 years after.
Right.
And I was lucky enough to spend the last 2 years.
Yeah, so that's cool.
I was able to, I would go over, I went by there at least 3 times.
Nice.
And I was there when she had her final stroke.
Okay.
Like we had just gone for a walk.
No, that's good that you got out before.
Yeah.
I mean,
we'd actually just gone for a walk.
Yeah.
She was in a wheelchair. So I pushed her around with her nurse, brought her home, and we were putting her in bed, and she had a stroke, and she had a stroke. And then over the next week, it took about a week for her to die, and I was there every day, and I held her hand when she died.
Nice. And so your new wife you met at the halfway house.
Met my new wife at the halfway house. She did not want to date me. She said I was a city boy.
Oh, okay, city boy.
She said she makes fun of guys like me.
Was she like Polk County girl or something?
Okeechobee.
The land?
Okeechobee. And it's funny because when you mentioned white trash, I told her the other day, because we just got a pit bull puppy. Yeah. And I said, like, if
you're pushing towards it now.
I said, if it wasn't clear that we were white trash before, the pit bull puppy just pushed it over the edge.
Yeah, yeah.
Look at my arms.
And you've been in prison.
They're all look how scratched up.
Yeah. Next thing you get a tattoo and you'll be all right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, my wife took me back, and then she wanted me to get a square job. I was in the house all day and let me back in, and then now I get my own place because it's just I was on her nerves.
Well, why not get the job?
I mean, there's a couple jobs. It's funny because I shouldn't have got let down like this because I had a probation officer, a different one first.
Right.
And she said, I got a sales job, which that's all I know. I mean, not all I know. I mean, I've been to college. I mean, I could do something else. Like I could work at Walmart or something, but and there's nothing
what's wrong
against
with the sales job?
Okay, so I get the sales job, right? And I'm working there for 3-4 weeks. I'm making first week I made $1,800. I mean, I got to pay 25% restitution, before taxes.
Yeah,
but anyways, I know mine's 25%.
Basically 50%.
It's 50%. Yeah, I'm making 50% on dollar. Yes, if you don't realize that, if I make $1,000 out there in a week, I'm making $500.
Yeah,
because of tax and restitution. Anyways, I worked there for like 3 weeks. I'm living with my wife. Everything's great. I'm going to work every day. She comes on a Friday and says, "Oh, I'm going to violate you. You didn't tell me it was this kind of sales."
What kind of sales?
Like, it was just basic sales. It was selling marketing for a company online.
Okay.
She says, "No, man, you're gonna get me in trouble. Like, I might call the judge." And she comes to the work. She doesn't call me. Yes. So that let me down. I liked the job, and then like I kind of got downtrodden from that a little bit. No sad sack stuff. Nobody has to cry for me. I mean, I finally got cataract surgery, and they screwed up my eye.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so, I remember. They detached my retina. So I'm at the.
What about now? Like,
I can't see out of my right eye. I'm suing them, but I mean, oh yeah.
Okay.
You know what the crazy part about it? This guy Mendelson that did my eye surgery was referred to me by the BOP. They decided not to pay for it. My daughter pays for it. Listen to this. This guy 5 years before was in the feds for election fraud, and now he's a renowned eye doctor. He was an eye doctor before that, but like they didn't tell me he was in the feds. It's irony, right?
Right.
So I get pissy with the guy because literally, like he said, "Oh, you might have had a detached retina before the surgery. Why wouldn't you look at my eye before the surgery? You wouldn't do surgery on a detached retina." He detached my retina. Everybody says so. So in the middle of a lawsuit with that, but I can't see out of my right eye. So I went from just a little blurry wanting to get a corrective surgery, cataract, paid him $5,000 to getting a detached retina and then permanently screwed up my eye.
I fucking hate to hear that.
So but
I'm gonna add something.
Right. But that's nothing to say that I shouldn't just square it up and get a regular job, and just I think if I worked just at Walmart, my wife would be cool. Target.
What about and when you were talking, I was thinking about this. Is that you have experience with these people that make these machines?
Yes.
Why not contact, probably the people that you knew are probably still in the business.
Of course, absolutely.
Why not call them and see if you couldn't do some kind of sales, marketing, something?
They're the type of people like now they did business for me, and like I was like doing the wrong thing. Like I've been in prison.
And I hear what you're saying.
And I called one of them, actually two of them.
Okay.
And they're like, "Listen, we love you, man. You're a good guy and everything, but like we got to keep away. Like you're fraud." And then all like.
Well, you'd be shocked how many people that contact me and want to talk to me about real estate, and I'm like, I went to prison for basically real estate fraud.
Of course.
Why would you possibly want to talk to me? And they'll have me on the programs. They'll have me on.
You know what angle that I thought about when they reached out to me? People like just. From the videos, I don't barely know social media, but I put up a post, I get a lot of views, and then they DM me about, "Hey, I'm looking at this opportunity. Maybe you can look at it for me and help me like look for the bad and the good things and something."
Right.
And I don't know, maybe that's a consultant for that, but then I'm not sure my PO would want me to be a consultant for, the things that I did, but I would be the knowledgeable on that.
Well,
like the red flags or the good things about a business, like, "Oh, this is legitimate."
I give keynote speeches at least a couple a month. Right. I give keynote speeches every single month.
Sure.
For banks, banks, credit unions, cyber conventions.
Right. Sure.
Every forensic accountant. Right. The funny thing, listen to this. I went yesterday. Fucked it. 3 hours. I drove 3 hours to speak at a high school. They don't pay me. They didn't pay me. Sure. I don't, because I'll talk for education, like universities, high schools.
Yeah, it's good for the brand.
And law enforcement. And I don't charge. But so I went down there and spoke in front of 3 different classes. They teach forensic accounting in high school. That's pretty cool.
Wow.
Yeah. I don't think these kids are paying attention. But I talked in front of them, then drove back for 3 hours. But just went to Canada. I texted you when I was in Canada.
You did, yeah.
I didn't think I'd get into Canada.
But yeah, I mean, of all the business opportunities I've sold, and all the things I've seen, and all the things I've marketed, and all the things I've come across, I'm pretty much an expert on something that I can tell right away is not going to be a good thing.
So why not sign up for LinkedIn and start start hammering people?
You should. I got to have the gumption to do that, which is no excuse. So yeah, all of that. Social media, I've had, there's 30 people that podcast people. First, my PO wouldn't let me, obviously.
We took care of that.
Yeah, exactly, and I appreciate that. And then the second thing would be to have a vehicle to use that. Like if even the viewers here, they like my story, they realize that I have something to say. Where do they go? They go to my Instagram. They go to my, I don't know. I don't even know TikTok. I don't even know how to use it. Like I got to be more savvy on that because there's a lot of people reaching out from me. Like either do a podcast or I'll put content out every day. When I hardly put content maybe once a month. Like I'm just no excuse. It's just I should be doing more of that.
Yeah, I mean it's not gonna. Nobody's. I'm sure you've seen the. Nobody's coming to save you.
No, and that's true. And you call it a rut and call it whatever you call it, then I just forget about that. After life goes on,
Yeah, you got to start waking up early. You got to start making TikToks and putting it out. Right. You got to ask people to, listen. Somebody will, and somebody out there will say, "Hey, this guy would make a great salesman for yachts."
Yeah, they're never going to let me sell anything, though. That's the problem with the probation. That's like I'm saying.
You keep saying no. Do you know what you do? You go to the judge and say, "Your Honor, I have a."
No, they're not going to do that. Right.
Thing with it, and eventually they get tired of being overturned. They get overturned once or twice, and they're
I would have to push it because I know my PO is such a blockhead. He's going to watch this, but he was to not let me do it. He was bad. I'm not saying I don't like the guy. He's actually a nice guy, but he thinks he's going to get in trouble for it.
Yeah. No, I spoke with him.
Right.
He was concerned about. He was like, "Is this something that happens a lot? What do you think?" Because he didn't quite know. It's like no. He thought we're going to talk about I don't know, show people how to commit fraud. I don't know what he was thinking.
Well, he thinks I'm going to glamorize it. And not once I've come up here and talk about Wolf of Wall Street stuff that I did. I had $20 million in the bank at one time. I'm not going to talk about stupid stuff I could sit up here for a whole show and tell you about private jets to Vegas and stupid stuff like getting people in my office like he got. I mean, I'm not saying I can't glorify it, but it seems hollow.
Right. Well, I think I still can't watch a Jude Law.
Yes. Yeah.
Jude Law is that.
You remember that? So good you remember that story because Jude Law is a professional asshole.
Yeah.
Listen to me, Jude Law. For everybody to know, I mean,
so
Jude.
The poker table.
Listen to me,
story?
Jude Law is like I'm at the poker table at the Bellagio, and it's like 2:30 in the morning. I'm with my wife, an older lady sitting here, me and my wife, and then nobody to my right. So Jude Law shows up to my right. It's like 2:30 in the morning. I'm on a burner though. Like when you're on a burner,
you're not going home.
If Hitler shows up next to you on your right, you're not going to just get up and leave,
right?
Because you're on a burner. So and my wife appreciates that. So. So Jude Law shows up. Anyways, about maybe 3 minutes after he shows up, two girls come up to him, very sweet girls, about 23 years old, and says, "Mr. Law, I really love your work, and I love you." And he looks at him, and he says, "Why don't you get out of here? I'm busy here. Like, just shoo away." And I'm like, "Damn!" I don't give him. I said, "Man, you like that? Oh, you don't know the pressures of being a star." I'm like, "You're not De Niro, man. Like, this is like come on, man." And you could go to a private room. You're in the middle of the Bellagio. It was a $500 and up table, but you're not in the private room table, right? So my wife kind of rolls her eyes, and the old lady on the left, she's like, "Man," she knows who he is, but two more girls come up and like, "Oh my God, what is he gonna do?" And he tells these girls, he calls one girl a douche, and says, "Are you stupid? Like get out of here! Can't you see I'm busy? This is ridiculous, and you don't know there's pressures." And I'm like, "Man, you gotta. They pay your paycheck for crying out loud."
Yeah. You bet you would have begged to be in that position.
Come on,
10 years earlier,
man.
when you were trying to be.
Crying out loud with his English accent. He calls the girl one girl a bitch, and I'm like, if he's got a boyfriend, he should beat you up or something. I mean, like that. It was real disrespectful. But then he sees my wife's reaction, and I'm on a burner, so my wife wants to go, but I'm like, I'm on a heater here. I'm winning every hand. So my wife says, "No, let's go." And she looks at him, and then he tries to justify it with her. "Hey, you don't know the pressures I'm under." She's like, "You got to be kidding me! You're a rude a-hole." And then the old lady gets up, and so we all kind of leave, and I collect my money, and the dealer rolls his eyes, and then he adds in a classy little dig. He says, "Mr. Law, you can go to a private room now. You can go. There's places that won't be bothered." But yeah, he was a big time. I've met a lot of celebrities, and none of them were that bad.
Yeah, I was gonna say. So I always think, not that I'm Jude Law, but I always remember that story.
Yes.
Because I remember being you and I having a conversation where I was like, wow, you would have done anything to be in that position when you were starting out.
Of course.
And so you forgot about that. And those people pay your paycheck. And
right.
So whenever somebody comes up to me, because of the commercials and everything, people come up to me, fuck, all the time. Literally, I'd say if I go out 10 times, it's at the point now where it's 9 out of 10.
9 out of 10?
Yeah,
okay.
If I'm really out. Not if
right.
I'm stopping at the gas station, but if you're really out at a restaurant or walking around.
Right.
And if I walk through the airport, for sure, it's boom, boom. Listen, one of the times I went with my wife, we both went on an airplane, sat down, and I'm sitting in the middle seat, and the guy looks over at me and he said, "Man, should I have my credit cards?" And I looked at him and I went, "What?" And he goes, "No, I'm just joking, bro. I remember you. You're the fraud guy from. I've watched your stuff." And I was like, "Hey, what's going on?" But
every time somebody sees me,
it's good that you remember the Jew law thing because it was horrible.
But every time somebody sees me, like I'll be eating.
Yeah, sure.
And if somebody sees me and says, "Oh man, I love your stuff, bro,"
but you can politely say, "Hey, I'm having a problem. I'm sorry about that." Like, thanks.
Listen, I've only done that one time.
Right.
I've done that one time, and it wasn't that. And usually, like I'm like, I'll stand up and they're like, "Can I get a picture?" Absolutely. Right. I'm surprised I didn't. I should have said that. I've only done that one time. I was in the gym talking to a former co-defendant when a guy listen.
Oh my gosh.
Listen, I'm gonna tell this story. You're gonna love this story. You'll be all right. Okay. This buddy of mine, we can leave his name as Rudy, because nobody's gonna watch this. This is at the end of the video. Nobody's watching. Rudy was a co-defendant of mine, listed on my indictment as just his initials, who has convinced himself he's never done any fraud. I'm in the gym one day with my wife. We're working out. This is, we work out like 5 o'clock in the morning, 6 o'clock in the morning. And we used to. We weren't worked out in 6 months or a year. I'm fucking in horrible shape. But the point is that I'm there working out, and Rudy sees me and comes walking up to me, and I turn around and I'm like, Rudy! Now, I tried to contact him in the halfway house. He didn't want to talk to me. Actually said he called his lawyer, and his lawyer said he would call my probation officer and have me thrown back into prison if I tried to contact him again. Yeah. And I wrote him a nasty letter back and said, "When did you become such a bitch? Blah, blah, blah." And so he comes up to me and he goes, "Oh, you called me a bitch?" And I went, "What?" Because I'm happy to see him. I'm like, "Hey!" And he's like, you called me a bitch?" And I went, "What? What are you talking about?" And he said, "Yeah, you, because I had done a podcast where I mentioned this." And he says, "Yeah, you said you sent me an email or text saying I was a bitch, being a bitch." And I went, "Well, I said you were acting like a bitch." He goes, "I never got any text messages." I said, "Because you blocked me. That's why you didn't get it."
Right.
And he goes, "Well," and he goes, "Well, and I said, "Well, what's going on, bro?" I said, "Listen," I didn't mean to offend you. I said, "I just wanted to talk. I've always wondered what happened." And so he spends the next 5 minutes complaining about how the FBI questioned him a bunch of times about the case and how it ruined his life. When, by the way, when I met this guy, he was about to fly back to Belgium. He's Belgium, whatever that is. He's about to fly back to Belgium because he's about to be evicted from his apartment. So when I meet him, I pay for his apartment and I pay for his electric because I think it had been shut off. Pay to get it. Hire him as a real estate or start working with him as a real estate agent. And I basically get him back on a fast track through fraud. Absolutely my fault. But he knows it's fraud. Yeah. He knows it's all fraud. And so anyway, eventually when I end up having to take off and I leave everybody behind, they're being hounded by these FBI.
You told me about Rudy in prison. Yeah, I remember,
Yeah. Big tough guy. Looked like kind of like a better looking version of Van Damme.
Right.
Anyway, who's also from Belgium. So anyway, Rudy's, he's kind of like all like this, yeah. And my wife's sitting right here. Like he's clenched up, right? But I'm being very like, golly gee whiz, he's not going to hit me. And so he starts calming down and he's sitting there talking and this and that. He's like, "Yeah, man, well, and I said, "Yeah, bro, I just wanted to know what happened. That's the only reason I reached out. I'm not trying to offend you. I'm not trying to upset you." I said, he's like, "Well, I've got investors and everything." I was mentioned in several articles. I said, "Oh, okay." I said, I get it. I did go to prison for 13 years and you didn't get anything but talked to by the FBI. And by the way, if there was a list, if there was a chart where it was like Matt Cox here and there was that line underneath, it would be Rudy, Dave Walker, and probably one other idiot. And then a bunch of people underneath it. But he's convinced himself he hadn't committed any fraud. So we have this whole conversation, and we're talking, and he calms down. And as we're sitting there talking, he's like, "Yeah, this," and a guy walks up to me and goes, "Excuse me, Mr. Cox?" And I go, "Yeah, what's up?" I don't know if he might work at the gym. I go, "Yeah, what's up?" He's like, "Bro, I love your fucking stuff, bro. I'm subscribed to all your stuff." He said, "I just wanted to say hi. I know you're busy." I said, "Man," I appreciate that. And I shake his hand. I said, "Man, appreciate it." I said, "I am kind of in the middle of something here." I said, "I'm sorry. I don't mean to." I said, No. I'm sorry. I said, "Man, I appreciate it." And he turned around and he walks. I said, "Yeah, okay, cool." And I go, "You were saying?" And the look on Rudy's face, I couldn't have been orchestrated any better. He's like, the look on his face, and he looks over at my wife and he goes, "How often does that happen?" She goes, "All the time."
Right.
And he goes, "Boy, you've really turned this into something, haven't you?" And I said, "I really have." I said, "But what choice did I have, Rudy?" I said, "I can't run from it.
Right.
I might as well lean into it." I said, "And it is what it is." And he's like, "Oh, I see you on the fucking TV all the time." And I go, oh, I said, oh yeah, the commercials, yeah. And he's like, well, yeah. And so we just kind of start having a conversation. Sure. And he says, hey, you know what I'm going to do? He said, I said, I'd love to have dinner with you sometime, bro, because I always considered you a friend. I liked you. Not that I wouldn't have cut his throat if I had to. He obviously would have cut mine. He certainly did. And
he didn't reach that line with an uncle.
No, he's below that threshold.
He's the stepbrother line.
And if he wasn't, when I read his 15-page FBI 302 on me, that pushed him over the edge.
I see.
So he, anyway, so we have this conversation and we talk, and he says, yeah. And I said, look, I'd love to have dinner. And he goes, look, he said, you know what? Yeah, let's have dinner. We'll talk. It's cool. No problem. Here's my number, text me. And I was like, okay, no problem. Right. And then I got a phone call 2 days later from a mutual friend that said, yeah, Rudy thought about it. And he said, it's just too upsetting to talk to you because of the trauma that he went through because the FBI questioned him.
God.
I feel like that.
He's just doing that for to make himself feel like a justification. It's
Like I did do 13 years. Yeah. 13 years, 3 years on the run,
3 years on the run, that was on you, but I mean.
That was my fault, which by the way was an amazing part of my life. Like probably not the best part of my life because I love my wife and
that's what you go to.
Yeah, it was a great time.
Like I just saw a movie like when you die, you go to the best part of your life, whatever your age is.
Well, it's not the best. I made that mistake before. I said the best, and I shouldn't have. It was something that I said, and I hadn't really thought about it. I meant kind of like during that period of time.
I don't know if it's the best time of your life.
Because honestly, like right now, my life is it's very good. I am certainly not the person that I wanted to be when I was, in my 20s. In your 20s, you have a vision of who you'll be.
You're right.
And that person is not this person.
Right,
but for everything that happened in my life, this is the best possible solution.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
So, and I love my wife and I love my dog. He's so sweet. I mean, he's mean as fuck. I mean,
What's his name?
His name is Aries, which I'm not thrilled with.
You wouldn't testify against Aries, right?
I mean, if Aries got to go, bro. Aries got to go.
That's good. I mean, I have no ill feelings for your success. So you worked hard with that. I know that. So
yeah.
But yeah, fine. I mean, I just obviously I'm not going to pull punches, and that's just the way I feel about the other stuff, and again, not trying to play Joe Prisoner, just and I don't know what it is. And maybe it's the way I was brought up. Maybe I don't know. The switch is not because people think this way or don't think this way. I never, ever have opinion because people sway me because everybody does it. I'll never do that. Like, I'm too from Massachusetts for that. Like, you call them assholes. I don't care if 99% of the people believe this and I believe that because, 99% of the people could have been gay for this day and I wasn't going to.
I hear you.
I didn't like hitting head with a hammer when I went to the prison. When I got out, I still don't like hitting head with a hammer. So I don't know about the gay stuff, you know what I'm saying? But you see what I'm saying. I'm trying to say.
How do we get?
I don't even know. But I'm saying that you said that everybody's doing it, like everybody's testifying.
God. We back to
what I'm saying? No big deal. No big deal.
Fine, keep going.
Anyways, no, it's cool. It's cool. Congratulations on your success.
I think that. Can I mention one thing? I think that as long as you dwell on this,
it's not dwelling. It's just telling you.
Well, I hear lots of guys.
I haven't met you in 9 years. I got to talk about it because it would be crazy not to talk about it.
Right. I just
think, I haven't met you, Matt, because that's on your show. But by the way, you did testify on somebody that was in our dorm. That's. I
didn't testify. I would have testified.
Well, I mean, it's
had I
like,
testified, I would have been out earlier.
You got an indictment on him. You got an indictment.
I would have been out earlier if I testified.
So, like, if I didn't
talk, if only he'd gone to
trial. Anyways,
that would have been. No, I don't get that lucky. I should honestly contact
that Cavalier stuff. Is
contact Ron Wilson.
Bad karma, maybe.
Yeah, I'll be all right. If this is bad karma,
you'll take more of it. You'll take more of it. Okay,
sign me up. I should call old Ron. I would love to call Ron. He got out early for COVID.
Was he dying or something? Or
no, he
just COVID. Didn't he have 15 years left?
He got out on the
CARES Act?
That's what I'm saying. He didn't do any of his stuff. He did less than 50% of the 20 years. He did like 8
no, but I'm
years.
saying, but I mean, that has nothing to do with what happened. I mean, that's just kind of coincidence. But I'm saying, okay, well,
it's me. I wrote a letter. No, but I'm saying he got out. I'm saying he's out right now. I could have him on the podcast.
Yeah, do it.
He'd probably come on the podcast.
Maybe not.
I don't know. Here's what. Oh, I didn't tell you this.
Probably in bad health or something.
I didn't tell you this.
What?
Oh, I hope not. He had such a great head of hair.
He did.
He did a great,
I give you that.
White, thick Yeah. I mean, just amazing.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah, you're right.
So listen to this. I didn't tell you this part. You're going to love this part. Because I've said this before.
Yeah.
One day, and you were in the unit for this.
Okay.
One day. So remember I told you he got his whatever it was, his discovery.
Yeah.
So he'd been sentenced at this point. I want to say I was waiting because I was hoping I was going to get something because I ended up filing a 2255 because they wouldn't give me anything. Government, when we filed the 2255 and said, hey, you guys they said this, they said they'd give me something for this. This is what happened. These people got indicted. You recovered $500,000. They were like, we don't know what you're talking about. So luckily I had that letter. The whole thing worked out. I got 5 years off.
Not you got 5 years off just for that.
For Ron Wilson.
Yeah, because at 100,000, I'm thinking you get 5 years.
No, for half. It was half.
No, I'm saying that's what I'm saying. You hit.
No, I don't think I would have gotten anything. I don't think for the 150. I don't think. Oh, listen, they're desperately trying to fuck me over because I thought it was 150, but it ended up being $500,000, and I didn't think they'd re-indict him because it's like they already got you, bro.
Because he told you something like crazy, stupid in confidence, but he didn't tell you the truth on it. Like,
right, but it blew up. It blew up on him. Like it ended up blowing.
That's bizarre world. I'm just saying it's kind of funny looking at it from the outside. I med it's.
So I'm sitting there one day in my cell.
Yeah.
And I'm waiting, and it's for 4 o'clock count. And there's there's a black guy in his bus clothes. He just got to Coleman.
Yeah.
And he's right across from me.
Okay.
And I'm sitting there, and he goes, "Hey, man." And I go, "Yeah, what's up?" And he says, "You know a guy named Matt Cox?" And I mean, like fucking,
right, exactly,
right? Now that's what in prison, if you're looking for somebody, right? Like you ask somebody of that race, right? So I went, yeah, I know Matt Cox, and I'm thinking like this is bizarre, and I was like, yeah, what's up? And he goes, and I pull out my ID and I show him, I go, I'm Matt Cox, and I said, what's up? I'm not thinking anything, and he looked at me, he said, you know a guy named Ron Wilson? And that's when, goosebumps. Yeah, right. Woof.
This was during the middle count when I was in the dorm.
Yeah, they haven't counted yet.
I know.
You're probably in the back corner.
Yeah.
So I'm sitting. I go, yeah, what's up? I'm in the very close to the front.
Yeah, I know.
By the TV room.
Yeah.
So I'm sitting there. I'm like, yeah, what's up? And I said, yeah, why? He said, he goes, I just came from South Carolina. He goes, I was locked up with Wilson. I went, really?
The feds are a small world.
Yeah, and I'm like, really? He said, yeah. He said he gave me a message for you, and I'm thinking,
right.
That doesn't sound good. No. Even in the low, that doesn't sound good. Yeah. And, and I'm like, okay. I'm at this point, I'm like, I'm looking around now.
Of course.
Like, I don't want this guy to fucking go nuts or say something too loud. There are people around. It's pretty quiet. And I go, what's up? Now, people are still kind of talking. Sure. But it's quiet. You know how quiet it is. But they obviously haven't entered, so it's still a little bit of a rumble. But I said, what's up? He said, he said to tell you he understands what you did. He'd have done the same thing to you. And he hopes you get as much time off, he goes, as you can, and to let you know that he's found Jesus and he's going to be okay. Well, remember, he was religious, or he knew the Bible.
Yeah, he knew the Bible,
but he wasn't. He didn't come off religious, right? Like he didn't feel, but he could quote the whole Bible.
I know.
And so it was weird the way the religion, but I never heard him say something
I thought he quoted it as like a historian type of thing,
exactly, not like a real
like a Southern historian. Like
correct.
I said, Shelby Foote, if you know who he is, like. He did the Civil War stuff. He had the hair with him. Like that's what he reminded me of. But anyways,
so he says this.
Yeah.
He says this, and I mean, I am like, this is bizarre.
Do you think he's savvy enough to know really what that thing is?
Oh, I know exactly. This guy does, because this is what the guy says to me is. So I look at him and I go, and he sat there. He just said it, and I look around, and I go, is this going to be a problem?
Yeah.
Like that, and he goes, I said, am I going to be hearing stuff from people? He goes, oh no, bro. He said, listen. He said, I'm here. He said, I got 5 years. He said, but I don't expect to be here long, if you know what I'm saying.
Jesus.
And I looked at him.
He was on your team. Yeah, you guys are on the
same
team.
We're like, yeah, I hear you, brother. And he goes, you know what I'm saying? I said, I get you. I hear you. He said, all right. And listen, within 6 months to probably 6 months to maybe a year, I don't know exactly the frame, what months, he was gone. But that So whenever I say, I should contact Wilson, and I didn't contact him for a long time. I mean, I still haven't contacted him, but a long time I didn't contact him. My reasoning was that I was on probation. And I told everybody, well, when I'm off probation, I'm going to contact him. And then I've kind of thought, well, he's on probation. I do know Biden commuted his sentence. Because remember, they let out a bunch of people on COVID because they were old.
Right. And then they thought that they were going to go back maybe. And
Biden just commuted the sentence. And that's what's happened now is he's probably just on probation.
Yeah, he's probably on probation. I guarantee he's on probation.
So I kind of feel like, and first of all, he doesn't. I've looked him up, tried to look him up on Facebook. I've tried to look him up other ways, and I haven't put a lot of effort. I probably could go to Tom and say, hey, can you find this guy's information?
I would say at his age and what he's been through, he's probably not going to come here and do the show.
He's probably not. He's still in his. He's probably. I don't know if he's in his 60s. How old is he now?
76 or something like that.
Really?
God, 78. No. He's probably pushing 80. Ron Wilson. We were with him 10 years ago. And he was in his 60s already.
He was in his 60s. He was like 63,
Yeah, 64? He's probably 75 years old right now.
God, 74 years old. He's got to be in his 70s, yeah. I wasn't thinking about that. He could be in good shape. We don't know.
Bring his wife and brother in. They might want to.
They probably have a lot. We probably have good things to say. We'll probably have shoot the shit together. How old was he in 2014? I know you got to go. I know.
I'm not discouraged to go. I was giving them a thing like the bizarro thing of like seeing Ron come in here. No, I was doing the whole eye roll because I want to see Ron and his wife come in here and like I'd like maybe to be at that show, be a fly on the wall.
Listen, I don't
go anywhere, but Bubba the Love Sponge tomorrow.
Imagine me. I love Bubba. Imagine
this guy's not a laughingstock anymore, is he? Like he
is his real name Timothy?
No, it's Ron. It's actually Ron.
Is it Ronald?
It's Ron. Oh, here, Ron. So it's Gene. Sorry, Ronald Gene Ron Wilson, born 1943.
Oh man,
$90 million.
He's 82. See, I told you.
He's 82.
See, I told you he's in the late 70s already. You're way off.
He's as old as that guy that
when he was with us. I want to say he's in his late 60s or 70. I think.
He wasn't in his 70s. He would have been in his.
He's 82 now. He was with us 10 years, 11 years ago. He was just turned 70.
Oh my God.
Well, you got no grasp of time.
No, I don't. You don't either. Look, okay, a $90 million Ponzi scheme. I actually think it was $100 million. He said it was like a $102 million Ponzi scheme. So this Ponzi scheme was in 2012, by the way.
So tell me this, so
2012,
$100 million Ponzi scheme, and he's only hiding $500,000.
Well, no, keep in mind, okay, you're doing what everybody does. Is they're saying $100 million. That's what because with the earnings. So it was really like 50. I remember he used to always say it was $57 million.
So he gave some of the early people money back like Madoff did and keep them happy.
Correct.
Like some of the old timers that would have shot him out there in South Carolina.
And they were selling, between 81 and 82, because I'm looking at his
yeah, he's 82 years old, man.
His sentence was commuted in 2024. He was locked up. Oh, wow. 2024 was commuted in 2024, but he was let out during COVID. That was 2020?
Yeah, 20.
So he did 8 years. So I was right. He did 8 years on the 20. That's not bad. It's not bad.
Yeah.
You're the worst Jamie ever. You've contributed nothing. And all this looking up
stuff. He's supposed to be able to talk when we come back and forth.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
I'm here.
Oh, you did a little bit. You did a little bit.
I'm just making notes,
It's so riveting that he might have not wanted to get interfere, right?
I mean, yeah, it was good. I'm curious to see what
But you tell everybody it's good, though. But me, I know I am.
Well, yeah, this is good. We tell everybody it's good, but this will be.
This one's sincere, though.
This will be good.
Yeah,
this will be good.
We wouldn't record for 5 hours if it wasn't.
It's been that much. That's
4 hours and 48 minutes.
Holy shnikes!
That's why we have this thing here.
What's the longest you've recorded? In a like one run.
This is long.
This is close to.
It's 6:18. Holy shit!
Yeah.
I don't leave the house except to come to here.
Okay.
Like I'm not really in the know.
In the know, right?
Okay. Listen, half the time when I'm interviewing these drug dealers and guys, like they say stuff. How much? Like I speak the Queen's English. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't they're talking
about.
You're not
gonna vibe with poet.
They're talking about doves and this and that, and I'm like, I don't and so I actually do know what a dove is, right?
A dove?
A dove. It's a key of. It's
a bird.
It is a bird, but a dove is
birds go for 22.
A bird. Okay. See.
I'm in room 222. Yeah.
So
yeah. Okay. At least you know that the vernacular. You've talked to enough drug dealers. It's got to be like a little bit yawning now to see all these key stuff, but it's all the same.
Well, we try to.
Honestly, it's the only time I'm such a narcissistic prick that it's one of the few times that when someone else is talking, I'm actually paying attention to them.
Really?
Yeah, because most of the time when someone else is talking,
you're off in space because I can see your eyes.
I'm not. I'm waiting.
I think you're tired right now. I'm tired too. I only got like 4 hours.
Most of the time when someone's talking, I'm just waiting for an opportunity to talk about myself.
It's good you admit that.
I get bad sometimes. Sometimes I interrupt once or twice with a story here or a story. Like it reminds me. You know when I do it the most is when the story's not doing great.
When
like
they can't tell their own story.
They can't tell their own story. And I start.
So I must have done all right because you weren't really, that
yeah, the
much
only reason I interrupted you is because you would say stuff, because I know you've told me the story.
Yes.
Or you've told me, like, we know somebody mutual. And it's like, oh, remember so-and-so.
And it's good that you can do that because it shows you that, like, I can rattle off my story anytime because it's the truth.
Yeah.
Like, some people exaggerate. You probably had people in here, they're exaggerating. They're telling full of shit. They're telling about their case and everything. Like, I don't need to exaggerate it. I mean, I don't need to do anything. And I didn't even talk about, like I said, puffing my chest up about how much money I had. That's all lame because I was indicted. I was convicted. So for me to go, I lived in this house and I had this kind of car and I spent this money, it does feel hollow. It doesn't almost feel hollow. It feels hollow.
Well, you also like it. Like there's I can think of like half a dozen different things that you haven't mentioned, like Dwayne Johnson.
Dwayne Johnson took my daughter to school a couple. He did that day and another day, so 2 days he took my daughter to school. Yeah, he lived about maybe 9 or 10 houses from me for about 3-4 years in Davie, Florida, and it was funny. Like, this is a good Rock story most people don't know, and Rock's a great guy. I have no pretenses with him, but. In 1999, he moved to Davie, and I lived in Davie, started living in Davie in the late 90s. Davie's like a bedroom community of Fort Lauderdale. So I'm living in Davie, and I'm going to a place called Lums. It used to be an old place, and it's not a business anymore, but they had the last Lums of the whole world was in Davie. So I go there, and the mayor was a guy named Harry Venus. Harry Venus was a Harvard-educated, very smart guy, but he would love wrestling. Like, he was addicted to wrestling. He'd get amateur wrestling night like 3 times a week. So when when The Rock was looking for a place to live, he really wanted him to live in Davie. So he wanted The Rock to be the spokesperson of Davie. This is like 99. He's not in the movies yet. He's just a wrestler. He wants to be the promotional of Davie and the new Davie with bedroom community and gated community and like rich houses now in Davie. So The Rock agrees. So he gets Rock a house. I don't know if he paid for it. I don't know what the deal was, but Rock lived in Davie for about 9 or 10 years. With his first wife, Danny Garcia. So Rock's living there, and he befriends Harry Venus because Harry Venus is a lover of Harry Venus says, hey, what about your father? Doesn't he need something to do? And he goes, yeah, if you can get him something to do, that'd be great. His father was named Rocky Johnson.
Yeah, he was a wrestler.
He was a wrestler. You remember, he's a black guy.
Yeah.
His mother was a Samoan because his uncles are the Wild Samoans. So he has a wrestling family. But anyways, his father was living in Davie, and I'd see him around at the Waffle House and stuff. His father was still built like a brick shit house. But anyways, he gets his father a job as the head of the Parks and Recreations for Davie. And he did really well at that for about 3-4 months until he went with a 16-year-old.
Oh,
yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's not good.
Yeah.
It's not good.
Yeah. So Rock was kind of embarrassed with that. Dwayne was a good guy. He was a real good neighbor. His first wife that they divorced in 2006 was a really nice lady. I think he still does business with her. He's still a producer. She's a producer. Right. You see Danny Garcia. It's his first wife. They had a first daughter that's about my daughter's age now. She's probably about 27, 28 like my daughter is now, but was young back when he was living with near me. But yeah.
What about you have a story about Spike Lee?
Oh yeah, that was a good story.
Have you ever heard this?
I don't know if they've heard it, but Spike Lee is a good story because, at the time I got all the money from Red Bull, I'm hanging out in South Beach. I'm going to stupid places. On Friday, I go to a hotel like the Victor or the Delano just to do it over the weekend. Even though I got a $1.5 million house, I should be staying in my house, right? But I like the feel of getting the hotel. So we're staying at the Delano. And it's weird because I'm at the Delano and I'm seeing I went to do a fax back when we did faxes in their little business room at the Delano, and Cuba Gooding Jr. was in there. We went to eat that night, and Angela Bassett was there. Like, why are these people? I don't know. I should have asked them why, and eventually I did ask somebody. So on Saturday morning, we're going out to get the car, and my wife's got the valet ticket with a $20 bill, and we're going. They have a front porch at the Delano. Used to be called a blue door because they had a blue door, but there's a porch out there to get the car. And on the valet stand is a guy sitting down reading a paper with a Knicks hat on, and he's just looking at the paper. I don't know who he is. I think he's the valet too. My wife comes up to him and says, "Hey, here's the valet ticket and the $20." He puts his head up and it's Spike Lee. And I go, "Oh, no, Spike." She has no idea who Spike Lee is. He goes, "No, I'm just waiting for my car. I'm sorry, I was sitting on the thing." So, yeah, she was ready to give Spike $20 and the valet ticket. Then Spike comes with his car and
where's your car?
But he was sitting down with his hat down. So, yeah, that's the Miami stories. But yeah.
So funny. I can't think of anything. All the other stories, I don't think we can tell.
No, in fact, like when they wanted me to write a book, and I didn't in prison because I couldn't make any money off in the restitution of that.
What are you talking about? I wrote a book. Well, you keep saying that. I've heard you say that on podcasts where you're like,
but yeah.
Listen, let me explain how.
They've threatened me on this. So like a prosecutor threatened me on this.
No, fuck that. He's fucking gone. This is exactly.
But I did fight him. I'm not on that team,
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Here's the thing.
It does matter because like most people that come on your show never said they had a hassle with PO, and I did.
Here's the law.
Why did I have a hassle?
Here's the law.
Here's the law. Okay.
The law says you are allowed to make. It's just income. You are allowed to make money on your crime, okay, telling your story, provided it is not a crime of violence or espionage.
And I've heard that, but I've also heard
my prosecutor. I told you in prison.
But I've also told my prosecutor's telling me, listen, if you make money off this crime, I'm going to take every dime for restitution.
He can't. Fuck him.
He can take the 25%, of course.
Yeah, that's all he can get. I'm ready to go.
Do you want us to put your Instagram in the description? Like, say someone watches this and they want to contact you.
Yeah, of course.
Hey, you guys, I appreciate you watching. Do me a favor, hit the subscribe button, hit the bell so you get notified of videos just like this. Also, Red Bull or Andrew Levinson is going to be starting his own podcast. So we may have a link in the description for his YouTube channel. So I'm going to try and convince him to at least put up an introductory video. So go there and subscribe, and he'll be putting up content. Also, you can go to his Instagram right now where he posts. Not regularly, but he's going to start doing it.
There you go.
So click on the Instagram, go there and follow him. He's going to be starting doing more social media, and you can follow his story. Once again, I appreciate you guys watching. Also, please consider joining our Patreon. It's $10 a month. It helps Colby and I with this stuff. Also, if you want to be a guest, you can go to our website, and you can go to the Be a Guest page, and you can fill out a very brief application, leave a 3 to 5 minute video about your story. And, I really appreciate it. Please consider doing it. Thank you very much. See ya.